There are many content creators and pros in the Clash Royale scene, and we're always trying to answer one question: who is the king of the arena? And today, we're going to get it done right here on this show. Hello, welcome. I'm Rich Slate, and that's my buddy Andrew Guy, and we are super pumped to bring you a really fun event featuring some of your favorite players in Clash Royale as they duke it out over 10 rounds to see who can come out on top. Andrew, this is a fun format, mixing some of our duels, some of our ladder all together to find one champion.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it, man. We got CRL coming up in just a little bit. This is a great way to get everyone excited about the new heroes that are in the game. Obviously, we see a lot of bowler-themed graphics, so we'll be seeing how these guys want to use the new hero bowler, the new Dark Prince, and of course, to see who's the best in this new format. I love that we have this cool new format because, you know, these community events, that's my favorite part about them, right? Is we get to kind of change up instead of just a bracket, double elimination, best of 3 duel mode. We got some other fun ways to see, as you said, who's the king of the arena.
We're going to be having a whole lot of fun today, playing Clash Royale, working our way through this new format, and of course, some great rewards coming your way throughout this competition. But Andrew, let's make sure that we all know what's going on today. Walk us through how we're actually finding our king of the arena.
Yeah, so it's a ladder style format, which basically means every time you win, you move up, and every time you lose, you move down. There are 6 arenas. Every single one of these arenas or these matchups will be played in a best of 3 duel mode, so that's something that we're very, very familiar with. 12 players, obviously 2 in each of the 6, and as I said, when you win, you move up. When you lose, you go down, and at the end of the day, the 2 players that are in that top arena will walk away with our biggest prize. And Rich, we got a lot of money on the line. Not only is there a big prize pool at the end of the day, but there is also, every time you win, you get something. So here's kind of the graphic of the idea, right? So you see all the players in the green, those are the ones that won and move up. All the players that are technically like the red bars, when you lose, they move down. As you guys can kind of see, those guys on the left side, the top 2 spots, move to the or move down to the right in the 3 and 4 spots. So the graphics and the explanation will become much more clear as we move throughout the day. It's actually a pretty simple format, and it's something that we've never ever done before in any community event, which I'm, again, really excited about.
Yeah, it's just, hey, you guys are both in match 3. You win, you go up. You move, you lose, you go down. And your goal is to end up at the top at the very end. And there's actually multiple ways to get your hands on some of the prize money. Let's take a look at what our participants are playing for today with our $25,000 prize pool. So first of all, you get a chunk of change based on where you finish at the end of the day. If you finish in that top arena, in the top rung of our ladder, $1,850 all the way down to the bottom. If you finish in the barrel, $1,300, but there's a per game bounty every single match that you win. Every best of 3 you come out on top, $100 more. So a chance to stack some change, and if you just go on an absolute tear today, well, you could end up with an extra $1,000 if you go 10-0 on top of course, being in the top arena for $1,850. So a lot on the line here for these players as they go back and forth through what's going to be a really, I'm kind of curious to see how this one shakes out as they battle their way up and down this ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at the participants that we have pros from the past, we have big content creators, we even have a fellow caster in Juicy J, so I'm excited to see how he does, of course. And yeah, as you said, you could just go on an absolute tear and walk away with about 3K if you're perfect in your matches and in that top arena, as you would be if you were perfect on the day. Let's take a look at our participants. 12 players from all around the globe, and of course 12 of our favorite players from over the years will be involved in this event. We've got R2, Benny Who, Air Bache, OJ, Baby Nate, Big Spin, Invader, Ox, Bale, B-Rad, Juicy, and Yosoy, Rick, guys that I'm sure you guys have seen all over, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok streaming. These guys are some of the biggest content creators in the game. They've also had their hands in the CRL scene, obviously in Bale, B-Rad, Benny, Juicy have all been there, Ox way back in the day, OJ since the very beginning. And then we have people like Baby Nate, who's kind of been a coach at some point, or like an analyst that has turned into a guy that's making content out there, known as one of the better minor rocket players. And of course, R-Tube, another fellow caster, just like Juicy J, and so is Big Spin. Actually, actually, I guess Benny is too. So a lot of cool stuff going on here with the 12 people that we have involved, Rich. And I'm actually really excited to see how these guys pair off against each other, and how they, how they do. There's some people that on here that I haven't seen play in a very, very long time.
A lot of different play styles here, and it's going to be curious to see in our dual modes format how they take advantage of some of the new additions in our hero Dark Prince and our hero Bowler. And I'm looking at some of these different players here, and I'm seeing, hey, I know there's a really great Dark Prince minor rocket cycle deck. Is that something that we might see B-Rad play with? Juicy J, we have a couple different decks, both with Dark Prince and with Bowler, that work well with some of that beatdown style, including his Electro Giant. So lots of guys out there to see that I'm curious to see how they adapt to the new cards or the new heroes that have been added in after our last update.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, B-Rad and Juicy J is where we're going to start our day off, and we'll kind of move around and see which matchups are the most interesting or the most exciting, or maybe people we haven't seen yet on the day. So we'll be hopping around trying to get to everyone throughout the day, and of course, a lot of these guys will be streaming on their own channels. If you only want to watch B-Rad games, if you only want to watch Juicy games, you can go and check that out. This is our very first setup here, so you can see R-Tube and OJ at the top, Baby Nate and Airbochi at the bottom. None of these spots, this is completely random. This is not based off of any seeding or anything like that. And as we said in the beginning with our format, when you win, you go up. When you lose, you move down. Unless you're at the very top and you win, you're going to stay right there, hopefully throughout the day. So a lot of exciting matchups. And as I said, we're going to start in Arena 4 with B-Rad and Juicy. The meta is really interesting right now. We have the new heroes in the game. We obviously had balance changes come in. It's moved around a little bit, but it's not as Bowler and Dark Prince dominant as you might think. There's still a lot of decks that were popular last season that are being played, but there's obviously a lot of decks with the Bowler and with the hero Dark Prince. You and I were talking before broadcast. It's so interesting with these heroes that have come into the game. They've almost become win conditions in and of themselves, right? So when you talk about a minor cycle deck or a minor poison deck, now you've got Dark Prince in there as another kind of half win condition with its ability. Same with the Bowler. You've got something that can clear off defensive troops, defensive buildings, or just like a mortar, shoot right on top of your tower, which is interesting because I'm not the biggest fan of the hero Bowler, even though I love mortar. So maybe this will be a way to kind of win me over. Maybe I'll walk away from the day and be like, I've got to try that deck out. And of course, as you mentioned, Rich, we've got rewards throughout the day, 4 different rewards at 4 different times coming your way. So make sure you're locked, loaded, and ready to go with your phone or whatever device you need to use to get those QR codes popping so you can get the rewards for watching.
And if you haven't already, make sure that you like this stream, subscribe to this channel, put on notifications, because there are a ton of things happening throughout this 2026 year right here on this channel that you're going to want to be a part of. We have some special stuff we'll tell you about later today, and you're definitely not going to want to miss it. So make sure, like, subscribe, and that's that bell. That's a notification. It will tell you whenever we go live right here, and you can join in on the future action. And hint, hint, maybe be a part of the future action sometime out there.
Yeah.
So make sure that you're here. Andrew, turn our focus back to our matches, which should be starting here in just a couple of moments. You mentioned the idea of some of these new heroes really acting as win conditions, or, I'm really curious. I like seeing them. The idea of the secondary win condition, right? We've seen the Magic Archer as a secondary win condition. We've seen the Evo Firecracker become kind of a secondary win condition. And now when you think about the Dark Prince in its hero form or the Bowler, I'm talking before about some combinations with win conditions like the Electro Wizard or the Goblin Giant, or there's a Logbait deck with the Dark Prince that I'm really curious about, because you've already had that layering that happens, but now you have that layering with a charging Rhinoceros on top of all that. So I think it could get kind of chaotic today, but I'm definitely curious to see how people end up layering that varied and multi-level attack on the towers.
Yeah, definitely. And then you have the idea of like the hero Bowler kind of being countered by the hero Dark Prince. So, a lot of exciting stuff with the new changes that are coming into the game, and a lot to keep up with. This is another great thing about events like this, is you get to see people that have spent thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours over the years playing Clash Royale, and how quickly you have to adapt to the changing game. So I'm really excited. You know, these changes happen so frequently now that when we hop into like our monthly finals, let's say, sometimes we can kind of come in blind to what the top players in the world are going to do in a competitive format. Now, obviously, there aren't any CRL world champions here. Actually, that's not true. Benny Who is a CRL world champion,
yep.
you know, not really known for being a 1v1 guy, but obviously a very, very talented player. So, you know, the depth and breadth of knowledge is there. So I'm just excited to see how they want to show the rest of us in the community, you guys at home, you know, what decks are really popular and how to play these heroes to their utmost. That's one thing that, you know, we've talked about over the years, is watching the interactions that they've practiced time and time again. Well, when cards are new in the game and you watch something, you can learn something pretty quickly. You know, I'm excited to see some interactions. There was one interaction that we got, the balance team took care of already, which was the Hero Bowler and the Evo Skarmy combo. Pretty happy about that, but we won't be seeing that. But what we will be seeing is our first game here between Juicy J, top of your screen, and B-Rad at the bottom. B-Rad already looking a little frustrated, I don't know, but he is playing the Evo Gob Giant, which I almost forgot was still in the game, as he misses that Inferno catch with the Barb Barrel. No one plays the Gob Giant anymore.
I was going to say, I did see someone in the chat say, don't disrespect Juicy J. He's the 2019 champion. You're right. He did win the World Cyber Games. Andrew and I were front row cheering him on when it happened in Xi'an, China. Not quite the same as a CRL championship, but we were definitely very proud of our boy Juice in that situation.
Absolutely, sitting there with his family screaming away, and here we go. Hero Bowler ability activated to start the day, and as you can see, B-Rad doing everything he can to make sure that he is going to distract that bowler as it gets on tower, and Juicy is showing us his dance skills, if we want to call him that. Having a good time. Yeah,
Juicy out here vibing to get things going, and Brad doing. I think we're actually seeing like the absolute truth of their personalities, where Brad the now the curmudgeon that he's grown into, and and Juicy just having an absolute blast always. And of course, no surprises here, as I expected, and Juice going right to comfort right out the gate with the Hero Bowler E-Giant deck.
Yeah, I mean, what great synergy there, as you saw already getting on tower. That's one of the things about the E-Giant, is you can really struggle to get it on tower sometimes. That Hero Bowler, now you have a different way to get on tower, even if your opponent has all the answers defensively. And then the other part of it is, even if they don't have all the answers, or if they do have a lot of the answers, you can make them waste elixir trying to distract that Hero Bowler, as we just saw B-Rad having to do there. He put some skellies down, he put down a Fire Spirit, and it still got some good damage on that right-hand side.
And the distraction game is pretty much, I do love the idea there out of Juice, just not enough left on the Evo Inferno Dragon. But this has been the name of the game so far for B-Rad, is there's so many troops that require like extraneous distraction between the Hero Bowler and the Evo Inferno. Lots of pitfalls, lots of potholes in the road to victory for Brad.
Yeah, what a frustrating deck to go up against. I mean, the Evo Inferno Dragon, I mean, arguably the scariest card in the game, really. Like, if that gets on top of your tower and it's charged up, it's pretty much game over. I mean, obviously you can reset it or NATO it back, but it's just a scary card. You hear pros talk about it on their streams or in their content regularly. It's pretty unanimously known as one of the scariest cards in the game. And right now, Juicy doing a great job of keeping up the pressure. That's a nice kite there by B-Rad with the Skellies, but then the Barb Barrel to pull it back. Juice is kind of dialed in. And then also to add to the annoyance of this deck with the Inferno, with the Hero Bowler, you've also got the Mother Witch in there just to add insult to injury.
I am appreciating the 7 Barbs run that Brad is going with here in this Sparky deck. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I have played thousands upon thousands of games of Clash Royale. I actually don't know how many times I've ever faced 7 Barbs.
Yeah, I would love if he had just the Barbarians and the Barb Hut in there as well, just to be absolutely psychotic about it. The good thing is he's got this Sparky. The bad thing is that Juicy has Lightning. So right now, this E-Giant is going to be a lot of trouble. And I think B-Rad knows he's in a lot of trouble. The E-Barbs do come down, but a lot of damage done. And Juicy's towers are basically untouched at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you put in the Lightning, but then also you talk about all those Barbs. A Bowler just what are you going to do about that, right? The E-barbs struggle against the bowler, the regular barbs struggle against the bowler, and then right here, he does get picked up, but once again, your timing and sequencing of how you want to play this Sparky deck gets thrown off by having to intercept the hero bowler.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I was just going to make, is that B-Rad is regularly having to mess up his cycle to distract that hero bowler. And then there we go. Hero bowler left-hand side along with the Mother Witch Piggies, just creating so much of a distraction. There's a charged up Inferno on the right-hand side, and my goodness, this is just a frustrating spot to be in. You can I don't know what B-Rad's saying, but I know he's not happy.
No, he has a very clear opinion about what's going on right now. And
he looks like me when I'm playing the game. Very incredibly frustrated, clearly. Yeah. And it
sure.
Makes sense. That deck, so annoying when you talk about the ability to NATO everything into the E-Giant, the Hero Bowler to cause you to play things out of cycle, the Inferno Dragon to have to focus on, the Mother Witch to add insult to injury with those piggies coming through. Just so much. That deck actually looks pretty fun that Juicy was just playing. That's exactly what I was talking about at the top of the show. Now I kind of want to go try that out.
Yeah, and we were talking about beforehand the secondary win condition aspect, right? We saw the finish. Here you are you're trying to defend the Electro Giant, but then now the Hero Bowler is doing a little bit of work on the opposite side, and you're you're stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a pile of flying rocks.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is even if the bowler doesn't need to get on tower as a win condition, the amount of elixir and messing up your cycle is just a whole nother layer to how frustrating that card can be. So it's like, even if it's not attacking your tower, it's almost still a win condition because it throws off your game so much. Now, the other part of this that we haven't really mentioned is, what is this deck that B-Rad is running? You know what I mean? Like, definitely for the memes a little bit. There's obviously the Sparky idea in there that is really helpful against a beatdown deck, but in general, this is just kind of a hilarious deck to see him pull out in game number 1.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 2 on its way. And Brad opens up Inferno Tower. Might we see a little difference for preparation here, at least, for the potential of beatdown?
Someone in the chat talking about how the deck that Juicy was just running basically had 0 air defense, so that would have been obviously very nice for B-Rad to have, would be some air defense in game number 1, but here we are, and as you guys can see on the right-hand side of your screen, shout out to production, doing a great job keeping us caught up with all the other matchups that are going on out there. Looks like Ox and R-Tube so far have taken their first games.
And there's a little slowdown here to start.
Yeah, looking at that again. I mean, it's a decent amount of air defense, really. I mean, you have the Lightning, you have the Mother Witch, you have the Inferno, so would have been okay. Would have been okay.
And nice simple King Tower activation, yeah.
Yep. Obviously eats a good amount of damage from that one Goblin getting away. Is that a Goblin? Something. Maybe a skeleton? I couldn't even see.
So this is what I was curious about, right? The minor cycle decks. Interesting to see Juicy going minor cycle, maybe a little bit of troll here against B-Rad.
I mean, the thing is you hear people talk about the Mega Knight right now, and Mo said this on one of his videos the other day, is like, maybe the mid-ladder players have had it right all along. The Mega Knight kind of counters everything. It's just absolutely crazy how strong the Mega Knight is right now, especially the Evo Mega Knight. It's a card that I feel like has been kind of like a meme to complain about, but it's good. It's really good. We saw that in CRL last month.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's some of the complaint, right? Is you're sitting there going, I already didn't like dealing with Mega Knight, and then you made Mega Knight even more frustrating. So it's the life of a Clash Royale player, right? There's you're one man's trash and another man's treasure, and one man's OP is another man's. Well, this is perfect, and why would you make anything different? So very
Juicy
different
having just
situation
a lot of
here.
answers.
I was gonna say, yeah, very different situation here in game number 2, and you're talking about where B-Rad had had very few answers for what was happening from Juicy J last game. Very firmly in control and doing a good job of putting pressure in both lanes.
Yeah, as this game goes on, I'm curious to see what kind of push Juicy can put together because, sometimes when you're going up against bait decks, as we get into double and triple elixir, heavier decks can kind of catch up or make up for what was lost in single elixir. But right now, B-Rad just doing a great job keeping up the pressure in both lanes. Juicy, he has decent responses, but right now just can't keep up with the cycle, although the damage is getting a lot closer.
Easy minor poison. And here comes the layering. And, you think about the answers that Juicy has. He has plenty of answers.
Wow. Good damage on that right-hand side with that barrel.
But that's the problem, right? It's not that you don't have answers. It's that how can you keep up with the answers at pace?
Yeah, Hyperbait has been popular for a while now, and it's been able to kind of keep up and evolve with the changing metas, and we're seeing just different versions of it every single month. And right now, it's not quite game yet. Juicy's still in this one because B-Rad doesn't have a big spell. Juicy knows he missed that opportunity there on the left-hand side, but with only 10 seconds remaining, Juicy's going to need a miracle as B-Rad gets a good amount of damage on tower, and there you go. Evened up, 1-1.
And we just saw it over and over again, right? Hey, yes, I can handle one barrel. I can handle a skeleton barrel. I can't handle the third one. And then you start getting the Evos involved there. And now you're going, okay, Goblin barrel, skeleton barrel. Oh, the Evo Goblin barrel is queued up. You're going both lanes. And now I'm having to deal with the up and down of the Evo Skelly barrel. And it's just over and over and over again. And we even saw some Ice Spirits leaping over logs in the sequencing and doing a little extra chip there as well. So the double bait just absolutely putting Juicy on his heels, and we're all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, double bait there, double barrel bait, just so tough to keep up with. You can see the difference in the average elixir, even though you can still get back around with the same amount of elixir when you're talking about the offense that comes from getting back around for B-Rad versus Juicy J kind of just trying to keep up with what was going on there and not having a great way to deal with both the barrels on the Evo barrel, right? Even though those fake goblins, as you want to call them, they can still do a lot of damage, especially if they're tanking for a Dark Goblin or if they're even getting tanked for by a Dark Goblin. It's crazy how fast they can stack up. And when you've got just one good way of dealing with that barrel and that log, you've got to 90% of the time go for the real goblins, but those fake goblins can do so much damage. And that was just really well played by B-Rad. I remember him running bait every now and then back in the day and clearly well versed with it.
Sure, and obviously we all want to see some fan service and see if he goes into a minor direction. Well, we'll see if he goes there. But I do want to remind everybody that all of these different streamers are streaming live alongside our broadcast. So if you can see them there chatting on screen. If you want to see it from their perspective, hear what they're talking about, you can go ahead and check out all of these streamers live on their Twitch and YouTube channels.
Looks like OJ was able to even things up there against the R-Tube.
And I kind of want to tune into Brad right now because I'm just curious just how frustrated he is with every moment.
It's just amazing, too, because he just walked away with a great win. And here we go. First Hero Dark Prince of the day. Pretty happy with where the Hero Dark Prince is right now. The cost of the ability, the little bit of splash damage that comes through, all of it feels pretty fair. I like it because if you use the ability and it doesn't really do anything for you, it is a heavy expense to pay.
And B-Rad might have messed up his Evos, right? We're seeing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, looking at that, you see the Evo RG, but nothing on the Snowball, nothing on the Firecracker. Can't imagine there's anything else there in that last spot that would make up for what we're talking about.
Well, we'll see what's going on. Definitely gesturing aggressively.
It's just incredible. And that is a frustrating hero to run into for Juicy. I mean, for B-Rad, as you can see, Juicy celebrating that defense.
Yeah,
and that should be a big connection.
Watching 10 Elixir get evaporated like that, and then having to eat the shots after that is just the worst. Absolute devastated moment for B-Rad.
He is all of us. He is all of us playing the game right now, and Juicy going with a deck that can be really... I mean, Skeleton Dragons are so frustrating to deal with in the game right now. As you can see, both these guys running the Skelly Drags. They're just such a difficult card that can be so annoying. They do just enough damage to where you don't want to ignore them, but they also do just little enough damage to where sometimes you have to ignore them. And then obviously the Evo Royal Piggies are one of the strongest Evos in the game.
Yeah, and you see again, this is kind of happening consistently. And it starts with suddenly being down so much Elixir after having 10 just wiped off the board. But kind of similar to our first game, where Brad is having to spend a lot, on that Pigs defense. Had to spend a ton to make sure that didn't connect.
Yeah, well, if you're B-Rad, you think, okay, he's only got arrows. Maybe I can exploit that by stacking my Skelly Drags on one side or playing Firecracker on the other. But then when you add in the Hero Wizard, those Skelly Drags being stacked on one side, as we saw at the beginning, just aren't quite as effective. And then you have the arrows if you're Juicy for the Firecracker. And then obviously what we were talking about in the beginning of the game, which is just that B-Rad messed up his Evos, which is never great.
Royal Giant in, getting absolutely stunned by the Zappies. Might get one, does get one, shouldn't get two. 1840 on the top right. Bottom left for B-Rad in trouble. And now a big push coming into his strong side lane.
Yeah, Juicy doing a great job of just recognizing Brad's spell power and just going, I'm going to play everything in one lane, and you're going to be able to do nothing about it. And then the big expenditure on the right-hand side means the Piggies comes out on the left-hand side. And Juicy doing a great job of just controlling the pace here. Very frustrating games 1 and 3 for B-Rad so far.
And you got to think about how much damage there might be on that right-hand tower if B-Rad had the Evo Firecracker. And there you see the lightning coming out as that final card to wipe off the Wizard. But if he had the Evo Firecracker, you got to think that there'd be, a few hundred more damage on that right-hand tower, and we would be much closer.
Yeah, and also it would just really demand Juicy to be saving that arrow strictly for that Evo Firecracker, and right now he can just kind of use it where and when he wants, knowing that, yeah, I can take a little Firecracker damage here and there if it just doesn't work out perfectly for me. Also, on the right-hand side of your screen, looks like we have a couple 2-0s here. Big Spin, Ox, and Baby Nate, all 2-0ing their opponents. Looks like R-Tube was able to take that best of 3 from OJ, as we are down to our final 20 seconds here in this matchup.
One Piggy sneaks through, and now a couple more might touch Snowball to try to hold off against the Skelly Dragons, but Brad knows he's going to eat some damage there, and that should be it. This best of 3 going the way of Juicy J. And valiant effort with the win in game number 2, but Juice takes it 2-1.
Yeah, really well played there by Juicy. Obviously, the messed up Evo from B-Rad doesn't help. The Lightning is his big spell instead of Fireball or Poison. I mean, usually it's not Poison with Royal Giant, but a Fireball would have been great as Juicy J moves up in the arena. And we'll look at our standings here in just a moment. Well played, fun decks there from Juice. B-Rad, I feel like the first deck was kind of like a meme deck, but I liked where the set ended up going, and just a tough spot there in game number 3. Obviously, like I've mentioned a couple times, that missed Evo, but just the matchup was pretty frustrating.
Yeah, and that's we got a little inside info that some of these players who are here today had been asking if they were allowed to have coaches in with them, while some of the other players were asking if they could let their chat vote on their decks. And we don't know who's who exactly. I haven't gotten that information. Maybe if you're watching someone else's stream, you'll know who's having chat vote on the decks. That felt more like both these guys coming in with a little bit of a competitive spirit. But either way, the result is the same. Juicy J takes Juicy taking the 2-1 win and moving up in his arenas, and we'll get the arena breakdown here as soon as they have it ready. And looking at getting our first look in this competition, obviously we're going to see some true competitive debuts this weekend of our new heroes. Let's take a moment though as we continue that conversation, take a look at the end of game number 3.
This is a great matchup.
Yeah, this is the end of game 3 from Benny Who and Yosoy Rick. So we're joining a game already in progress. Here we go.
Yeah, two great players in the game. Obviously, Benny, a former pro, but Yosoy Rick has been grinding for years on stream. Made a couple CRL appearances, if I'm not mistaken, at least in qualifying.
So Benny running bait with Hero, Dark Prince, and Rocket.
Yeah, really interesting kind of heavy bait deck there at the top of your screen. The combination of Rascals and Cannon Cart has been everywhere in the game, and mostly in mortar decks, but it's been in bait decks as well, and you can understand why. It's just really difficult when they're split, and then you can support one. Also, the tankiness of the Rascal Boy and the Cannon Cart. Nice Dark Prince there from Yosoy Rick.
Yeah, those barrels just stepped out, or those goblins stepped out of the barrel and were just immediately disappeared. Bandit picked up by the Ice Whiz up top. And Rick starts to build up on the right-hand side. Rocket's going to make short work of that offensive attempt.
Man, if that Rocket was just a step earlier, might have also hit the E-Spirit, and that would have been a very interesting thing to see what happens on the left-hand side with that Bandit, but not the case.
And very late for a King Tower activation.
Yeah, definitely late, with only 45 seconds remaining.
Still lead for Rick, holding as he sets up on offense one more time.
Yeah, and I like that. I think you got to get on offense here just to make sure that Benny Who can't put together like a really annoying last offensive push. And now with 26 seconds remaining, I feel like you got to just kind of control the map, get a building back down on the board. E-Giant for defense is a great call there.
And a little bit of action here on the left-hand side as the Hero Dark Prince is in. Cannon Cart still on its wheels. Benny needs to figure out some way to break through here. Maybe a rocket to try to open up the lane. Not going to happen, as the E-Giant is easily going to block that from happening. And, you know, at that point, you're just throwing everything at the wall and hoping Yosoy Rick going to finish things off in game number 3.
Yeah, the synergy of the new heroes, you guys have seen it now in 2 different versions. Juicy opening the day off with it, and then obviously Yosoy Rick closing out his first set with it. The Dark Prince on one end of the conversation, the Hero Bowler on the other, and the synergy is there. You know, it really is there. E-Giant's is a win condition that's kind of been in and out of the meta for a while, and it feels like with these 2 additional heroes, it's probably going to be firmly there for at least a little bit.
Sure, I mean, just the ability to stack things up behind it, especially now that the bowler can be even more annoying with that ability, and stick up, like, you know, you talk about when you're creating a big beatdown push, the ability to have things build behind the tank in front. And you've talked about the now fixed exploit with the bowler, but the bowler still has this fact where when you activate the ability, it stops. Right, you slow down the entire rhythm, so it opens up the ability to play a bowler before the Electro Giant if you want to, so you can then stop it, use the ability to let the E-Giant go past it, or just slow things down behind it, but then when it's already there. So a lot of fun stuff, and same thing with that Dark Prince, where you activate the ability and you have this moment of stall that happens. So really interesting changes to sequencing that happen with these 2 cards.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. You know, people talk about the Goblin Cage a lot over the history of Clash Royale being a card that kind of like when you don't have a lot of great options, you can kind of just play the Goblin Cage because it just controls the board for a little bit, and then it creates a little bit of offensive pressure, and then you can decide to support it or not. The bowler now similarly can do the same thing, and also you can play it up a little higher to play some defense on one side, it walks to the other, and then you activate the ability. Now it's created dual lane pressure, and you know, since it is so new in the game, we're still learning all the great ways for the Hero Bowler to become frustrating for your opponents. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of it throughout the day as we have finally finished, or not finally, but we've got through our very first round here. As we said, 10 matches are going to be being played today. Every time you win, you get $100. So Yosoy Rick just stacked $100 right there. So did Juicy J. You don't lose anything when you lose other than your spot on the arena. You just drop down 1 spot. And so here we go. Let's take a look at our standings, Rich.
So, Big Spin and R-Tube going to be up at top. R-Tube staying there in the number 1 position. OJ dropping down, and he'll meet Yosoy Rick, who moves up. Arena number 3, Invader and Juice. Benny Who dropping down to face Ox. Baby Nate getting the win on the bottom, and he'll see if he can knock B-Rad all the way down to Arena 6 that currently holds Bale and Airbache at the bottom rung. So for both of those guys, and just keep in mind, we have 10 matches here. You do not want to be stuck in the bottom once we get down near once we start getting past that 6 matches remaining spot.
I'm very curious to see where Baby Nate is going to be at. Starting at the very, very bottom, he's a bit of a baller. He can play. He can play the game. And especially, this is a best-of-3 format where I'm sure coaches aren't watching every single... I mean, if you have a coach, aren't watching every single match to see exactly what they're playing. There's not a lot of prep time in between, so he could just run the same couple decks if he wanted. So I'm just curious to see where Baby Nate's going. He's already climbed up one spot. Can he get all the way to the top? And it looks like we might be going to Benny-Hoo and Oxalate next, which will be fun. We just left off with Benny on a loss there. Ox picking up the dub. Ox has been, creating content for a long time now. He's actually great for me on the West Coast because he streams later in the day. Yeah. And he's been putting in the work, man. I'll be excited to see how he squares off against Benny, who we just saw, like I said, take the L there, but still grinding away as he does.
Yeah, Oxalate, it's fun with a competition like this one to see sort of the evolution of players, because as we look at the list here, you talk about a bunch of players here who were Season 1 CRL players. Juicy, Oxalate, Benny, B-Rad, all
Bale.
were... Yeah, Bale Season 2. Bale joined... Bale joined in Season 2, but yeah, so many kind of like CRL OGs, and then you mix with the long-term content creators, and then some of the younger, newer faces in here as well. But the evolution of the pro to content creator, and Ox is one of those guys who, after his pro turn, didn't really, he kind of did some content, but like wasn't really hitting big, and then just found his rhythm as a content creator, and now is having a great time and doing really well with it, and super fun to watch.
Yeah, his chat roasting was one of my favorite things ever. Let's take a look here at the predictions. You and I are going to be making predictions throughout the day. Obviously, like we said, we're going to go to Benny and Ox next. I went Juicy J in the very first one there. You went B-Rad. So, we're just starting off here. Starting 1-0, 0-1. I've got my pick for this next one. I'm going for Ox on this one just because... I don't know. Seems fun, even though I would not be surprised if Benny took this set, especially after coming off an L. He probably wants to get a little bit of revenge there. Oh, look at that. It just popped up just like that.
That.
And chat also went with Juicy J. Shout out to chat. You guys will be able to vote on who you think is going to win. And the poll is live right now if you guys want to go and get your votes in.
I'm going to vote Ox as well. It doesn't really create much of a storyline where you and I are on the same side here, but I'm going to go Ox for this one. Benny who, but I mean, honestly, this is very coin flippy for me between these two guys. But I gotta pull for Oxalate here and say I'm gonna pick him this time around.
Yeah, I mean, that whole conversation you were having about pro turn content creator is a lot different than the other way around, where it's content creator turn pro. I mean, the ability to be good enough to be a pro is one thing, but the grind is the other thing, right?
Yeah.
And content creators, they put in a ton of work, but it's a different type of work, right? It's just working on one interaction over and over and over, whereas content creators, you see them playing a lot of different decks all over the field to keep their audience engaged. Practicing interactions and practicing specific matchups hundreds of times is just not something that is quite the same as playing every single day, even if it is for several hours for a live audience. I will say content creators do have that feeling, though, of a live audience watching them that does give them an advantage maybe in live settings. But yeah, not something that we've seen as much, but it is cool to see all these guys that have been around the scene for so long. I mean, you and I have literally seen them, and they've seen us just kind of grow up in the world, right? We've been doing this for 9 years now, so it's a pretty cool thing to see. This will be a fun one to watch from two old pros.
Oh, yeah, and the number of Clash Royale kids. The number of Clash Royale kids that are out there now is also certainly amusing.
Literally, Ox is a dad.
Yeah, quite literally. We'll have our next matchup coming here in a moment. I see some of you on YouTube asking, where do you go to vote? The poll is up on Twitch right now. If you want to go vote there, that's your place to do it. And if you want to just tell your vote in the chat here on YouTube, let us know. Are you gonna straw poll it here? If you're going Benny Who or Ox in this matchup, let us know which one it is. And of course, those of you who are watching here, no matter where you're watching, make sure you stick around the whole way through today, because we have rewards dropping throughout our stream at different intervals. Some things that you can open up. QR codes will be on screen. You can scan them, open your game, and get some great rewards throughout this afternoon, alongside watching some excellent Clash Royale.
Yeah, rewards coming after this next matchup, at least our first set of rewards. And also a big announcement coming later on broadcast for you at home to maybe put your money where your mouth is. So more on that in a bit, something that you and I are both very, very excited about. It's going to be a super cool announcement, so do not miss it. And we are only 1/10 of the way through our day. Juicy J picking up the first win on broadcast. A lot of other players doing well. And right now, Ox going to be facing off against Benny to see if he can keep the dream run going. He's already put $100 in his pocket. Remember, every single win is $100 in your pocket. And as we talked about at the end of the day, if you're in that Arena 1 spot, an additional $18.50 goes your way. Not a bad way to start your Thursday or end your Thursday, depending on where you are in the world, as we have players that are all over the globe here playing, which is also another one of my favorite things about community events and CRL in general. Let's
go ahead and take a look at the results of your chat poll and see who you, the viewers, are picking for our winner. And looks like it's a clean sweep here from the viewers and the casters, all three picking Oxalate to win this one. So we'll see if Benny, whose chat pops off when they see the picks going against his way. Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, Benny, who's got a massive following, he's a former world champion, and now I'm almost regretting my pick, but I guess we'll see. Ox, you better do us proud, man. A lot of pressure in this moment.
They're probably all watching. All of his fans are watching in his chat. Probably they're there with Benny, ride or die. So we'll see. We've got our next matchup coming here very soon. Players are just getting their decks ready. As soon as we have gameplay, we will have it on screen for you. So don't you worry, we'll be getting in there just as soon as possible. Let's get a little straw poll going here. This won't be an official poll here, but let me know in the chat, which one are you preferring as you've been playing? Are you running more of the Hero Dark Prince, or are you running more of the Hero Bowler? Which one have you, assuming that you've played them, which one are you going with more, Hero Dark Prince or Hero Bowler? Let us know in the chat right now which one is your favorite. And Andrew, you and I were talking earlier, you definitely, it's as a mortar player, you're not finding love for the Hero Bowler, which I don't know if it's like that you feel like it's cheating on the mortar. I don't know like what the impetus here.
Yes, it's taken away the mortar love. And here we go, just hopping in just a few seconds late as we already see the Mother Witch on tower here for Oxalate. So far, all of our predictions paying off. And Rich, that's exactly it. It's taken away the shine from my mortar. It's supposed to be the only thing that's, throwing rocks through the air. The bowler had it on the ground, the mortar had it in the air, and now the bowler is taking up space in both those avenues, and it bothers me. It bothers me.
You feel like you showed up a party?
But I have to admit, I've seen Hero Bowler mortar decks out there on API, and I'm sure I'll be trying them very soon.
It's like you showed up at the party and someone else is wearing the same outfit. And you're just
exact
going,
same outfit, but mine's the Temu version, and theirs is like the $500 version.
Yep. It never looks as good as it does in the pictures, everybody.
It never does, and it doesn't fit as well. But I will say I have been loving the Hero Dark Prince. I think it's a really fascinating, just a fascinating evolution of the card, and I enjoy playing it. And like I said, I like the balance of it at the moment.
So
and that little drop damage it does when it hops off is a little under-celebrated.
Sure.
It's a cool little additional part of the hero.
Creating some room for the characters as well with a little bit of pushback is what very nice. Picking up the giant skeleton into the middle. Cannon cart will go to the opposite lane away from the bomb. And when you're running drill, one of the few things you really, really, really don't want to see is a Dark Prince. So curious to see what Oxalate's game plan is to get more damage on tower. Obviously, a lot of damage done early. My suspicion here, we did join a little bit late in this one. A lot of damage done early for Oxalate, but maybe now Benny can clean things up and shut things down.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's still like a drill rocket deck that's pretty popular in the meta, just because when you talk about the nerf to drill, the Evo drill, and the addition of the Hero Dark Prince, It's just like, oh, it feels like these things have, oh wow, that is quite the ability. You can see Ox very happy about that Golden Knight ability. Benny probably feeling the exact opposite about it.
Yeah, when Golden Knight does pop off and connect all the different ways, it is one of the most satisfying things you can possibly do in Clash Royale.
And it's one of the most equalizing things you can do in terms of elixir or giving yourself just a massive advantage. And that's something that's kind of frustrating for Benny here, running into the Golden Knight when you're running Rascals and when you're running Barrel.
Easily wipes that one out with the Evo Xe. Mother Witch going to work on the Princess on the left-hand side.
Actually a little surprised that we've seen Mother Witch twice already. I guess it's because Graveyard is pretty strong right now. It's a good way to cover it, obviously. But there's a lot of really good Graveyard decks in the meta.
Oxalate opting to eat some of the damage from that barrel as we go into triple elixir. Ox with the lead, 878 on that bottom right-hand tower. Both of his towers still relatively healthy, although this Princess Bandit combination, and that was not the drill that Ox wanted.
No, and even just like Benny kind of played the bandit that pushed the princess, and it took a hot second for the princess to even get across the bridge in tower range, and Ox just didn't really play anything for a minute, and then he plays that goblin drill in a terrible spot. This time Ox on top of it much more quickly, but that was a rough sequence there to even things up here, especially on the right-hand side.
30 seconds remain. Rocket now suddenly giving Benny a lot of options in these
that's a good
final
evil
moments.
Snowball.
Oh, 439. That's going to be a connection. 104.
Drill to the back. 28 damage. Is that no 78 damage remaining? Snowball
Bandit
plus NATO.
Connects,
nope.
But Oxalate holds and gets the win.
Wow. Neck and neck. So much going on there in the final moments. Benny just hanging on for dear life. Ox decides to go back on offense, able to play just enough defense to seal up game number 1. And in spite of some of the missteps throughout the game, he was able to take the dub.
Sometimes a good offense is the best defense, Andrew, and that might have been that exact moment. You know, recognizing, hey, there's a lot coming down the lane. I need to just hold off enough. And it was, let's be clear, it was barely enough that he held off in this one.
It was happening. He was losing in that moment. But that one goblin comes through on the drill. Great stuff there for Ox. Taking game number 1. And again, yeah, it's cool to see, you know, the heroes just being utilized to the utmost. And that's the other thing. The idea of playing the hero bowler and not using the ability is kind of crazy to me. It feels like you just have to use it throughout the game. It just creates so many uncomfortable moments for your opponent. Sure. Whereas the Dark Prince, you can not use it in the entire game, and that's totally fine. So just two different sides of the coin when you're talking about heroes as well.
Yeah, and you know, if you want to talk about the MVP for Oxalate in this one, as I'm kind of watching some of the action back, it was the Golden Knight. The Golden Knight with the great defense, but then also the connection to give enough room to finish off that tower on the offensive side of the board. So, sure, we have heroes, sure, we have Evos, but the champions are the one who's carrying Ox in this first one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that one Golden Knight dash that we were celebrating, had that not been so excellent, Ox would have lost that game. If any one of those goblins got one stab on that tower, we'd be talking about how well Benny played in those final moments. But instead, Ox takes the dub. Benny has to go back to the drawing board and see what he wants to come up with. And one game away are both these guys from repeating what happened in their prior ladder section, which is Ox moved up, Benny moved down. And we don't have any, or we will be checking on results from the other matchups as we get back into game number 2 here. Again, shout out to production for keeping all of that information for us. You know, there's a lot of games going on right now, so it's cool to kind of see where players are ending up as we move through these sets. And as we mentioned, reward coming your way after this second match. So do not go anywhere, as there is a lot of stuff to be going on today. I'm so excited. I'm really excited about the announcement that's coming, and
yes.
I really love these new formats. You know, I love that it's being played in a best of 3 duel mode, so it still feels completely legitimate in terms of like how we do competitive play. It gives people a look and insight into what CRL might look like at the end of the month, and then also just a little bit of a change up. You know, it's just fun to see this ladder style system. Not something that, again, we've never done before.
Yeah, it's you know, the different events, the different ways you can structure a more casual level of competition. You know, they've also been kind of a sandbox over time, right? We've seen a lot of things that have made their way into competitive play over time, kind of tested out through some of these kind of events. And even this version of duel mode was kind of floated before we had our first season of CRL solos a very, very long time ago. After the 2020 World Finals, we had a bigger competition that was outside of the CRL ecosystem. So it's always fun to try out new different things and see how they work. And of course, it's always fun to watch some of these guys go head to head and give ourselves a little warm up as we get closer to the end of this month towards our Clash Royale League second edition for our 2026 season. If you haven't already, make sure that you're also following the Clash Royale Esports YouTube page, where you can follow up with CRL as we go into our game number 2.
King Ox, top of your screen. Benny Who at the bottom.
So some updates for you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Big Spin taking game number 1 over R2, but OJ making quick work of Yosoy Rick.
Wow.
He'll move back up into Arena 1. Juicy up 1 currently against Invader. B-Rad and Baby Nate. Bale and Erbache all still waiting to get some results there.
Is that correct? OJ and that seems like there wasn't even enough time for him to 2-0 Yosoy Rick, let alone 2-0ing Yosoy Rick.
Hit some 3 crowns, baby.
That's wild. Absolutely wild. And we got double hero bowler with the high inferno from Ox. So also interesting to see the way that these guys want to deal with the new heroes defensively.
Yeah, and you know what, Oxalate, I'll take that trade, because you have the 5 elixir even with the bowler, but then the activation on the ability. That's an easy call for Oxalate.
Yeah. Although giving quite a bit of a counter push here to Benny for not a lot of damage, but very nicely cleaned up.
So similar looks in both directions from these two players.
Yeah, Evo Furnace, still just very, very popular in the game. Still one of the strongest Evos in the game. The amount of damage that that thing can pump out is just insane. And then also the ability to just draw so much attention or elixir away from the battle. If you want to go opposite lane with that Evo Furnace, you know, a lot of times your opponent will just spell it off the board. Other times they'll think they can deal with it later on, and then you add a little bit of support to it, and it's become a big problem.
A little update for you. Baby Nate and Erbache both taking game 1 in their matchups.
And Juicy dropping game 1 to Invader. The OJ disrespect. It's not about disrespecting OJ. It's just, it seems like it happens so quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
I've definitely lost to OJ.
Their first game. You know, I've lost to a lot of people. I've never lost to OJ. I'm still undefeated against OJ.
I specifically remember being on the treadmill in that weird gym in Finland during World Finals during the 20-win challenge and losing to OJ, I think on like my 16th or I think it was like my 15th or 16th game, and I was very sad about it.
Now, to be fair, I've never played OJ, so my undefeated record is maybe a little bit sus, but I'll still take it.
It's more than I can say. Nice defense there, and as you guys can see, for those of you at home, you know, since Graveyard has a set drop pattern now, you'll see a lot of pros defending it with, you know, more defense on the outside where more of the Graveyard is, and then just like a Skellies or an Ice Spirit on the inside where less Skellies populate, or they populate later.
Currently the rhythm favoring Oxalate as he's ahead in damage in the same lane. Benny opting to switch now and getting a good chunk of damage. He might take the lead here.
Yeah, that is a huge amount of damage, and you can see Ox is feeling it.
Ox getting damage on the right-hand side in that same conversation, though. 1656 to 1527. Just a little over 100 HP separating these two as we go into triple elixir.
Yeah, and Benny, who doing a good job there of predicting that high Inferno, activates the ability just a hair early and drops the Fire Spirit just in case.
45 seconds left. Benny starting to pull ahead. A naked Graveyard out from Ox.
And that's an easy poison for Benny to defend as he tries to get his own Graveyard in on the opposite side. Ox can feel this slowly slipping away. One more shot for each of these guys to seal the win.
Seven elixir push for Benny. And it's going to get value. It's going to get plenty of value. And again, no support for a Graveyard from Oxalate.
Yeah, I mean, Benny's doing just such a great job of pulling all the responses and focus from Ox to that left-hand side to play defense. As you said, Rich, sometimes the best defense is some great offense there, and that was kind of the case at the last minute of that game where Ox just kind of lost his cycle, lost his rhythm. Benny, who felt it kind of slipping away. Great lane change, you know. AC has said this a long time ago. Sometimes when everything is not working, even if you've got a good amount of damage on one side, you just got to switch lanes. Got to change up the pace, change up the cycle, and that's exactly what Benny did. We're all even at 1-1.
And taking a look at the decks here, a lot of things pretty similar. Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit, one of the two main differences alongside the Inferno Dragon versus the Goblin Hut as the other big one. And it looked like Ox had really kind of made some great headway early on when he used the Inferno Tower. He used the Inferno Tower to erase the bowler and take the ability out of play at the same time. But then, as time went on, the Inferno Tower really didn't have much of a use, didn't really have much of a place to play in the game, and Benny able to switch lanes one time and change the conversation.
Yeah, and as you guys can see, it's great to see these matchup conversations, but what's interesting is you look at the amount of cards played or the amount of times the card was played, and you can see that Ox played the Inferno 5 times, where Benny only played his Goblin Hut once, so finding different ways to deal defensively with his push coming across the board, and it kind of goes without saying, but the more times that you deal with a defense with units, the more often you're going to have a stronger counter push, which is really what you want in Graveyard. So I don't know if that's exactly why the game went the way it went, but Benny Who just did a great job of deciding, all right, Goblin Hut not getting a lot of value here, especially going up against Bowler. I need to create a better counter push so that I can actually get some tanks for my Graveyard. You kept talking about how, Ox was giving those unsupported Graveyard pushes. Well, when it's unsupported, Poison's going to kind of solve the problem for Benny, who 90-ish% of that damage is going to be pretty much wiped off the board, if not more. So just great stuff there as the game went on. And again, yeah, like you said, pretty similar looks. So it was interesting to see how they wanted to play through them.
Ox still has Hero Dark Prince open and had success against Bale in his last matchup, running that minor Hero Dark Prince Rocket Wallbreakers deck. So we'll see if Ox goes in that direction. Pretty much all the pieces, in fact, every single piece of that deck still available for Oxalate here in game number 3. So curious to see if he goes in that direction or makes an adjustment and goes to some sort of beatdown in game number 3. Benny Who, Rocket, Snowball, Poison, Barb Barrel all out for him. So a lot of kind of the two major directions for Big Spell here. And it is interesting, Andrew, when you see that Rocket kind of having more of a place in gameplay, at least so far today, and a lot of the decks that are popular right now. When you think about dual mode, how much that opens up when you have one more Big Spell that's actually viable.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. I mean, Rocket has kind of been out of the meta in the competitive scene for a while, other than just kind of, playing Rocket cycle decks, which is always a little dangerous anyway, because you make one mistake when you're, playing that strong of a control deck, and it's really tough to come back from. when your damage is only rocket and only minor. So yeah, that's an interesting piece of this equation. I'm assuming part of that is just that we're seeing more bowlers out there in the world and more pileups at the bridge. A lot of 2-0s so far, Rich. R-Tube getting 2-0'd by Big Spin. OJ 2-0ing Yosoy Rick. That did seem to be correct. Again, no shade on him. Juicy 2-0ing Invader, but I thought Invader won game 1, but obviously there's a lot to keep up with here, so that must be the adjustment. B-Rad losing to Baby Nate, so Baby Nate has climbed up 2 spots now, as we'll get back to our standings in a bit. Airbache and Bale tied at 1, just like in this set.
Yeah. Every time that you lose there in Arena 6 today, it's going to be one more moment where you go, oh, I'm not just costing myself the $100 for that game, but there's a point where you'll take yourself out of contention for the top prize. So the battle at the bottom is going to be pretty significant as time goes on.
And this is an interesting deck from Benny. Looks like a frustrating one to deal with, and also coming out with the Void spell. It's shown up a little bit more in the meta, and by it went from 1% to 3% usage rate, it feels like. But just interesting to see Benny run Void here. Curious what his thoughts are. And, looking at Benny's side of things, I'm very curious about how he's going to deal with what I'm expecting is Royal Giant here out of Oxalate, as there are definitely some clear, and there we go, RG down for Oxalate. Not a lot of solid DPS options to take it down that quickly, and one of the best ones, the Skarmy, easy answers. Yeah, absolutely, especially when you're talking about the Evo Royal Giant, so just having to eat a ton of damage right now is Benny, who's going in with the Elixir Golem. Yuck, but we'll see if he can make something happen with it. And just a straight-up Evo Skarmy at the bridge is actually going to get some decent damage on that right-hand side. Yeah, and also then go back and immediately feed the Skelly King in the opposite direction. So good damage in both lanes now. Wow. Yeah. This is just where the Void is just kind of like, man. It did decent damage to both of them, but, I don't know. The Void spell is just such an interesting card in the game, but a lot of the time when you see Void, it is coupled with the Elixir Golem. It is a spell, so it is that going spell. And the interesting move here with the Rage, going to get a little bit of value out of it. I see the idea of what Benny's going for. And Ox just taking a little bit of chip damage here, and now having to deal with another Elixir Golem push at the bridge. There's the snipe, and there's the defense with the Void. And Ox feeling good about that defense. And this time not getting much out of the rage. I just realized he doesn't even have the Evo RG. Yeah, opting to go defensive on the Evos. And Ox going to get 1, going to get 2, going to get 3, and get it done. Oxalate going to take a win and move up just a little bit more. Yeah, that was a good set, and I got to commend Benny for giving us just a different look there. As these graphics for the Hero Bowler are fun. It's like the Steph sleep after making a 3, the whole basketball theme. Love it, honestly, really do love it. A lot of big shout out to the designers there. These graphics are super fun. Yeah, I mean, it's you talk about the design aspect of it. I'm trying to think of where else in Clash Royale we've had something that's so outside of the fantasy kind of realm, right? The bowler basketball theme, the way the print comes down when he hits. It's certainly a pretty significant departure, but it's a fun one. I know, honestly, the whole bowler ability thing is one of the. It's just kind of fun. I bet it's just fun to push that button. Like who even knows what. And also, you're like, I don't know what I'm going to get out of this. I'm close enough to get on tower. What are they going to drop down? And the amount of time that it lasts and the damage that it does. A lot of times it will get through the distractions, as we saw at the top of the show with Juicy. It'll get through the distraction and then still get on top of tower. Just a really strong hero. I'm curious how people feel about it. In terms of strength, and I'm sure that conversation will get a little more rounded out as the month goes on, as the meta kind of develops, as we get into the competitive scene at the end of the month, what might happen to Hero Bowler. I've heard a little bit about it, you know, in terms of it being like maybe too strong. Haven't heard those conversations as much about the Dark Prince. So just curious to see where it goes. I love it right now. It's really interesting.
Yeah, obviously balance is an ever-evolving problem to be solved. You know, every time you add in something new, the cascading impact of whether it be a new card or a new hero or a new evolution, and what suddenly gets really strong because it combines with it, and what kind of changes we have to make. So I have never once envied the job of the balance team to try to make this ever growing more complex game into something that can resemble balance.
Yeah, totally. And you know, we're getting our matchups settled here for round number 3, and let's take a look at our standing, see where we're at.
So here we go.
Honestly, Rich? Yeah, go ahead.
Top of things, Spin and OJ. So two guys who are more thought of historically as content creators, both, of course, representing some of the classic esports organizations in our ecosystem here in the Supercell arena. Big Spin, of course, with SK Gaming, and OJ with the red background. He's all tribe all day. But those two guys on the very top of our ladder in Arena 1.
Yeah, and then we go R-Tube and Juicy J, two commentators. Love to see that in Arena number 2. Ox moving his way up, going to face off against Yosoy Rick. Invader takes the L and goes to Baby Nate, who has now climbed up 2 spots from Arena 6 where he started. Benny also taking 2 losses, going to go up against Bale there. Maybe some old rivalries could be fun to take a look at that. And then B-Rad and Air Bache, guys that have not had a great start to the day, but a lot more room to move up to the top. And as you said, Rich, once we get to a certain point in the broadcast, once you're in Arena 6, there's not going to be a way for you to get to Arena 1, but that conversation is not here yet. Codes coming your way for rewards soon, and of course the next matchup, I'm going to just say it on broadcast because it's kind of all fly by the seat of our pants at this moment. I really want to see the top one there. We haven't been to Arena 1 yet, and now that Arena 1 is getting more about not where you started randomly, but where you've earned your way to get to, I think Big Spin and OJ could be a fun one to go to, especially because OJ 2-0'd Yosoy Rick in like 30 seconds. That was insane. I want to see what's going on with him.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to what the matchup was there, or if Rick maybe fell asleep. He's been up. He was up late all night. He just like passed out for a little while and then woke up. He was like, "Oh, I guess I lost." That's unfortunate.
He does stream late. He does definitely stream late. So this was probably an early morning for him.
He might not be awake yet. Huh? He might not be awake yet. Actually, that might be what the problem is that he's still asleep, and that was just a quick bang bang.
If we did go to Spin and OJ, which I think you're probably down with, who do you think takes that dub? I almost want to go OJ now. I feel like he's got something cooking.
Yeah, dude, you got it. You know what? You got to back up OJ. He's the man who if you're ever trying to learn about cards, he's been doing tech videos. You know, there's some people who are like, "Hey, I'm going to go play Graveyard in a graveyard," or "Here I am, I'm playing games blindfolded." Whatever their gimmick is, and OJ says, "Hey, here's how everything works." Definitely one of the best educators in the game.
Yeah, and obviously something that's very necessary with how the game is evolving right now. Make sure you guys have your cameras, your phones, your iPads. You can pull that grandma move with the iPad, taking pictures. I've got my phone, but I still have been too lazy to get my screen fixed. I do have Apple Care. I could literally take me 30 minutes, but I'm not going to show the screen because I will get roasted in the chat again, but I will tell you what my rewards were when we get those QR codes.
I'll happily show
here we go.
Mine,
looks like it's coming up right now.
I'll happily show mine because my phone works and has not been damaged at all.
My phone still works. It has been damaged at all, though.
My thumbs are uncut. They're in great shape.
Yeah.
I want to claim my reward right now.
Glass shards in my hand at the moment.
All right, here we go. Let's do some taps here. What are we getting here? Okay, 2 stars.
2, 3. Okay. Wow, mine stayed at 1. Hey!
I'll take a golden knight. All right, here we go. Second one.
I got 1,100 gold. Maybe if it's far away, you won't troll me. Yeah, you can't really see it's cracked.
You can't really see the crack there. And some heal spirit.
Heal spirits. Okay, I got 3 on my second.
Okay. I think that's also the emotion you're feeling right now. At the same time.
Yeah, yes, it is. Let us know in the chat what you guys got. Always one of my favorite things of live broadcasts is to see the responses from chat when they get something great or something maybe like I got, which was 14 Rages. Card that I have Maybe other than like Mirror and Clone and maybe Void. But it's probably all in the same vein. I've probably used those cards all about the same amount. Never been a big Rage guy, even though I actually love the change to Rage that came in a while back where it does damage. Sure. I've just never been a big Rage player. It's just not really the decks that it works with, synergizes with. Not really my style.
I see 1,600 gold as what someone got in there. Someone said I got a 5-star. Thank you so much. But what'd you get with your 5-star?
Yeah. You can't just tell us you got a 5-star.
That's a crazy thing to say.
What?
You're like
Arrows and Ice Golem.
I won on my scratch-off ticket. Yeah, but you just win another ticket.
Rich,
what'd you get?
Sorry to cut you off. Someone in the chat asked how to scan.
So, it is 2026. I'm not going to flame you too hard, other than to say that it's 2026, and this technology has been around for quite a while.
Most of your life, probably. Whoever you are in the chat.
Maybe even all your life, actually. It's very possible it's been in here your entire life. Here's how you scan it. You point your phone at the thing and with your camera on, and then a little link will pop up and you hit that, or take a screenshot of it and you can take up the picture and then you can do it that way. But yeah, that's what you can do. Just take a picture of it. Take a picture. Point your thing at the thing.
Evo Rune Giant? I don't know about that. I feel like you might be trolling us. I'm just saying. I am just saying.
3 cannon carts, shaking my head. 100 Hog Riders, not bad.
Yeah.
Let's see. I see a lot of gold in here.
Oh, people are getting gray-headed fools. First of all, Rich doesn't have gray hair, and I've had gray hair since I was 16.
Yeah.
Look, man, life comes at you fast, okay?
Look, when you get every once in a while, when you get superpowers, you also have to sacrifice something, and so Andrew had a little, there we go, a little Quicksilver.
At any time that I want, I can produce 14 rages out of my lucky chests.
Honestly, maybe the best superpower out there. You know what? Let's move on to our next matchup. Here we got ourselves some predictions to get to. Coming up next, Spin versus OJ. And I think you and I both are picking OJ here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I know, again, it doesn't add to the conversation. I'm sure we've got a long ways to go throughout the day, and we're very close to the same score here. So I'm sure they will vary as the day goes on. But right now, I think we're both going to OJ. Yeah, he's impressed me so far with his record and his timing throughout the day. And as I said, I've lost to him before. So that means if he wins, then I'm better than Big Spin. I'm not sure how that math works out, but it does.
We'll see how the chat votes here in a moment. The poll should be coming up in Twitch very soon, and we can kind of straw poll it here in the YouTube chat. I see Fire Runner 1 in the YouTube chat saying 14 golems. I'm not dissatisfied with that at all, which feels like the way you would express if you got socks as a birthday present. I am not dissatisfied with these socks at all.
I'm not dissatisfied with that at all. Yeah, and someone else in the chat asking where the polls are. They are in Twitch. So if you guys want to get some votes in, go ahead and hop over to that Twitch chat, get your vote in. You could dual screen it, dual window it. You could roast us in the YouTube chat and vote in the Twitch chat. That's what the internet's all about. Sure. So gonna hop into Big Spin versus OJ here in just a little bit. Excited to see how that goes. And like we said, we just gave away a reward. More rewards coming your way. If you missed the reward, you can go back, rewind the stream a little bit, and take a picture there, or pull your phone out and open up the link. And again, big announcement coming your way. What could it be?
Hold on, I have a great idea just came in the chat because someone said they got 440 golfing cages, which I doubt that that's what they got. But since we are going sports themed for our heroes at this point, a hero goblin cage, but where the cage on top of it is like a driving range, and the goblin golfs like little fire spirits or something, golfs little things at your, as long as
I kind of love the idea, other than the fact that it's just another Mortar ripoff.
What?
Come on,
no,
man.
It's not. How would that be a Mortar ripoff? I don't even see what you're talking about.
Because it's shooting circular objects across the board. But I like the idea.
I don't see it. I think it's very, very different and unique.
Match number 3 coming your way in just a little bit. Big Spin and OJ. excited to see where we're going to go with that one. Can OJ stay on the top? Big Spin also doing great work throughout the day. And, you know, guys like Benny and I think who else was at the bottom there? Airbache, I believe, working their way up, hopefully from the bottom. Baby Nate's still on his climb. I'm sure we'll get to one of his matches eventually, but one of the players that started at the bottom that has not lost yet. Excited to see that. Juicy J doing really well. I saw people in the chat talking about Juicy J being able to take it on. I mean, that's the thing with Juice is that he gives it all in every competition he's in. So he can always take the dub. He was practicing yesterday. There's OJ again. Great depth of field. And there's
Always
Big Spin with a green screen that is mostly black.
But it's still on because you can see the tinge around his hair.
Yep.
Yeah. Those of you who aren't familiar with how green screens work.
P.E.K.K.A. Evo Lumberjack. Bridge spam has actually been used quite a bit in the current meta.
You always love having P.E.K.K.A. against a Mega Knight.
You do. As you can see, that Big Mama P.E.K.K.A. cutting through that like butter. I heard that the hero P.E.K.K.A. that's coming in the game will be flying.
Oh, see, I was going to say a good hero P.E.K.K.A. idea is what if, hear me out, hero P.E.K.K.A.
What if it's like a minor? Sorry, go ahead.
No, the hero, you activate the ability and the hero P.E.K.K.A. stops and he throws his swords at the tower. Just this is all for spitballing ideas.
And Hog Rider getting on through with that P.E.K.K.A. out of cycle, getting some good damage.
This gets really interesting because now you have Hog Rider, but you also have the hero Dark Prince ability. And so you think about the ways that you would counter one versus the other, and the counters are relatively similar. So we'll see how OJ utilizes the P.E.K.K.A. in some instances, but then maybe has to get creative with his zappies and some DPS, as that's a ton of damage against OJ right there. Oh, my word.
Oh my goodness, a bit of an over expenditure maybe with that battle ram in the right-hand side, and Big Spin punishes him for it, and it looks like you, me, and the chat, because apparently they voted for OJ as well, are all maybe second-guessing that, but we're only in game number 1. And OJ now trying to figure out what he can put together in the next 55 seconds.
Really, it's the next deck is what he can put together, because this one is absolutely cooked.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. Decent push here coming on the left-hand side, but again, that Evo Furnace just doing so much work. Misses the Golden Knight dash. That is one thing, is that Golden Knight is a great counter to Furnace and Evo Furnace, but you got to make sure the lineup happens. You got to make sure the units are close enough. And right now, OJ just getting absolutely punished by the German.
And Mega Knight just slapping that Mama P.E.K.K.A. all around. And dual lane pressure for OJ with 13 seconds left will not be enough, but it will be at least moderately interesting.
Yeah, Battle Ram almost got to tower, and a nice win here for Big Spin. We didn't really get to see the whole double hog situation because OJ just really overspent on that right-hand side and got absolutely punished by Big Spin there. Really, really nicely played.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want to go back in Clash Royale history. Let's go way, way back to early Surgical Goblin, where he talked about one of the most, I mean, this is early. It seems so simple now. Elixir management's the number one thing. But I heard people asking Surgical Goblin in an interview about what makes him so much better on defense than others, and he said, I don't overspend on defense. Right now, OJ overspent elsewhere. But you know, you'd see these defenses that look perfect, and this is for a lot of you out there. This, if you find like, hey, you're stuck at 10,000 trophies on the normal in your normal mode, you're not even breaking into the ranked levels yet. It might not be you're overspending on offense. It might be that you're spending a bit too much on defense to get that quote unquote perfect defense when you could have spent half the elixir and not left yourself thirsty.
I mean, one of the things that is the most fascinating about watching pros play is how long they wait to play their next defensive response. So a lot of times when you get a big push coming against you and you're on defense, you'll see people drop like, oh, I'm going to drop the Mega Knight up high and I'm going to drop the Mother Witch down low to make sure that I can get the most out of this and maybe create a counter push. A lot of other, when you watch pros play, they will let the first layer of defense do what it needs, and then they'll drop the next layer, and then they'll drop the next card if necessary. It's something that Mo Light has done for years that's so fascinating. I mean, when I watch his videos, when I watch his streams, I'm like, wait, you're going to just let that go? Oh, I guess you didn't need to play that. And the interactions are so close, right? They'll be a half tile away, and then the unit will come off the board. But that is really the way to get yourself ahead in this game, is those cheap defenses. We've talked about it for 9 years now, and that is what separates the greats from the very goods.
Juice in Arena 2 currently up 1 on R-Tube. Baby Nate up 1 on Invade. Everyone else still waiting to get their results in from game number 1 of our third of 10 rounds.
That is an interesting early and aggressive Lightning, in my opinion. But maybe OJ just saw something in that Night Witch he didn't like.
But once again, now he finds himself down by 7 Elixir, so easy call for Big Spin. Gonna golem up, and OJ is gonna be way behind on Elixir.
He's in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely in trouble. You know, the one saving grace is that Big Spin cannot get back to the Night Witch at this moment. There you go. Ice Wiz plus Inferno. And this is kind of what I was talking about, is a pro might only play the Inferno and then wait for maybe the NATO or something else to come in and then drop the Ice Wiz. Instead, we saw a little bit of lightning value being given to Big Spin there.
And really beautiful move by Spin to lightning everything and then NATO it all in so that the golem could pop. And that's more than half the tower gone after that exchange.
And basically dead even in Elixir. Didn't even need the Lumberjack. Actually a bit of a misplay, or a very small misplay from Big Spin there. But still, yeah, up by an arm and a leg and a game here. Halfway through, or with a minute remaining in regulation here in game number 2.
And so much time.
Yeah, OJ. Yeah. Did you see that look into the camera there, thinking that maybe he could pick up something that was going to go on top of the bowler? Maybe I think he maybe misclicked, dropping that Goblin Cage at the bridge, and he is in a bit of pain right now.
And second time in a row there that you see OJ use a lightning, and immediately Big Spin way up in Elixir just drops the golem in the back, and you see all the leakage that OJ did. I mean, OJ's pretty resigned to his fate at this point as he shakes his head.
Tombstone doing a great job against this E-Giant here and going to NATO everything away from the E-Giant, but that's not really going to do what you want. I mean, I guess the nice part of it is it did help the bowler lineup as well, so doing a bit of double duty there on both sides of the board, but the lightning value from Spin throughout this game has been just excellent. And that's a bad NATO. Now the bowler's on tower.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's it. That's brutal. And what Big Spin did really well there in both of those pushes is utilize the cleanup out behind the lightning, right? Whether it was the NATO stuff together, let the golem pop, or in that case, you know, when everything was together, lightning comes in and bowler will do its job behind. Just both times, the not leaving lightning stranded on its own.
And Big Spin putting OJ to sleep there at the top of the arena where he will stay.
Yeah.
And great stuff there. Someone said in the chat, new card in July is a building called Furnace and it spawns fire spirits. That is a brilliant idea. Never thought of that. That'll be huge.
Yeah. No, that's game changing. And maybe even game breaking. And I'm going to let Supercell know they should hire you right now. That's actually like better than anything I've seen on Reddit, for sure.
Yeah, tough game there for OJ, but luckily for him, he is still at the very top of our ladder, or near the top. He's going to drop down to Arena number 2, so could hop right back up into that Arena 1 spot. You and I and the audience all incorrect on our pick for OJ there, who looked like he was just cruising through the day, but Big Spin, maybe a sleeper hit here in our King of the Arena event here for the community. A lot of fun so far. It's been a lot of fun, and you know, I do like that we've been seeing some kind of out there decks, but also a lot of decks that are kind of firmly in the meta, and that's the thing. The meta's still evolving. You know, it's still pretty early in the season. We always talk about competitive metas developing through a said competition. I don't think that's going to be the case in one like this because there's so many different matches going on at the same time, but it's at least cool to see all the different ideas that these creators have brought to the game.
And another note here, Big Spin now 3-0 on the day, so $300 already put into his pocket on the back of all those victories. I'm not sure. We'll see what everyone's records are on top of where they are in the standings here in a little bit. So we'll see that in just a moment. We'll see what all their notes are in just a moment. But right now we're getting ready to get a look at where everyone is in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and also we're going to be taking a little break here, but with some fun content that you and I were able to do with the production team. Just a bit of a tease. It's a blind ranking of cards, but what cards? Who knows? Rich and I definitely did not know, and we had a lot of fun doing that one, so I'm excited for you guys to see that, and maybe where you guys might have ranked differently than us. That'll be a fun thing to see the chat kind of sound off on. So make sure you guys stick around through the break and for the content before we get into more matches in a little bit, and we may hop into a third game, assuming just because of the time. You know, Big Spin made quick work of OJ there, as OJ made quick work of Yosoy Rick in the last round. So a lot of fun we've been having so far today, and a lot more action coming your way as, again, going through 10 matches. We are about 2 2/3 of the way through matches right now, and I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Another big announcement coming your way throughout the day.
Yes.
And it's let me just say this: you guys could get involved in the action. We always love saying that. We've said it for years now, but another way to do it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and jump in. We're going to catch up in the middle of Yosoy Rick and Oxalate, as we are in our second game of this matchup. Rick currently up by 1. And people you can see that the name's in the wrong spot here, but that's okay.
People curious about the reward, it is pinned in the YouTube chat. If you guys want to go click on that link, you are able to get the reward that you may have missed.
Ox also currently undefeated. Of course, he will need to win this and the following game to stay 3-0 in his match play.
Someone's saying, add voice chat to the game so I can congratulate my opponent after they win.
Definitely great idea. I'm telling Supercell that right now. Voice chat. Why didn't we think of that earlier?
You know that there'd be congratulations coming through after those losses. And
hey, like a lot of well played, a lot of, man, I wish I had thought of that. You know what I mean?
Could you teach me? You're so smart.
Hey, I had matchup, but you played so well, you still beat me. That was impressive.
We should be friends.
Yeah.
And Mother Witch making some light work of that graveyard. 24-26 to 24-01, a very close game here in game number 2 of this set. And as you guys can see on the right-hand side of your screen, a lot of those other sets are complete, but still a few going on. Benny and Bale still going. Benny up 1. B-Rad and Airbache tied at the bottom, 1-1.
You got to figure out, you got to expect that at some point Ox is going to make an opposite lane play. But the question is just when does that happen? We're getting towards triple elixir here. 24 seconds away from that opportunity really presenting himself.
Yeah, I mean, and the hard part is that, you know, at this point, Rick is not going to play that Mother Witch. I mean, I feel like because there's only 70 seconds remaining, that would be the biggest way for him to lose the game. So if I'm him, it's just, when will they, won't they, and I'm just going to hold on to that Mother Witch to see if Ox ever gets ahead of himself.
That Rhino got very, very close to the tower. Now, this is interesting here that Rick is trying to play for the breakthrough rather than playing for tower damage with the Fireball. And now, without really getting a good connection, that ends up being a pretty serious problem for him. This poison is going to do a lot of damage, and this might secure the win for Oxalate.
Yeah, I mean, Ox calls good game because he has such a huge counter push. And then, again, the bowler. You know, we talk so much about the hero ability, but obviously one of the best defensive cards in the game, similar to Executioner. When you talk about piles up at the bridge, it just does so much damage. And the distance on that big rock is just brutal.
Final 15 seconds left, and that E-Giant is not going to have time to get anywhere. So we're going to tie things up 1-1.
Nice.
As Oxalate's undefeated record will have a chance to continue. Game 3 coming in just a couple of moments.
It looks like Yosoy Rick has upgraded his streaming setup as well. Looks maybe a new camera, like the lights there. I mean, it might have happened a little while ago. I guess I haven't caught a stream in a minute, but I'm digging it. Looks good.
Yeah, fresh cut, new glasses, like everything looking good on Rick's side, other than that gameplay for the last game.
Yes, other than the loss. But we got one more game in that set coming your way. Ox doing a great job there, and yeah, it was one of those things where you know your opponent has a Mother Witch. You're going to be overly cautious on when you want to pull the trigger on that graveyard. But if you get that good of a counter push, and like I said, Ox called good game, just knowing this is a lot to deal with on the front and back end. And then the other part of it is like dealing. I mean, it's a synergy that we've seen in the past. Mortar Graveyard. It's never been like a super popular synergy in the meta, but there has been metas where it was played quite a bit. Sure. And this is kind of the idea now. Now you have something in a bowler that kind of doubles as a mortar, and then you get that synergy of mortar plus graveyard. So you've got to defend down low, you've got to defend up at the bridge, and then the splash damage is something that you also have to be very aware of. So kind of seeing the fun synergy between the hero bowler and graveyard.
Well, the other really nice piece there, too, and you talk about that bowler and graveyard synergy, was that he knew with a completely healthy bowler approaching the bridge as he played the graveyard and not tanking for it, but layering behind it, that when the Mother Witch came down, he could poison her off, but the bowler was going to prevent the Mother Witch from creating any sort of real counterplay as well. So having that bowler there to shut down the piggies being converted ended up making it so there was an extra bit of insurance for Oxalate as he tried to make that play.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make. It's kind of fascinating to think about that. The boulder there and then splash damage dealing with the piggies that are coming back across the bridge, which is, you know, the most threatening part of it, because all of a sudden you have this mountain of pigs coming your way. And it's interesting. You see here this is only matchup win con plus 4 cards, so it's not a full 7 or 8 cards. But even with the Mother Witch on the board, this graveyard deck still having the advantage.
So Rick winning game number one with the hero bowler Royal Hogs as his deck, lightning the big spell in that one, played Evo Snowball as well. Then losing game number 2 with the E-Giant Hero Dark Prince deck. He still has a graveyard deck open that he's already gotten a win, or that he already played with against OJ. We saw him play that one earlier. We saw the E-Giant play from him earlier as well, or E-Giant play for here didn't work out for him. So E-Giant out, really from like what he's been playing today, it feels like graveyard is the most likely pick for Rick going into game number 3.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, yeah, picking decks now is just, it's so tough. We talk about this every month in CRL, and especially because every month we're getting new Evos, new heroes, new cards. It's just so difficult as an analyst. Again, I never envy their jobs, and I definitely do not envy it now. But we'll see. We'll see what these guys can come up with in game number 3. After game number 3, we'll take a short little break, showing you guys some fun content and getting right back into the action. As you know, some of these guys have been perfect on the day. Someone like Big Spin, Juice has been doing very well. You're talking about Oxalate trying to keep that perfect record alive. Yosoy Rick trying to stay here in the field of competition. You know, once we get to a certain point in the day, as you said, Rich, that 1850 prize is going to be out of reach for those at the very bottom of our ladder. Here we go. Game number 3. Ox at the top, Yosoy Rick at the bottom.
Ox might go drill here with both the Hero Bowler and the Hero Dark Prince out for his opponent. He had good success with drill earlier today, although he did already play NATO, and I think he runs NATO in the drill deck he was playing earlier. Already played RG, so that's not going to be the direction for Ox.
Already looking like graveyard, like you said, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, Rick has kind of been playing a 3-deck set here so far. He's been playing E-Giant, Piggies, and Graveyard as the 3 that he's leaning on right now.
Yeah, and looking exactly like that. This is one of the 2 most popular versions of Graveyard out right now.
And might still be drill here for Oxalate. He was running Giant Skeleton and Evo Xe, and going Minor Loon instead. You gotta love it.
Yeah, with the guards and the Xe. Feels like a good call, and Hero Loon, a very popular hero in last month's CRL. Not quite as popular in this month's meta, but that's because I think the meta is still kind of shaping out. B-Rad picks up his first win on the day, as you guys can see down there, taking out Air Bache.
Still in the running for trying to work his way back up to Arena 1 if he can go on a nice little win streak.
I don't know if Baby Nate's lost a game yet. And then Benny and Bale tied at 1.
So just slowing things down here after a couple big swings taken early. No real damage done either way, just a little chip as we move out of the regulation period into our double elixir.
Someone's saying Evo Princess is the next Evo. It'd be interesting if she had an Evo where the ground was kind of on fire for a second. Similar to like a poison, you know, like the arrows are like fire arrows. And it's just got like a little burn and sizzle on the ground.
I could see
for
that.
like maybe a second or two. That'd be kind of cool.
I could dig that. Kind of it's very Firecracker-esque.
Yeah, yeah.
Miner in behind the furnace. Zap to help try to clear here.
Void with this deck. Interesting. I mean, you get the idea to snipe the defensive building, but I don't know. I'm just not a believer in Void. I feel like no matter what, even when it works perfectly, I'm like, probably could have been a different spell.
Here we go. Sudden Death Overtime on its way. Still fairly thin margins between these two in game number 3. Oxalate trying to stay undefeated on the day as he gets the Loon in. Miner gets down, doing some tankage. The Tesla to Tesla combo easily handling the Loon push.
Yeah, that was I don't know if it was lucky or brilliant from Yosoy. Just, you know, I'm not sure how many other spots there were, but just gets that Tesla right next to the Evo Furnace, knowing that the big spell from Ox is Void and kind of covering both their backs. So great placement there. As you can see, Ox going, this is not going the way that I want it to go, as he takes a good amount of damage there. 1843 to 2434.
And we might really see Rick kind of play with the gas pedal here. Right, he's got a pretty comfortable lead and knows his opponent has to break through rather than really any need for him to create significantly more damage. As long as he avoids a huge mistake with the Loons or a big Xe lineup, Rick might
what's really
try to get
interesting
some poison value, and that's about it.
About this deck, too, is that, you know, Rick's cycle is just so fast that it's so difficult to deal with these Teslas. There's just always going to be on the board. How is Ox going to break through? A Lightning would be nice, but, you know, the Void spell is something that is just easily defensible, especially when you have 2 spirits to play with.
And you're talking about that cycle and plays Tesla in the far lane. Loon comes out, baited, and he easily cycles back to a second one.
And Ox now just throwing everything at the wall. Defensive poison on Rick's side of the board, and that is going to do it. No way to break through. Nice deck pick there from Rick. Good call by you on the graveyard. Changes it up a little bit from the most popular version out there to speed up the cycle to make those Teslas just always be on the board. And both these guys will move to 2 and 1 on the day.
When it kind of feels like Ox before this game didn't look at the decks that Rick has been playing. Because Rick has been playing 3 decks. He's been playing the Piggies deck, he's been playing the E-Giant deck, and he's been playing Graveyard Evo Tesla. Right? This exact same cycle, He's been playing this over and over again. So when you talk about, hey, what's an easy thing to not pick in this situation? A balloon that's going to go into a Tesla that cycles 1,000 times in one game.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying at the very top of the day was, you know, you wonder in CRL, obviously you want to kind of hide and change what you're picking in an event like this when there's so much going on. You're not sure if you're going to play the guy above you or below you or, you know, where you're going to go. Who can you actually kind of break down in that short amount of time? And just maybe not able to do that analysis as, you know, we had the luxury of doing here on broadcast, although we were waiting for them to get into the game, so maybe he could have done it just like you did. I don't know. I'm just saying. But a great play there as we take a look at our standings right before our break. What do we got?
Let's take a look at where we are right now. Juicy has worked his way up to the top, so we got a big spin, Juicy matchup coming our way right after the break. OJ drops down for the second time today out of Arena 1. We'll see if he can fight his way back up against Yosoy Rick. R-Tube and Baby Nate will meet in Arena 3. Nate climbing his way up the ranks from the bottom. Now he's here. Oxalate, no longer undefeated, will face off against Bale in Arena 4. Arena 5, Invader and B-Rad. And Benny, who has fallen down all the way to the bottom, where Erbache is currently on a 3-match losing streak, just like Benny. So one of those two will finally break the curse. We'll see which one it is in just a little bit.
Yeah, Invader, Benny, and Erbache just not having great days so far, but a lot more action to be had. We are going to be taking a short break, showing you guys some fun content, so go get some popcorn, go grab yourself a beverage, and we will be back in just a little bit with way more action for you guys in this great community event.
Blind ranking Clash Royale cards.
I think I'm going top 3 or 4.
Whoa, really? I was gonna say like 5, just like dead in the middle.
Let's go to 4 then. It's pretty strong. Does that feel fair?
Well, 4 is good. For 1 elixir,
It's a good spirit. It's well used. I don't know. Yeah, 1 elixir. It's like, how high can we put it? I'd say maybe like 7 or 8.
but there's gonna be trash, right? There's gonna be trash.
There is going to be trash.
7 is the floor, 5 is the ceiling.
I go 7 then, just because it's 1 elixir.
All right. Oh man. Wherever we rank this, someone's gonna be angry.
When you talk about the meta right now, it's really strong. So I actually think probably top 3, even though it makes me sick to say.
3?
Okay.
Top 2 is crazy.
Yeah, top 2 makes me, I wouldn't even if it was, I wouldn't.
Right? It's like specific though, right? It's really strong.
Yeah.
But it's not universal.
Let's go 6. Let's lock it in. Maybe 5, right?
That high?
It's a good filler card.
But now we're like more than halfway through, right?
We're really relying on trash coming.
When I see Berserker, I'm like, all right, that's fine.
I feel 5, but I'm happy to go anywhere.
Okay, 5.
Yes.
5.
That's one of the things I wanted to hear.
10?
10? It's definitely low, but we could get something obscene. We could get something offensively bad.
You know what? I'm with you. I love 9 here.
Juicy J is going to be heartbroken, but let's go 9. Then maybe Lava's 3, because Lava's really popular right now.
Mega Knight's 3.
This is impossible. 1, 2, 10, and 8. Then I feel like we got to go 2.
Lava 2?
I mean, it's either that or 8.
I'm never concerned about lava, really, and I play drill, and it's not even good against lava.
Okay, let's go 8. Let's go 8. Let's go 8. Void? Bro, see, we 10.
Yeah, it's 10. That's easy.
Oh, dude, I knew they were going to do it to us. There's only 1 and 2 available. Might as well go 1.
Take it to 1. Barbut, the most OP card in the meta.
Oh,
2. That's a good 2.
that's a good 2.
It's a solid 2.
I actually don't feel too bad about that.
Good on you, Barb Barrel. Hero version.
Honestly, when I look at our list, it's not the worst, other than the Barb Hut. We'll still get roasted in the comments. Can't wait.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed our attempt to blindly rank cards. And, you know, that's part of the challenge of blindly ranking, Andrew, is you're going to, oh, there's going to be, wait, is good stuff coming up? Is bad stuff coming up? And then next thing you know, you've got what we had there.
Dude, they got us so good. They really did. The Barb Hut landing in the #1 spot just pains me so much, but I'm sure there's some Barb Hut stands out there that are feeling pretty good. That's an official ranking, by the way. That's set in stone now. That is.
It's locked in. Actually, if you go to the Supercell headquarters in Helsinki, Finland, it's actually written. They've wood burned it into the outside of the city. So you can go and check that one out. Set forever, Andrew, and, you know, that was a whole lot of fun. But talking about fun, we got a big announcement here of what's coming up next here on this Clash Royale channel. And I know you're really excited about it. I know I'm really excited about it. The Proving Grounds, an open competition where you watching right here at home can join in and try to compete against some of the best in Clash Royale for the $25,000 prize pool. Andrew, 4 open play in-game tournaments, players able to qualify from that to play against invited pros, and then eventually some of those players making it right here to our grand finale.
That's right. 4,000 of you will have the opportunity, so go and register as soon as possible. Arena-royale.com to see all the information that you need. You can register for those tournaments. Again, 4 tournaments, 1,000 people per tournament. Then you will go through group stages to get narrowed down to 16 players. Anyone out in the world. Yep. Not me. Not good enough. But those 16 players will then go off against 16 invited pros. We've seen it in the chat for years. It'll continue to happen. I could beat these guys. What are they doing here? I'm better than them. Well, now you can actually prove it and be talked about on broadcast. And it's going to be, at least in my opinion, not only is it a great way to practice for CRL, but I have a feeling it'll probably be just a hair easier to get onto that than the CRL broadcast, because it's not ladder system, right? You don't need to get into that top 1,500 on Ultimate Champion. You just need to do well in these tournaments and these group stages. So make sure you guys go register right now. We are so excited for this event. It's going to be the 25th through the 29th, where you guys will be qualifying, playing in those tournaments, going to the group stage, and then, of course, being right here on broadcast. Cannot wait to see who makes it to the top.
Website is arena-royale.com. That's arena-royale.com. Or you can find out about all the different events going on, including some information about King of the Arena, what we're doing right now. And then right next to that on that same page, the Proving Grounds. Registration is open right there. So again, arena-royale.com for your chance at proving yourself in the Clash Royale competitive scene.
Yep, and we have one of our mods in the chat right now on YouTube that posted the link in case you guys don't know which dash it is. It's a hyphen. And you guys can go and register for that really, really fun event. We were both very excited when we were told about it. Can't wait to see who shows up from the community side and who shows up from the pro side. It's going to be an awesome way to show that you are the best in the CR arena, just as these competitors and creators are doing right now. We have a really exciting matchup coming your way. Top of the arena, 2 guys that have not lost yet, Big Spin and Juicy. We've already seen one of their matches each today, and now one of them will go from the perfect record to a less than perfect record and will drop down to Arena 2. The only other person who I shouted out at the top of the show, a little bit of a sleeper hit, Baby Nate, is climbing his way from Arena 6, has not lost yet. So Big Spin, Juicy, and Baby Nate are our only 3 undefeated competitors so far. But between Big Spin and Juice, this should be a super fun one. So make sure you guys hop over to Twitch if you haven't already to get your votes in on those predictions. And Rich, I don't know, man, which way you thinking this is going to go?
I got to go Juice, man. I gotta back the boy on this one. Gotta go with Juice. Spin's legit. There's a reason why he's still on the top right now. But I gotta pick Juice in this one. And I know you're doing that too.
I'm in the same boat. Oh, and another great shout here from our production team. 4 separate tournaments, 4 separate tournament times that make it friendly to those all over the globe. NA, EU, Asia-friendly times, so you don't have to play, you know, CRL is when CRL is. Some people have to play in the middle of the night, you know, early in the morning. So this is a great way to make sure that you are at your best when playing the best. So again, arena-royale.com. Register now. It is open right now. And like I said, only 4,000 spots available in those open tournaments. So make sure you register as soon as possible.
Yeah, get it done. Get it going in fast. And it's always exciting to see who emerges from these things. So we've got our predictions, Andrew. Speaking of emerging, I'm taking Juicy. You're taking Juicy. And let's see what the chat is saying. Are they taking Juicy? Are they taking Spin? And, you know, people forget that Spin's been at a high level for a long time and also very close friends and involved a lot with 2 all-time greats in SK Gaming's Morton and Sam. So lots of talent on Big Spin's side. So don't sleep on him if you're a Juicy J stan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll see co-streams going on with those guys all the time. So, you know, while he is not a seasoned pro, you know, he's been a commentator for a long time and he is a very, very seasoned vet of the game, obviously having the record that he does. So Big Spin versus Juice. We'll see what the community says here. Very excited to see how this matchup goes. And, you know, if I'm Big Spin, I'm definitely going to be thinking, oh, looks like the community is also going to Juicy. So, yeah. We'll see if we can all right our wrongs, as in our match number 3. All 3 of us, you, myself, and the community, were incorrect in picking OJ, and, you know, Big Spin was happy about that. We'll see if he can pull off the upset once again here in our 4th match of the day here in King of the Arena.
Yeah, very, very soon. Of course, we are starting to get to that point where it gets very difficult. So I want to keep an eye both, of course, here at the top, but also at the bottom, because now we're starting to see, hey, you might secure yourself. You know, every time that one of these guys in the top game wins, in the top arena wins, they're securing themselves one more position on that ladder as we jump into our game here. Same thing on the bottom. Every time that you lose down there at the bottom, you make it less and less likely that you can actually make it into that top portion, and you cap how much you can win today.
And that was a great defense there. You could see Juicy's like, okay, I think I might need to lock in. Tombstone comes out, perfect NATO, no damage taken, and a King Tower activation, and relatively even in Elixir. Great start here for Big Spin.
So Piggies for Juice. And as I go ahead and pull up his stuff for the day, we see Big Spin going back to Golem once more. He's had a lot of success there already with it today.
Yeah, you assume that when you saw the Tombstone NATO and then the Night Witch kind of locked in exactly what that was. He sees the Tesla come down from Juicy. He goes, perfect time for me to Golem up in the back.
So Juicy has been running this one today. Running it a few times. Beat B-Rad with a very similar look. We'll see if he was running Heal Spirit in the version of it he ran against B-Rad.
Yeah, this deck that Juicy's running is a super popular one as well. Usually has Lightning and Barb Barrel as the last 2 cards. Lightning will be nice to deal with that Night Witch Mega Minion combination. And as you guys can see, really nice kite there from Juicy with the E-Spirit, but still a shot on tower. Wow. But a lot to deal with here for Big Spin.
But notice here how he's just, and again, we talked about this earlier about not overspending on defense. Obviously, he was also pretty low on Elixir as well, but able to really mitigate the vast majority of that damage without having to spend a ton and keep himself in the mix by preserving that Elixir for future exchanges like we just saw right there.
And just a quick shout out to those in the chat that are trying to register. A lot of players coming in at the moment, so make sure you just keep trying. People working on any issues that you might be facing. Your opportunity has not gone away. Do not worry. Yeah, Juicy doing a great job here of what is exactly necessary when you're going up against Golem, which is just creating a lot of pressure in different places so that you can't just get that huge beat-down push in one lane.
And we haven't seen the mount connect that often today with the hero Dark Prince. That one a solid connection, and then getting back to the Dark Prince again on the opposite side to try to clean up on this big golem push. Juicy down to only 5 elixir, though, and he takes some nasty damage of his own as Big Spin is getting a ton out of that Mega Minion.
I mean, honestly, that interaction went so well for Juicy in the fact that that Skeleton Dragon was able to push the Mega Minion off the tower, else he'd be taking maybe 2 more shots. So able to stop the bleeding and still in the lead is our boy Juice.
And just as the last time, Juicy sets up Dark Prince opposite lane. And the double play here for Juice, right, is getting the Dark Prince to put pressure on the opposite side, and he'll be able to cycle back to it to play it against this golem in that second layer of defense. And there you are.
Oh, and he's got to respond. That's such a good lightning there from Juicy, because now the Evo Inferno is not behind the golem, and doing a great job is Juicy J in just distracting and pulling elixir away and throwing off the cycle here of Big Spin.
Man, the disruption that an Evo Inferno does when it gets there and you're like, well, I got to spend this 4 elixir or my tower's going to get exploded.
Yep.
It's like the Death Star.
Honestly, it really is. I have lost so many games in the final seconds when I'm getting overwhelmed, and then that somehow the range on that Inferno is not completely locked in on my end, and it breaks through.
Golem, Night Witch, pretty healthy on that left-hand side.
Tough. Yeah, that's true. Evo Tesla, though, doing some good work. And able to prevent the death damage from the big golem there is Juicy.
Lightning in to give some insurance. Not quite enough, and you see Juice. Juice knew. Juice knows he escaped.
That was literally by the skin of his teeth. Literally a half second more, every one of those units gets another shot in, and Juicy loses that game. Lightning comes in last second, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself, but still getting away with it, was our boy Juicy taking game number 1 off Big Spin.
So Spin coming out here with Golem, and this was a deck where he got the win against OJ with Golem earlier on the afternoon. Got the win in game number 2 with Golem. So this is one of those ones that has kind of been, in fact, I think all of his games he's had today where he's played Golem up until now have been wins. He's been leaning on it pretty heavily. And that's always a tough one when you go, hey, this is one of my ones I wanted to, you circle a game on the calendar, you go, that's one that I've got locked in, and then you don't get it. So tough start for Spin here against Juicy.
And it looks like in the chat that the tags are working now for that future event, arena-royale.com, to register for that upcoming tournament. So make sure you guys keep submitting there if you want to be involved in the action. Shout out to the team for getting on top of that right away. Probably a bit of a flood of people coming in, probably thousands of people putting in their player tags at the exact same moment. So shout out to them. And again, really excited about that coming your way at the end of the month. Juicy excited about picking up game 1. Can he make it a clean sweep? Or will Big Spin bounce back in game number 2?
Graveyard Mortar and Hog, the other main looks we've seen from Spin so far. And looking like it's very possibly Hog with the like Hog Evo Firecracker.
Against GY here. Juicy known as a longtime Splash Yard player, then an E-Giant convert. Obviously not Splash Yard anymore, but still a very, very strong Graveyard deck. And on the other side of it... Oh, excuse me. I'm just thrown off by the pictures and the names. Big Spin running Graveyard, Juicy running Hog.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I had that. I had that backwards too, as I saw the faces and the names. There we go. And because I was also talking, it seemed like Spin had been going Hog a bunch, but we'll get it fixed.
Yeah, I mean this is one of those decks out there. This Hog EQ deck that Juicy's running. I mean sometimes it has lightning in it, but it's mainly just Hog EQ now. It's been around in the meta for so long. It's kind of popped in and out, but right now is a moment where it's been really, really strong. I know Mo just did a video on this deck the other day, and all those Hog EQ fans got to be happy that this is kind of... It's not quite as everlasting as original Hog 2.6, but it's pretty dang close.
Yeah, I mean, Hog EQ variants have just been really stalwart, and we've gone through. I think the biggest difference, thing that changes things the most, is what's the strength of Earthquake in that given meta, right? Earthquake was at one point a win condition; it was so strong, not as strong as much, but how big are buildings in the game at a given moment? And buildings right now are pretty popular.
And there you go, the immediate Earthquake there from Juice. I always wonder, is it better to just wait a split second and then use the Earthquake to wait for those skellies to populate? And I don't know if waiting the split second is the reason why Juicy took all that damage, but really, really nice timing on that graveyard push from Big Spin, getting a ton of damage.
Yeah, I think the general wisdom has been to give it a second before you hit the Earthquake, but then it just depends on if there's layering. Right, like if you're how you're trying to, and you saw him use both the log and the Earthquake on defense. So figuring out what kind of tankage am I dealing with at the top of the board, and how do I want to contend with that at the same time.
And I gotta say, the Hero Bar Barrel, I almost don't talk about it enough. We talked about it a lot in last month's CRL, but it is just such a great change to the card. It is, I mean, we saw right there the layering, as you were talking about, Rich. Now something that was used strictly as just a tank that was going to get wiped off the board has now become a threat, in the sense that you can have it tank for a second, then pop the ability. Obviously, with a little bit of the nerf, you're not getting the roll damage on tower anymore, but it does have the retargeting fact to where the graveyard skellies are now tanking for the Barbarian that can get on top of towers. So just beautiful synergy there with the Hero Bar Barrel and Graveyard.
And then we're going to see if Juice can pull off a defense without using the Earthquake, and he might get away with it mostly, although the Fire Spirit leaping over the log is brutal for him.
I know, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a fireball worth of damage. You just can't really let it happen. Although sometimes, and that's again the strength of the Evo Furnace, you just have to let it connect.
Yeah, and Juice knows he's got very little he can do here. He's been forced to use the Earthquake on defense so much, and so far just getting no real opportunity to get any legitimate offense, and the Tesla consistently picking up his hogs, and this is one of those ones where you just have to kind of wait it out and plan for game 3.
Yeah, getting rid of the 3-card cycle was one of those things that when it first happened in the game, there was a lot of people that were upset about it, but it is really interesting when you talk about kind of the balance of it all, and I think it has landed in a good spot. It is more difficult to make your opponent use their Earthquake out of cycle than it might seem sometimes, whereas before you were able to always Earthquake on offense and always Earthquake on defense because of that 3-card cycle. So I think I'm actually, even though I missed the 3-card cycle, I think it's a good change.
I think you're right overall. It's definitely, it's one of those things that was so central to the Champions version of the game.
Yeah.
Obviously some changes here.
So Juice able to get a little bit of for fun damage in. It's kind of those points at the end of a basketball game when it's already said and done, wrapped up 829 to 1801. Really well played there by Big Spin, as this great battle at the top continues on 1-1. One of them will move down to Arena 2. The other one will take another $100 cash and stay at the top.
And noticing that Yosoy Rick has defeated OJ, so he'll be moving up into our top arena very soon. Rick over OJ, a pretty important victory for him, as again, we're getting to that back end. Baby Nate's up 1-0 on R2. Bale's up 1-0 on Ox. Invader, one away from getting his first win against B-Rad, and then Airbache up 1 on Bennyhu at this stage. So we're going to get a lot of movement here in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to have to spectate a Baby Nate game soon just to see what he's been working with. It seems to be going very, very well for him throughout the day, but back to the match at hand, Big Spin able to open up his lead very early on with that graveyard. I believe it was still in single elixir, and it was just a bar barrel plus a graveyard when Juicy was just maybe a little out of cycle, a little low on elixir. He was able to just get a huge amount of damage and was able to just hold on to that lead throughout. And as we talked about, or as you mentioned, Rich, just the Tesla obviously staying on the board forever because those graveyards were making the Earthquake have to be used on defense. You know, can be a tough matchup for sure for Juicy. You don't really have a good way to get on top of that Evo Furnace either. And then, yeah, as we mentioned, that Earthquake having to do double duty and you have to pick and choose where you're going to use it. So matchup conversation definitely leaning in favor of Big Spin, and very well played by him as well.
Juice, so far, game number 1, he played the Royal Hogs Hero Dark Prince deck. And game number 2, as we just saw, Juicy was playing the Hog Rider deck, some stuff he's played today. Still has Royal Giant Bowler open, one he's had some success with today. Still has Graveyard open, which he's been playing a whole lot of as well. Those are the 2 most likely directions. Also, there's a minor deck as well that we might see out of him. And of course, E-Giant, always a possibility. And it looks like not going to be the case for Juice here in game 3.
Yeah, it looks like Big Spin might be going to a bridge spammy style deck. Really nice timing there on that ability from Juicy.
Evo Lumberjack, Evo Mega Knight for Spin.
Evo MKs on both sides as that Hog Rider comes in and does take a leap from the MK, but with a decent counter push, although those minions, very frustrating for Juicy to deal with.
That's such a brutal leap to take where you're like, it's a 1 HP Mega Knight, or at least it looks like it. And then you realize Mega Knight's so beefy, it's like a 15 HP, just enough to survive.
And you're like, I just can't spend more on it because then I'm down in elixir. And then I've set myself up for failure over the next little bit. Juicy now in the lead just by about 1.5 elixir, but down in damage, obviously, from that big leap.
Hero Dark Prince set up in the back for Spin.
Oh, that's a very fortunate Fire Spirit for Juice.
Yeah, right? A lot on the board. Let's see what Spin has coming down the pipe, and Evo Mega Knight on to Evo Mega Knight. Snowball trying to make some work out of those minions and does not get the final one off the board. Not another Fire Spirit spawned by the Furnace.
The Evo Mega Knights battling it out is one of the silliest and one of my favorite interactions to see in Clash Royale, because it's just like a mirrored version of so much movement going on with the knockbacks and then the leaps to each other and then the knockbacks. I don't know. Just always makes me laugh when I see it. And
Saw
our
a comment.
first...
Go ahead.
What's that?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say our first Spirit Empress of the day.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, with her magical sword. More on the magical sword later.
Shut up, Rich.
Someone saying, I want to hear the Smack Talk as they play. You can hear Smack Talk, of course, if you watch our little break content that comes up, but also by checking into all of, oh boy, oh no, oh my word.
Yeah. Somehow able to get the Spirit Empress to retarget there, but damage done already, and that's another tough part to deal with the Spirit Empress, is that range that she's got.
And again, if you're looking to hear the Smack Talk as they play, you can watch all of these different content creators are streaming live on their channels. So if you want to hear, I mean, not many words in this one as both these players are locked in for the moment, but go check them out on Twitch and YouTube, and you can hear all the things they have to say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to just go back and watch that first match between B-Rad and Juice on B-Rad's channel.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
need to know. I need to know what he was saying.
A lot of damage in. Hog Rider not going to connect. Minute 30 left.
And Juicy hoping to get... Oof, and the splash damage there, tough. But Juicy hoping to get something out of this push here. Graveyard comes in. Mega Knight does cross the bridge, though. So that's actually really fortunate.
A little bit of tankage there, helping him out quite a lot. A little goes a long way with Graveyard, right? As soon as that tower falls behind on the stack of those skeletons, it's like compounding interest, right? Start investing now, you'll be a millionaire when you retire.
Yeah, I mean, we've always said that Graveyard can steal a game at any moment in time, and that's a great example of it right there, put into practice. Juicy in the lead, although with that Earthquake coming in from spin, not going to be the case. And that Mega Knight getting knocked back by Juicy's Mega Knight actually might get it to turn around on the Skellies, but it does retarget. And now a big counter push coming.
Good poison value here for Juice. Bomb Tower should hold up against the Hog. Snowball into slow at the bridge.
I like the pressure here from Spin. He's got to do it because Juicy does have the spell damage conversation in his favor. And just to
poison
make
in
it
for
poison.
Juice. Final 10 seconds. Hog
What does
might
he have
connect.
for this Hog? Oh,
Oh,
no!
my word!
Oh,
What a hit.
Juicy.
What an unbelievable hit, and Big Spin is pumped.
Wow, I mean, that poison coming in from Juicy just a little early. I mean, he you know, it's like 8 seconds for a poison. I think he dropped it at 10. You know, maybe then he sees the push coming from Spin and he drops it a little later. But Big Spin only, or actually no, Baby Nate's still perfect, but between the two perfect players at the top, Big Spin stays in Arena 1 and Juicy takes his first L on the day. A phenomenal best of 3. So well played in the reverse sweep there.
And he just couldn't do enough on that hit, right? I'm looking at it right now, seeing the goblins come down. And also the underrated aspect of the Earthquake that, you know, we talked about it a lot when Earthquake first dropped, but the slow of the Earthquake, right? That little bit that it adds on, being in just enough room. And I'm seeing Juicy say, how on his stream. Well, you can go watch it back. That's how.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he was throwing everything that he could on defending that Hog, and we all saw it at the same time. We're like, that's just a little bit more HP than you want it to have. Gets through one big Hog hit to end the game. We've all been there before. And Big Spin staying perfect on the day, and hopefully we'll be able to see a Big Spin Baby Nate matchup eventually. Not quite there yet, as Baby Nate did start in Arena 6 and has just been slowly working his way up. And Juicy finally taking a step down on the ladder. Big Spin putting another $100 in his pocket. Great day for him so far. And I'll be honest, man, I feel like I really underestimated how well he would play today. 2 times now, he's shown that he is better than our pick.
I mean, you gotta think about just the sheer volume of time played, right? It's how often do you tune on to Twitch and Big Spin isn't streaming, right? Like that's such a
yes.
Yeah, there's 3 guarantees: death, taxes, and Big Spin is live on Twitch. So you tune in, you see him, he's working, he's playing, and now for 10 years,
seriously,
spend 10 years doing anything and try not to be good.
The analytics of live time between him and Morton. I feel like those two guys are always live. And also another shout here in the chat. A lot of people asking where the website is. Shout out to our moderator, Jake. They're putting the link in the chat once again, arena-royale.com for you guys to register for the tournament. 4,000 of you from the community can join in, so make sure you do not miss your spot. And that is the way to do it. That event coming at the end of the month. Cannot wait. But right now here in King of the Arena, we are still working our way through the day. Rich, Bale has been on a bit of a run. This is just the first thing that popped out to me as he takes that as he's moved up 3 games in a row.
Yeah, solid little win streak there for Bale, starting to put him together. That's all it takes to start getting hot. Talking about hot, Baby Nate, 4 wins in a row, has to get through Juice to keep the undefeated record going. We'll see how those two shape. Maybe that's the match to watch, Juice and Baby Nate, as Nate, we haven't watched him yet and he's still undefeated.
Yeah.
And here's the big question for you, Andrew. Is anyone going to end 0-10 today? Right now, Invader and Benny, who both down at the bottom at 0-4.
It's a horrible thing to think about from that player's point of view, but yeah, Invader and Benny not having a good time. Airbache finally picks up his first win on the day. Oxalate starting strong, but kind of moving slowly down the arena, now in Arena 5. R-Tube also started at the top based off of his random seeding and has now moved down 3 rungs in a row. B-Rad finding a little bit of rhythm here. Like I said, so is Bale. OJ, kind of the opposite, started off really strong on the day, has now dropped 2 spots. And as you mentioned, Baby Nate, Juicy J, I'm more than happy to go there. And then at the top, Big Spin and Yosoy Rick, which then could maybe set up a Big Spin versus Baby Nate if things go well for the 2 respective players I just mentioned. So I'm happy to go to Arena 2, Rich.
Yeah, I'm down with Arena 2. If Baby Nate wins and Big Spin wins, we'll have to watch Arena 1 for our last undefeated player. If they don't, I really am going to be very curious about the bottom of our rank here. Like, this is also...
I will be too, because... Go ahead.
Yeah, just the last 2. Right now, we have the last 2 people with no wins on the Arena 6. Arena 6 and Arena 2 are both compelling to me right now. I have to admit. They both have different stories that matter to me.
Yeah, completely. Oh, it looks like there's an update. Oh, excuse me. Okay,
All
so
right.
things have, that changes the conversation quite a bit from what we were just having. Invader actually doing very well after moving up in the arena. Like I said, Airbache still picking up his win to get out of Arena 6. B-Rad and Benny, who I'm actually shocked that Benny has had this bad of a day, but then again, he could be. I mean, the decks that he was playing were a little bit of meme decks, so I wonder if that's just what he's leaned into, or if he's just been getting got by his opponents, as he is still yet to pick up a dub. I mean, here's the thing, man. You know that he's still competitive. You know he still wants to win one of these matches. So I imagine he'll turn it up here in these next 6 matches, hopefully for him.
Or he gets bodied and goes 0-10. And then this is where the end is. Benny goes, you know what? I'm finished. I'm gonna switch to Heyday from now on. I'm a Heyday content creator. It's a lot less stressful, super relaxing by comparison. You know, this could be the or it's the villain arc, right? This is where it all goes wrong, and then next thing you know, like, he comes back and he's clean cut, but now he's the corporate champ instead of the people's champ. You never know.
He shows up in our monthly finals and takes the dub. Yeah. Anything could happen. Still a lot more matches to be played. 6 more matches. But as you mentioned, Rich, I think next match, I guess it's still maybe 2 away. Is it once we get to match 6, if you're at the very bottom, you cannot get to the very top? But I guess if you were at the very bottom, you could win 5 in a row and then get to the top still.
Yep,
seems unlikely.
5 in a row. You got to go for a 5 spot to make your way to the top. If you are at the bottom, we are very much closing in on that being the scenario. So we'll see who's stuck there at the bottom when it happens. But yeah, I think the story right now is going to be going to Baby Nate and Juicy J, and seeing if Juice can find his way back up. And Nate, if we can turn it into a 5-0 versus 5-0, that's the place to go. And Andrew, I haven't seen any of Nate play today.
Yeah,
I haven't seen any of Nate play today, and
I got my pick locked in, regardless of what yours is. Yes.
Gosh.
Our producer's just sitting there like, come on. I'm going to
say Juice recovers. I'm going to say that Juice recovers.
Okay, I'm going Baby Nate. I'm going Baby Nate.
Ooh, okay,
Finally a chance for you and I to get even up in the predictions.
Okay, opening the door for me. Let's see what happens. Chat, who do you have? The vote will go up on Twitch here in a second. Got a straw poll going in our in the YouTube chat here. I'm going Juice. Second time picking him today. Andrew going with Baby Nate.
Yeah, a strategic misstep on my end, of course. Because if I just keep picking what you pick for the rest of the day, there's no way for me to lose. But there's no fun in that. There's no fun in that. So here we go. I'm going Baby Nate. I feel like the chat will probably just go to... Okay. Here we go.
All right, chat, I like you. Chat spicy.
Did you know he was cosplaying as well? What a legend.
I did not know that. Where did he get that from?
I was literally just going to say the exact... That's actually an impressive Dark Prince helmet.
Yeah, like, did he make it? Did he find it? Is it an Etsy thing? Is Target
it real?
selling?
Is it from a real battle in medieval times?
That would actually be the best, is if he's just sitting there on stolen antiquities and you got to Indiana Jones this thing away from him later.
It actually weighs like 70 pounds.
He's way more core strength than you would think when looking at Baby Nate.
All right. Okay. Love to see it. And Juicy has gotten more of that locked-in look. And I was going to say, it looks like Baby Nate might be going E-Giant. Also, I love the little change they made to the ring around E-Giant.
It is cool. It does have a vibe now, for sure.
NATO here.
And that's easy. Pretty easy call there. And that's a hard choice, right? When you're the hog player and you kind of know that they're sitting on a NATO, right? Yeah, like I would have liked to have seen him maybe sit on it a little bit longer, and that was a lot of damage. Sit on it maybe a little bit longer and maybe have a chance when there's something more behind the hog and force Nate into more of a decision or spend.
Okay, I was actually curious because I hadn't seen the interaction between the Evo Mega Knight. Ooh, and misplaced Skellies. So that's actually good for... Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. I hadn't seen the interaction between Evo Mega Knight and the Hero Bowler, so that was interesting to see that it does still knock it back regardless.
Yeah, we saw it move with some NATO earlier. Zappies plus Magic Archer doing some good work there. And now we have a layered attack the opposite direction.
I don't know if same lane is going to work for Juicy, but what I will say is that Juicy knows this matchup, or knows these types of matchups well, because he is such a huge E-Giant player. A little shake of the head there from Nate.
Probably was hoping to get more out of the cage and not give up the Hog Rider damage and find himself pretty even as we go into sudden death.
Yeah. Defensive E-Giant here at the bridge. The Zappies are going to be a very oh, never mind. That's a great NATO away. I was going to say these Zappies are going to be an interesting part of the conversation here. And that is a nice lightning. And now maybe the Hero Bowler ability. No.
He's going to play soft on those Zappies, too. Doesn't have to spend a lot. Nate's spending some HP as a resource in that opposite lane.
Oh, wow. And the Evo Mega Knight doesn't go to the cage, so it gets another splash shot on tower, keeping Juicy in this matchup.
Final 90 seconds. Nate with the lead, 1406 on that bottom right-hand tower. A little over 400 HP separating these two. And Lightning will continue to expand the gap.
And that's a really nice pre-EQ there. And it does get a hit. That's huge for Juicy. I mean, as this matchup goes on, you're starting to see the matchup really go in favor of Juicy just because of the Zappies, the Lightning not being able to target. You got the Magic Archer that can kind of be off to the side and still get some good damage on. E-Giant not really going to be able to break through very easily, whereas we've seen the Hog break through a couple times now. So it's just kind of relying on Lightning damage at the moment.
Bowler putting in work here. We'll see if Nate can continue to clog up this lane and find a way through. Opposite lane play from Juice, and the Magic Archer gets a lineup. Final 24 seconds.
And going opposite lane, maybe just to pull some elixir away from that right-hand side, but there's a lot on the board here. And Nate does get to tower with the Brawler behind. Nate does have the bigger spell.
Yeah, there's no stopping that either. And Nate, unmasked, celebrating.
It's like, this thing weighs 85 pounds. I need to get it off now. And shows us that it's actually him playing.
Yeah, that would be a move if it was just somebody else under that mask the entire time. He just
Juicy running into a tough few games here back to back as Big Spin pulls off a big dub, and now Baby Nate takes game number 1 here with Juice's favorite win condition. Really interesting stuff, and Baby Nate playing really well on the day, as you can see 4-0 and picks up the win there. Matchup, really interesting matchup conversation, right, Rich? You know, Lightning has a hard time targeting Zappies, obviously, which do a great job stunning the E-Giant. The Evo Mega Knight knocking back the E-Giant. The Magic Archer being able to be played off to the side, so it's still going to be able to do damage but not give spell value. But then on the other side of it, Nate has the NATO plus the Cage, so and the Bowler. So just so much in this conversation, and really, really well played by both these guys.
Yeah, and Nate's been kind of playing a little bit of everything today too, right? He's played some minor Loon earlier today, some Hero Bowler with Mortar earlier today with the Evo Mortar. Of course, that minor Rocket Cycle deck that you kind of expect to be something he might lean on has been in the repertoire. So really been doing a good job. You know, you talk about how many players have been kind of playing a really limited deck pool, just rotating the same 3 decks today or same 3 ideas with minor changes. He's gone Golem today. He's gone just regular Mortar Miner, Royal Giant. So Nate really kind of spreading things out and making it a little more difficult to put him on things. Of course, we also don't even know if Juicy is looking at Nate's deck pool today.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, and yeah, it's really cool to see Nate just play all over the meta. I mean, we know he's a really talented dude. He's a nice guy too. Met him at World Finals, and I know he's respected in the pro community. Obviously, he is a one trick and then some, you know what I mean? Like, he is obviously known for his minor rocket play, but as you can see in his gameplay today and his results, he's very well versed. So game number 1, Juice losing with Hog MK, and this doesn't take much away from the rest of his deck pool. Obviously, we've seen him play a lot of Graveyard today, seen him play some Hog today, some Piggies today, RG. I mean, Juicy also doing a good job of kind of going deep into it. E-Giant still open as well, right? NATO in the mix for Juicy as times go on. So really the conversation gets interesting once we get into game 3. But right now, game 2, let's go. I would love to see Juicy change up a little bit. And it looks like Yosoy Rick has taken game number 1 off Big Spin. And Juicy not happy about Piggies into MK. Maybe Nate doing his work here. And again, I know Nate has been a coach or an analyst at some point, and so, maybe looking, as Juicy has played a lot of Pigs today, not the same version of Pigs that he's played, but the hand on the head says a lot there from Juice as that MK comes down on that set of Pigs.
Might be one of the most upset faces I've seen Juice make when I saw that happen. I've seen him surprised, seen him shocked, but that was just like a moment of disgust when he saw that Mega Knight come down.
Yeah, I mean, now we're literally talking about Nate kind of playing his bread and butter. Minor control, not rocket, but it is poison. Does have Tesla, which is the overlapping building in his comfort deck and what he's playing right now. And then, yeah, the MK plus the log, just so many ways. And even the Berserker. A Berserker is a great way to deal with split Piggies on one side. It's only 2 elixir, puts in great damage.
So it's a possibility here, as soon if the prediction here can hold from the guy who's nailing it. Wait, that's you. You picked Baby Nate. Darn it!
And really nice King Tower activation there as well. Things just went from really bad to worse, Rich.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough indeed. You got the Mega Knight, you got the King Tower activated, you got the Evo Tesla. You've basically got
his own
a prayer
activation there. Okay, that's a nice little breakthrough there. Nate not having the elixir to drop an MK on that, has to use his Evo Tesla very, very high, and Juicy takes the lead.
The question then is, what can Juicy do to take advantage of it, right? Because sure, you can cycle back, but then the MK is locked and loaded. And I think that's the really hard part for a matchup like this for Juice, is he's always there's never a window where you've now suddenly created the opening unless Nate overspends.
Yeah, and it also allows Nate to kind of get the regular MK back in cycle for the next Piggy's push because of the way that defense went down. So it gets his MK back in cycle with the Pigs. And him just kind of holding and waiting.
Bale has the win over OJ, so Bale will move up into Arena 2. OJ, I think that's 3 in a row dropped.
Dual lane pressure here. Juicy doing a good job, though, kind of widening the gap just a bit, and now a big connection on the right side just as I say that.
Lead currently for Juice, though, by about 50 HP, 44 if you want to get precise about it.
And that's a nice lightning. Should allow that Musketeer to, yep, you're going to have to play a little bit more on it. And Juicy doing a good job here with 90 seconds remaining, 17-13 to 20-43. Nate going to need to get some more miners on tower.
Yeah.
MK opposite lane, thinking about the long game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe also just feeling like he's got the other pieces he needs to pick up if there was a big push coming in there.
There we go, miner to the front. Musketeer does target on the miner, as the MK is tanking for it. Ooh, not getting the King Tower activation. That's so helpful in these miner matchups.
Yeah, a couple times in a row with that failing for Juice. Here we go, final 50 seconds. Miner to the way outside spot. And the Pig's doing double duty there on the kite.
Yeah, nice high lightning there. Now going to have to drop the MK. No, just goes log plus E-Spirit. Going to take even more damage. While Juicy is not in the lead, he does have the spell power conversation. That MK is maybe a mistake there. We'll see.
Somehow gets away. Nate might have to double down here on the right-hand side. Miner in, poison in. He has to get another miner down.
Yeah.
Miner will go in probably to the back.
Oh, it goes to the front, though, instead of the back. And that's enough for lightning. No, it's not. Juicy ends up taking 2 money miner hits. And that's a clean 2-0 for Nate, who I don't know if he's lost a game yet today.
Nate balling out of control live on stream today, folks. As he will now be 5 match wins in a row. And he just waits to see if he's facing an undefeated person in the top bracket or if he'll be the only one without a loss on the day.
Yeah, Big Spin evening things up at 1-1. We'll see if we're able to hop into that game number 3 or if it's going to be all said and done by the time that we get through our after-match analytics, as they say. But very interesting stuff for Juice and Baby Nate just running through it. I don't know if anyone in the chat has been watching very closely, but has Nate lost a game yet? Let us know. Not sure if he has. That Dark Prince helmet was sick.
That Dark Prince helmet was pretty great. Was pretty great indeed. Well, we'll see if we can get into our Arena 1 matchup and hope that we get some more action there. But great win for Nate. And I'm also curious, as anyone's watching, how's Benny doing against Brad?
I think not well, if I remember correctly. I'll have to check again. But I think, if we get a Baby Nate versus Big Spin matchup, we kind of have to go there, it feels like. But then after that, it would be fun to go to the bottom of our bracket to see if anyone can actually still make the climb for the greatest comeback in King of the Arena history, our inaugural King of the Arena.
Of course, as we get closer to the back end, we start to think about how this money situation works its way out. I don't know if we can get our prize pool graphic back up here in a moment, but if we can, we'll walk you through our top prize, the players who finish in Arena number 1.
Yeah.
Both of them will walk away with $1,850 on top of their $100 per win bounty. So right now, Baby Nate currently on track to potentially max out his winnings if he can keep up the streak, keep it going all the way down to our final arena. The players who end in our Arena 6 end up with $1,300 and whatever they've put together for their winnings. So the minimum you can get is $1,300, maximum you can get is $2,850. And we currently have players on both of those tracks.
Yeah, we do. And you know what's honestly, even though losing 10 times in a row might be incredibly demoralizing, getting a $1,300 paycheck, I mean, I lose 10 times in a row and don't get anything.
For free.
Other than maybe a broken phone screen. That's not how I broke my phone screen, by the way.
Well, we're going to be jumping in a moment to RTube and Invader, who are currently locked in the middle. Of course, Invader is starting to work his way back into things. Let's go ahead and jump in to that action as we are about
Invader, I think it was on a 3 or 4 match win streak.
No, it was the graphic was just being updated. He's just
right.
his way
yeah, you're right.
out of that losing streak. And just speaking of some losing streaks, OJ's continues. He's lost 2-0 to Bale. Oxalate now lost 2-0 to Erbache. And Benny still blanked on the day. Benny Blanco down there in the bottom. We'll pair him up with LD for some music in this upcoming season.
And just remember, guys, another giveaway here after this next match. So make sure you guys are ready to go as those goblins get some good damage on that left-hand tower. And the Dark Goblin connects for some extra damage. 738, the lowest tower for Invader. Lowest tower for RTube is 2144.
Invader trying to get in on the airspace here.
That is
with
a
the lava
great
push.
Evo Zap. Wow. Those lava loon pushes, man, sometimes they're just so devastating. And now Invader just has to play stout defense knowing there's no big spell.
Yeah, that was a rough one there. You know, whenever you see the delivery come in before the pups pop, you know that things have already gone wrong.
Yeah, and it was one of those things. It's like either this balloon gets another drop or I can't deal with the pups, and it was actually both of those things happening.
It was,
the balloon, I think, still got another drop, and the delivery wasn't there for the pups, so just bad to worse there.
Yeah, which one of these things is going wrong? Yes, they are going wrong. That is my answer to all the problems that are happening here, and we'll get our standings updated here for you in just a moment, but we will still have someone undefeated. We'll still have someone who is unvictorated. How would you negatively say you have not got a victory, right? Like undefeated, you have not lost.
I like unvictorated. I feel like that's
unvictorated. Yeah.
that sounds intelligent.
Big Spin also took his win, so Big Spin is going to be 5-0. So we have a pair of undefeated players. Our last undefeated players, I think, will probably go and join that matchup. We'll see what production has in mind for it. But Spin and Baby Nate for the chance to be the only 6-0 player on the day, as we have finished the front 5 and have made our way into the turn, looking on the backside of this competition.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really, really interesting one. But first, before we see who wins that $100 matchup, you guys get to win a little something here with our next giveaway. Make sure you guys get your phones out, get ready to go. QR codes are popping. And
now, if you want to know how to do this, you can watch what I'm doing, because I'm literally doing it right now. I'm going to point my phone at the screen, and I'm going to press a little thing that says Clash Royale comes up, and I press that, and that's going to open up the game. It just opens it up right like that. And
boom.
Now I'm in.
And then you claim your reward. Got it. Claim all. Got the banner. And there you go. 2 of 4. That's right. We got 2 more giveaways coming your way. Maybe some more chests. Maybe a decoration. Maybe I just gave it away. But that was already posted on the internet, so excited for you guys and excited for me. Hopefully you and I can get a 5-star on broadcast. I think it's happened like once.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I think it's happened. I feel like it has.
Probably. Might have been the 5-star.
And again, shout out to the admin posting that link in the chat. And just a reminder, guys, go and register for our Climb the Ladder, the Proving Grounds tournament coming your way at the end of the month. Can you make it from 4,000 players in the community to the top 16 going up against 16 pros right here on broadcast at the end of the month? Would love to see. We always love to see new names in the mix. It happened last month at CRL. Love to see it again in the Proving Grounds. So make sure you guys register and make sure you guys get your reward right now, as we are just about halfway through our day. Exciting stuff.
Arena-royale.com for those of you who want the website. Arena-royale.com to sign up. Yeah, that's a good signal for a dash. That one works well enough. And we should be getting our standings here in just a minute, so we can see where everyone's sitting out to for their current position. There we go.
Boom.
We can get there we go. In-game rewards gone. So Big Spin and Baby Nate both undefeated. Benny Who unvictorated. We're coining it now. That's the official term.
And Oxalate, Benny Who and Oxalate at the very bottom of our rung. Gonna have to win out if they want to get to the top. It is still possible. Is it probable? No. But it is possible. R-Tube, 4 in a row, has dropped him down to Arena 5. B-Rad has moved up out of Arena 6. Bache finally climbing the ladder, hitting his stride, and what a great time to do it halfway through the day. Still has, a few more matches to go, but he's still got some matches to give, and he could get to that Arena 1 spot. OJ, now dropping 3 in a row. Juicy also dropping 2 in a row down to Arena 3. Invader climbing. Bale climbing as well. Bale and Yosoy Rick should actually be a really fun matchup as well. So we have 3 really interesting ones. We're going to stick in Arena 1 with Big Spin and Baby Nate, our only 2 undefeated players. But Arena 2 is fascinating, as both those guys have had up and down days, but find themselves in Arena 2. And then, of course, Ox and Benny in trouble. Predictions for this one. Baby Nate and Big Spin. Do you want me to go first, or would you like to go first?
I know who I'm picking already. You can go first, though.
I'm going to go Baby Nate again. I really like the gameplay that I saw. I love the point that you made about his deck pool. He's just been clean. He's just been real clean, and I think that matchup with Baby Nate and Juicy, the Hog versus the E-Giant, was a really interesting one. I really liked how he played that out, especially at the end of that game, so that's where I'm going.
I think that you might be right. I think that if I were to say this, I'd say 60-40 Nate, but I've got to try to make a comeback here, and Big Spin is also undefeated on the day.
Yes.
And he even played a different deck than one of his 3 main decks in the last game. So I'm gonna go with Spin here. I'm picking up Big Spin. Shout out SK Gaming. They've always been very cool to the community here in Clash Royale.
Oh yeah.
And I'm hoping that Big Spin can be cool to me and get me a win so I can catch up to you. Ever so slightly.
I like that we're both wearing glasses in our picture.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we are. Mine are, fresh. Mine are pretty slick, but yours are also I'm fine.
A little blind. Yeah.
Sure.
Also, since we got time right now, chat, everyone shout out, happy birthday to Rich. Just turned 27 yesterday, he did. Happy birthday to Rich. 98.
But I look good for 98 years old. Still,
you do.
I'm still
you look actually phenomenal for. You're the only 98-year-old that I know, actually.
Yeah. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. Thank you very much. Yeah, yesterday was my birthday. Had some sushi, and that's about it. That's what you do when you got so much. You got business going on. You're busy, but it was nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate the birthday wishes.
Of course, man. Happy birthday. Looks like a few people in the chat wishing you happy birthday as well. And we will be hopping into our undefeated matchup. Big Spin and Baby Nate. Very curious to see how this one goes. Baby Nate has been streaming a little bit more. I've seen him pop up on Twitch lately. And obviously, as you mentioned, Big Spin is almost always live. So make sure to go give those guys a follow. Twitch is also the place where you guys can vote, get those community votes in. I don't believe we saw the community vote, so I'm sure our producer will let us know which way the community has leaned. I was actually very surprised to hear that they leaned towards Baby Nate in our last matchup. And again, he's got the vote here over Big Spin. So while the followings are definitely bigger for Juice and Big Spin, it seems like Nate has really proved himself today amongst the community.
Hey, Nate knows ball, right? That's one thing.
He does.
If people who are watching here probably are understanding, that Nate knows it all. Now, to be fair also, if you're one of Big Spin's fans, you're almost assuredly watching Big Spin's stream. So I'll say that there's a bit of a the sample pool, right? It's an unrepresentative sample, if you will, if you want to get really specific on what the flaw of logic is there.
And Baby Nate, a very good NATO player, even though that not like, activating King Tower against Pigs or Hog or Lumberjack is anything, incredibly impressive at the highest level, but just to be known, it is a card that he is very familiar, very well versed with, and starts the game off with a nice King Tower activation.
And second Spirit Empress of the day. You called out the first one. Here we go a second time around. And as often is the case with newer cards in the game, we've seen the Hero Bowler and Hero Dark Prince in pretty much both getting played nearly every time in the deck set, and the Rhino connects.
I was going to say, that is a great call. I kind of felt it coming, knowing that the building was out of play. Good connection there. As Baby Nate gets a little minor damage. Looks like he's going minor loon here.
And they both kind of slow down as we creep towards the top. And just a simple loon push, and Nate going for some trickeration.
And that loon is going to at least get death damage. It does barely just miss the shot as Nate misses the pull on the Dark Prince, and that is a huge opening.
Yeah, some real YOLO-style gameplay here from Nate in this one. You know, he's been playing pretty close to the chest most of the time today, and then in this game just decides to go, hey, why don't we get crazy with it? Let's just throw 8 at the bridge.
And this is that combo that you were talking about earlier, Rich, that did not pay off. Oh, no, it did pay off, but it wasn't because of the double hog style push from Big Spin. It was because of an over expenditure from OJ. But now we're kind of seeing how this is working out. And, you know, it's interesting because there's been versions in mid-ladder forever where you see someone run like Royal Giant Hog or Royal Giant Loon or Loon Hog, you know, where they're like, as long as that building's out of cycle, I can punish you. And it's never really translated to the highest level. This is a really interesting way to see it work out, where that idea of baiting out the building and then punishing with another tower seeking card actually is effective.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you're playing defense on multiple quadrants of the board all at the same time, that's already hard enough. But then when you start adding the different levels of the board, right? You start thinking about the board vertical and not just horizontal on defense. That's where things start getting really complicated. And and the blown NATO.
I was just going to say the caster curse of the NATO, but also the deck here from Big Spin baits out the cannon because Nate needs the DPS, then uses the Earthquake, and then immediately goes Dark Prince plus Hog at the bridge behind the MK, and that is just a whole lot of I cannot deal with this, and then the Miss NATO on top of it. Absolutely beautiful gameplay from Big Spin, and that deck, I mean, I hope he doesn't popularize it too much because it seems incredibly frustrating to play against.
I mean, that was a whole lot for Nate to work to deal with. Now, of course, when you miss multiple NATOs against Hog Riders, that's going to be a problem. When you throw 8 Elixir at the board into a set of minions and you have no way to clear them off, that's going to be a problem. So I'd love to see that get run back, maybe without missing NATOs, without throwing good money after bad, if you will.
Yeah.
And maybe you see a different version of it, but
saying.
Yeah, still a tough one. Yeah, good. I mean, the amount of times that could apply to most Clash Royale players, and that's why I was surprised to see Nate, making another way to continue the metaphor, a bad investment in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Big Spin just staying locked in. And yeah, Nate just, bad to worse, cascading mistakes. We'll see if he can bounce back here in game number 2. But that was kind of an uncharacteristic showing from him. And maybe just not knowing how to deal with that deck. But I think the biggest mistake was exactly what you said, Rich, was just going... which is one of the things we've talked about over the years too, is just because you got punished doesn't mean there's the opening for you to punish back. Good money after bad is the perfect analogy for that, and that naked balloon at the bridge was just a little bit of an odd play from him. And those are the types of things that we always talk about at the highest level. You just cannot do that stuff, and right now Big Spin is definitely playing at the highest level.
Well, I'm just not sure what, he played the balloon at the bridge and then played the miner kind of right in front of the balloon. I'm not sure what he was expecting there, right? Like, what was he... I'm looking at Big Spin's deck. What was he expecting to catch? Because there's no ground troop that's a single target range unit. So maybe you're expecting to try to get on the Spirit Empress and catch her aggro there with the miner. But you have to realize that the minions are in play and that he doesn't have to spend them on the miner. So just like one of those things where you're going, this is like a weird attempt at a prediction, but I'm not sure for what, to what end.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. And just a lot to be spent in single elixir that is just strictly offense. So a bit of a misstep there from Baby Nate in game number 1. Big Spin still staying at the very top here with a game in hand. Can he make it to a clean 6-0? And obviously, once we hop into this next game, we'll be taking a look at some of the other matchups and where they're at. As this is the 6th match of the day, that conversation at the very bottom of the ladder is very, very real. If you lose this match and you are in Arena 6, there is no way for you to get to the top, but you could still work your way up to some good money.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one is you're never... Every single game still matters. You still have something to play for no matter what. Every win is $100 in the pocket, so hopefully even at the very end, if you're in a lot of trouble, still play it out for a dub.
Someone in the chat asking where we are at or how many matches there are. We are in match 6 of 10. Big Spin going bait here. Or, you know, hyper bait or whatever you want to call it with the wall breakers plus the barrel. Annoying. And Nate going to Graveyard.
Some updates for you in the other games. Bale currently winning against Yosoy. Rick Invader down against Juicy. OJ's losing streak continues, 0-2 to Herbache, and Benny potentially going to 0-6 as Oxalate is up by 1. R-Tube and B-Rad battling to stay out of the bottom in Arena 5.
Big's been having some good answers to Graveyard here when you talk about the Fire Spirit, you talk about the Dark Goblin. Berserker's always a great way to clean things up, being able to split those rascals to help cover either side. As that Knight just gets right on tower for some good damage for Nate.
I see someone asking how many rounds in total. 10 total rounds in this competition. We are in round 6 of 10.
Nate up Elixir and with a Tesla on the board. So definitely going to drop like a Knight in the back or something here. And instead goes with the Evo Furnace.
A little pressure on the right-hand side as he still has the lead and will not get the connection there, but force out 2 more Elixir.
People still asking how to register for the upcoming event, arena-royale.com. Click on register now.
And Nate just getting enough every single time right now to make it really frustrating for Spin.
And the Skeleton King gets 1 splash hit on tower.
30 seconds left in regulation time. Lead by 500, a lead by now extending way past 500. Going to be at least 7 or more after that Graveyard and Poison push.
And Big Spin sacrificing a lot of damage on that left-hand side as a double barrel push comes in.
This is one of those decks, you've commented on this a lot over the years, Andrew, out playing from behind with bait can be so difficult because it's definitely a great deck for front running, and one of those ones where usually if you find yourself behind significantly, the damage is already done.
Yeah, it's so difficult to kind of... The biggest thing about bait is your opponent gets overwhelmed and they start making mistakes, but if you're only focusing on defense and not actually getting damage on the board, it just makes that defense so much easier, you know, just so many less things to compute. 1482 to 697. Nate maybe about to get swept here. Oh no, excuse me, Nate is about to even things up here and avoid the sweep.
Yeah, Spin just not finding a way yet. And the poison, the Graveyard defense is just feeding the poison over and over again.
Yeah.
And that's it. We're tied up 1-1. Game 3 on its way.
And that's exactly what you want to see at the top of our ladder. $600 already won by one of these guys at the end of our next game. Who will it be? Baby Nate picks up game number 2 there. And, you know, Big Spin has pulled off, I think, a couple reverse sweeps today. I think he just pulled one off actually last round. And now in a spot where they are tied up. Can baby Nate pull off the reverse sweep? Who, again, I'm sure someone knows, but had baby Nate lost a game before coming into this set?
Great trivia question. If you get it right, you win.
You win
What
a
do you
banner
win?
and 2 lucky chests.
Yes.
He had not, our producer, given us the shout there. So
Yeah.
pretty impressive stuff. And again, that just, shows how well Big Spin is playing today, Rich.
Yeah, and as we get into game number 3, here's where the conversation starts to get fun, deck by deck. Nate played Minor Loon in game number 1. We saw the bit of a misstep there. Game number 2 finds more success with Graveyard Poison. So he's been playing some Minor, playing some Graveyard today. We have seen RG and E-Giant out of Nate as well. Probably no E-Giant played in this one. My most likely expectation, as NATO already got played, so probably not going to be going to E-Giant. There is still Minor Rocket Tesla available for Nate, which we know is one of his strong suits.
Well, he just played Tesla, but he could
Minor
swap out
Rocket.
the building for Cannon or something like that.
Yeah.
And an interesting matchup win-con situation here. I mean, obviously it's only +3, so that leaves a lot of variability, and this is a very small sample size. But 73-27, that is a matchup percentage that you pay your analyst the big bucks for, and I don't think that's the case with Nate, where his analyst pulled this out. He's probably just doing it all on his own. But still, that is a great position to be in, at least when you're talking about the numbers on screen right now. Again, a lot of variability when you're only talking about +3.
Yeah, that win con +3. That +3 doing a lot of lifting in that matchup for sure. Going back to the idea of where we go next, yeah, NATO Rocket certainly, Minor Rocket certainly a possibility for Nate here. Interesting note, though, we're into game 3, and the only of the new heroes played is Spin played the Dark Prince in game number 1 as part of that MK Hog deck. But Dark Prince is still open, which we've been wanting to see Nate play that Dark Prince Minor Rocket deck, a good combination there. But then with Spin going last game with the bait deck, the double bait deck, so far Bowler is still open to him, and of course both the Bowler and Dark Prince open for Nate.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and that's why I was, so excited about today, was just that people have talked a lot about how Hero Bowler is overpowered, and obviously, chat, no offense to chat, they're not like usually the top 1 to 5% of players out there in the world, but at least hearing what the community is thinking about a card, Hero Bowler is not as popular in the top of Royale API and in UC as you might think. It is a lot more of Hero Dark Prince, in spite of how people feel about how strong Hero Bowler might be.
And I understand why. To this day, I still don't love playing a Magic Archer in single just for a couple of hits. I remember, and it all comes back to seeing Ruben do it once and how badly he got punished. And I don't think I've ever seen him do that again. But back in 2019 or 2020, seeing Ruben do it. But it seems like a Magic Archer for just 1 or 2 lineup hits early in single just always feels like there was a better option in that moment.
Yeah, and then obviously with the addition of the Hero Magic Archer and that ability being 2 elixir, it was such a necessary and great adjustment. So Big Spin going kind of back to what he was playing before. Obviously it is a Golem deck, but definitely different pieces of that Golem deck.
And Nate going double bait with Hero Magic Archer. He'll take a shot from the B-Dragon, maybe 2 here. Yep.
Actually, that's just a great point that someone makes, is that people haven't unlocked it if they haven't paid for it. So that's very fair. But obviously, in this competition, it's available.
But also, you gotta imagine that most of the top ladder has unlocked it.
Yes. Yeah, usually always top ladder. They will play enough to get it unlocked right away, or they will pay enough to get it unlocked right away. And Nate right now I was just going to say, he has a great matchup here, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, easy pressure, just he has to stay ahead, right? This is the same thing we just saw with Spin the opposite direction. If you stay ahead, you're in a good spot. You fall behind, and that catch-up becomes very difficult.
This Inferno is just such a frustrating pick if you're a Big Spin. And the only way to get on top of that Inferno tower is with a bowler ability, which is going to be something that obviously is either too slow because they're both such expensive cards, or is going to be so easy to distract, as we're seeing right there with the Evo Wall Breakers. Although bowler on tower, and he's got a lot of time here.
Well, that's a little more damage there for Nate as well. What you saw, though, also in that same sequence was the Hero Mega Minion gonna maybe give Nate some pause about, wow. A lot of value there. I was going to say, maybe give Nate some pause about where he plays his Magic Archer late in this game. Because that hero ability can just mean insta damage on tower.
And right now, Big Spin trying to change up tactics a little bit, going aggressive with the bowler at the bridge, maybe hoping to bait out the Inferno as we saw Oxalate do before, but just not the case, as Nate knows that's kind of the ace up his sleeve.
Oh,
and the Wall Breaker connects. That is crazy.
So Nate still has to get on tower, no spell damage to get direct, but certainly feeling good is Nate. And Fireball, Electro Spirit, 27 HP. A stiff breeze will knock that tower down.
Magic Archer just barely misses. And still alive is Big Spin, trying to keep that 6-0 dream in the conversation, but it is fleeting and very quick. And a double barrel push, no way to deal.
And doesn't quite happen. Baby Nate, 6-0. Is this the breakout star performance for Nate?
I mean, like I said at the top of the show, he's very well respected in the community. I just didn't know it was going to be this dominant of a showing, and he has worked through this entire ladder. Starting in Arena number 6, he's played against great players along the way, and he only just picked up his first game loss once he got to Arena 1 after winning 5 matches in a row. So just dominating the day is Baby Nate, and definitely putting Big Spin to sleep there, and that great matchup. Really fun to see. And Big Spin, probably disappointed, doesn't get the extra $100 cash and does drop down to Arena 2, but he is still in a very good spot to close out the day.
You can find Baby Nate on YouTube at Baby Nate, Nateee. If you just Google Baby Nate, you'll be able to find his channels fairly easily. He'll be on YouTube. I believe he's also on Twitch as well. I don't know where he does his streaming. So yeah, streaming on Twitch as well. Lots of chances to check out our current leader at 6-0.
Yeah, and that was also just a great pick. Big Spin without having Lightning and a Golem deck is always a little questionable. You're really putting yourself in a spot that you could just completely be exploited, and that's exactly what happened there. Just no way to get on top of that Inferno tower, and then the relentless pressure from Baby Nate is the other thing that you hate to see when you're playing Golem, if you're ever going up against a deck that has something like an Inferno. And then you also see that they have an insanely fast, aggressive cycle to pull your attention the opposite lane. Just all those things coming together perfectly for Nate. And again, his deck picking has been really, really good here, at least on the matches that we have seen so far. So great day for him. We'll probably come back to him at some point. Let's take a look here at our standings. We'll start at the bottom and move to the top, just like Baby Nate did, Rich, and Artube and Bennyhoo. Arena number 6 still. Bennyhoo has not won a match today. Really, really tough stuff there. OJ's losing streak continues as he's dropped all the way down to Arena 5. Oxalate's still kind of playing at the bottom after he picks up a win there to get himself out of Arena 6. Invader up and down as well, so has B-Rad, who are both in Arena 4. Bale ends up losing to Yosoy Rick, who Yosoy Rick pops up to the top to face off against Baby Nate. Bale and Airbache in Arena number 3. Big Spin and Juicy J for the rematch in Arena number 2, and then Baby Nate and Yosoy Rick at the top.
And Baby Nate undefeated, but you totally miss it, Andrew. The correct term for Bennyhoo is unvictorated. And he remains as such. And at this point now, do you shoot the moon? Right? Do you go for the clean 0-10? I don't think you do. I think you try to win some money here, but unfortunately,
I definitely think that you Trying to pick up
entirely
at
his
least
decision.
one Benjamin. Rich, what do you think about where we should go next? I was thinking maybe Arena 3 because we haven't seen Bale or Airbache at all today, and Airbache's been kind of on a run.
Yeah.
But I'm obviously open to whatever you might think would be a fun place to go as well.
I mean, for me, it's either I think that Bale or Bache is a good place. We haven't seen either of those two, as you said. At some point, we gotta check in on the bottom matches and see what's happening there. We gotta peek our head in, and we're getting close to that not being, you know, if Nate keeps the streak alive, we're gonna have to go back up top, especially near the end. So, you know, I think that, yeah, maybe Bale or Bache is the matchup, as we have not had them on stream yet today, and we got some interesting stuff going on there.
Yeah, I really like that. That's good. I mean, Airbache, really, like we said, finding his rhythm. He was sitting in Arena 6-5 area for quite some time and has climbed his way out of it, crawled his way out of it. And again, just in time. We are about to enter match 7. So technically, if Airbache were to win out, he could end up in Arena 1, which would be very, very fascinating to see. It'd actually be a really cool story, too. So that's a great place to go. And then Bale, yeah, you know, former pro. He's been a little up and down, obviously commentator as well. So Arena 3 is where we go. Remember, guys, if you want to get your votes in for the community poll to see your prediction, that is over on Twitch. And Rich and I are going to have to make our predictions here. This is actually a tough one for me. Man, it's like I almost want to just go Bale because of our history, but then when you look at the actual matchup, I'm not sure. Where are you at right now, Rich?
I'm going Bale. I'm going big bad Bale. Bale's one of those guys who can throw down with anyone. Bale's whole thing has always been just, can he do it all the time? But I think today is a day where he can get it done. So I'm going Bale.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to go with Airbache. I like that he's on a heater right now. He's won 3 in a row. It also adds to our conversation. But before we get into our next match, more fun stuff coming your way here in King of the Arena. We got some more content for you. We've got 2 more giveaways. And like we said, a few more matches coming your way, starting with Bale and Airbache after a short break. We'll be right back here at King of the Arena. Can we guess Clash Royale feat?
Why are we doing this?
Goblin Giant.
Oh, I knew it.
Better at this game than I thought. Goblin?
Spear goblins.
Goblin Brawler.
Who else is green?
The longer it takes us, the better I feel about each other.
Suspicious bush.
What? The bush has feet? Goblinstein.
Bar barrel.
Is it a Mega Minion?
Maybe a barbarian of some sort.
But it looks like there's like a shackle or metal on it.
I
Yeah.
thought you were right there.
It's shocking how different all the feet are.
Whose job is it to spend time on feet? Like someone has a job.
I know.
They're like the foot guy.
I have no idea. What is it?
Oh. Okay.
Man. Mother Witch.
Archer.
Archqueen Archers. It's purple. It's purple.
Musketeer. Firecracker.
It's not evil
How's it not
Firecracker?
Firecracker?
My
What are you
Christ.
talking about?
Should have known.
That one was right there. Evo Wizard.
Evo Archer?
Evo Knight.
We suck at this, Rich, and I'm actually happy that we suck at it.
No, you know what? This is good, though, because it shows that we're not looking at feet all day.
This game sucks.
Evo Royal Guards.
Oh, wait.
Evo Royal Recruits.
Just regular archers.
Archer Queen.
It's so naked. It's so bare. Is this your foot?
It's not hairy enough.
It's giving female to me.
Musketeer.
Is it a rascal girl?
Oh, no.
Skeleton. Bomber.
Giant Skeleton. Skeleton King.
Yes! 2 to 1, we're like 9 in. Archer.
Archer Queen.
Wow. Giant?
Royal Giant.
Rascal boy? It's blue.
He's beefy.
He is.
Fisherman.
I have now lost 3 in a row. Ugh. Whoa.
Needs a podiatrist.
Electro Giant. Yes!
Yo, you peered it on the last one.
The competitive side of me wants to do better, but then the human side of me wants to do worse.
Well,
congratulations, Feet King.
Not a title I had hoped for, but one that I will bear as I am now required. I'm not even sure that I'm happy I won that. Like, the competitor in me is happy I won, but the human being in me is disappointed.
I was just gonna say, neither of you wanted to win that. Neither of us, I mean, wanted to win that, but our competitive sides will never allow us to throw anything.
Yeah.
Even if it's at our disservice. Shout out to production. Both those pieces of content were so fun. We've got more coming your way at our event at the end of the month. And I just... Congratulations, Feet King.
I hate that. I really hate that. But sure. Yes, more content coming your way. Of course, more action in Clash Royale coming your way, not just today, but with the tournament that we announced today. More on that in a bit. First, let's go to our predictions on our next matchup. And I'm going Bale.
Oh.
You at home are going Bale. Andrew taking the opposite direction.
Yeah. It's definitely a shot in the dark for me. I mean, obviously, I'm more familiar with Bale than Erbache just from, our history at CRL. But I am very curious to see how this one shapes out. Arena 3 is a really good spot to be in right now. It allows you to, get to that top spot still, a little bit of breathing room. Curious to see how this one shakes out. And I am actually going to do what you have been doing throughout the day. I'm curious to see what decks they've been playing. Have you already got that pulled up, Rich?
I haven't pulled it up yet. I was, during our break, I was so enamored rewatching our foot competition that I completely forgot to bring up their decks, but we can go ahead and jump into their lists right now. Bale, doing a little bit of Mortar, doing a little bit of Royal Giant, some Piggies for Big Bad Bale, some Bridge Spam. So kind of all over the place here. Some Lava for Bale. Oh, my word. Yeah, so kind of a good spread.
Also all over the place, man. He's got an interesting minor Evo Wallbreakers NATO Lightning deck with Hero Dark Prince. That's just kind of crazy. He was playing a Hero Giant deck with Prince and Rocket. Definitely interesting decks. He's got one here with Hero Ice Golem and Evo Minion Horde. He's played some Drill. He's played some classic minor Evo Wallbreakers, Evo Bats with Bomb Tower. So yeah, excited to see how this goes. Man, look at Bale. Dude, I feel like I'd let that guy invest for me.
Look at the lighting scheme. I let him design my interiors.
I know. The setup in the back, the depth of field. Love it all. Looking good.
Dark Prince cleans up the Miner from Erbache. And the Heal Spear almost gets a little help there, but too much damage from the minions onto that Dark Prince.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this is a Mortar deck at the top of your screen. Usually doesn't have the Berserker in it, but the Evo Archers plus Miner and Mortar has been kind of a thing. I mean, this is definitely a duels version of what has been a little popular on Ladder. And what's actually fascinating, we haven't talked about it at all today because Mortar has not been played at all on broadcast, is it's the first time in forever where the Evo Mortar is not just the 100% pick. regular Mortar is actually back in the meta because of the other strong cards around it. So obviously not the case here, but just something that is to take note of, because it has literally been since the Evo Mortar, I think, came into the game that the regular Mortar has basically been gone.
Giant Sparky is a fascinating pick out of Bale, and of course just feeding the Evo Archers as they get a ton of damage. And this is going to be a lot right here. He doesn't have the zap available.
Goodness.
There we go. Finally it comes in.
And that's just one of those things where you have to zap, but so much damage is already done, and you have to zap earlier, else you're going to lose the tower on the front end, that there's so much HP on the Mighty Miner, you might just lose it on the back end. So Bale barely gets away with a tower there, but already in a terrible spot as Airbache is just happily eating his lunch, and it just like he ate that tower.
Well, again, looking at Airbache, what he's been playing so far, and like not totally seeing what the idea is behind the Sparky. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's
Bale.
the E-Giant. Yeah, what Bale's been playing today. I mean, yeah, what Bale's been playing today. Well, yeah, I'm looking at what Airbache's playing, not seeing what Bale's trying to counter from Airbache's deck.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Opts not to use the Hero Giant ability there, maybe just trying to pile up at the bridge as that miner is about to take that tower on the left-hand side, already well within, I mean, not poison or log range, it's gone.
So game number one, easy work for Airbache as he enjoys himself a little goat cheese pizza. I don't even know what. A little extra a little extra mozzarella on there. You got some on your lip
Italian.
there.
I bet you that is phenomenal. I bet you that. I'm actually pretty hungry right now. That looks really good. Yeah, could be cold. Might
it's
not
cold
be.
and it's still good.
Yeah,
right.
That's when you know. I mean, I'm a medium cold pizza guy. I did it in college a lot, but now, as people pointed out, I got gray hair. I'm gonna pop that stuff in the oven for just a little bit. It's brand new, new. Not a cold pizza guy anymore.
Yeah, I wonder where that one come from the corner. Just like right, he went downstairs and got it. You know what I mean? Here we go.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of what it was from Airbache that Bale was trying to look for. I mean, I guess you could get, if he goes Piggy's same lane, if he was playing a Pig's deck, which he's done some, I guess there's something there. Could be good against Royal Giant, although the RG decks, a lot of them are running E-Spirit. So, yeah, just a curious pick out of Bale. I don't remember the last time that I felt like Sparky was good. It was like kind of okay during the Goblin Giant meta, like the Goblin Giant Rage meta.
Yep.
But when's the last time that Sparky was good?
Yeah, I mean, you said it. That was kind of the moment that it was kind of good. But in general, that Gob Giant meta that leaned away even from that. But that is, yeah. I mean, not only is it just a tough spot to be in terms of the matchup here, there's not. I mean, there's also the idea that Bale just didn't play it that great. He just overspent. He allowed that Mighty Miner to get way more value than it should have throughout that game. You know, he's got the vines to deal with the Evo Archers or the minions, but it just didn't really ever come together for him. He finally got that big push at the end with the Sparky, with the Giant, with the mini P.E.K.K.A behind, but it just was too much to. You need so much elixir and your opponent to be focused on the same lane as you to make that push happen effectively early enough in the game to make it a threat.
Yeah, that's just a rough one for him. So Airbache up 1 after running the miner deck in game number 1. And again, we'll get deeper into the deck picking stuff if we make it to a game 3 and have more information to work with. But Airbache now starting to put together a nice little string of wins at the best time too, right? Because now you're starting to. Every win here, you're locking yourself potentially into the next arena up. So that's huge.
Yeah, and keeping yourself out of a specific lower arena, right? You can't only drop so low in 2 more matches, right? We're in match number 7 right now. So really good spot for him to hit his stride. That's a great point that you make there. And we'll see if Bale can bounce back here in game number 2. I mean, that was, Rich, sometimes we sit here and we really try to analyze to figure out why a deck is picked and why it was played the way it was. And this was just kind of a miss for me.
Yeah,
For
I
us.
agree. I would. My basic advice for Bale would be to, pick different cards, which he has to because it's dual mode. So
Yeah, I was gonna say.
yeah. So I would, and then I would just do that. Is do a very different thing, and then maybe save Sparky for streams that are not this one. I don't know. I did hear someone in the chat said that B-Rad has been cooking with troll decks his chat is picking today. So if B-Rad has been getting troll decks from his chat, gotta love that.
I think he posted that on X. Wow, it's gotten to the point to where I instinctively call it, and not instinctively, I have to like pull away from calling it Twitter because it makes me feel like old or something. But anyway, I think I saw him put that on that website saying that what if I just played troll decks all day? And maybe that's what he did. And, not in the worst place, Arena 4.
Down 1 to Invader, who's getting his wins in at the right time.
And since we're not into any heated action at the moment, remember, arena-royale.com to register for our 4 open tournaments. Open to the general public. 4,000 of you have the opportunity to be narrowed down to 16 through a few days of qualifying events to be on broadcast to play against 16 invited pros.
Have seen very little Royal Ghosts today. I'm trying to think of how many times I've actually seen it.
Maybe 0. I think that's a great point.
A little protection there for the Mother Witch.
And interestingly enough, I feel like we've actually seen less Mother Witch as the day has gone on, even though Graveyard has been as popular throughout the day. And very little Lava, only a couple times, maybe 3 times that we've seen on broadcast. Obviously, probably played more than that.
Not on broadcast a lot. I think Airbache might have played Lava earlier. I know he at least ran into it against B-Rad. But maybe he didn't play Lava earlier today. I thought that he had.
Rich. Benny, who might be able to be putting together his first dub. He's got a game up on R-Tube as Baby Nate is down a game against Yosoy Rick. And Juicy getting a little revenge over Big Spin picking up a game.
Benny might get victorated. We'll see.
And once again, Bale just like interaction-wise, things are just not quite working out for him. 1485 to 2095. This Spirit Empress is going to be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, what's he do? Hope a Mother Witch can deal with it, kinda? You've got no spell that targets air, and your only air targeting troop is Mother Witch, and you're against Lava Spirit Empress.
Yeah, I
guess you have your Skelly Drags.
Yeah, Skelly Drags and Mother Witch, 2 of the softest in terms of air DPS. Luckily, there's not a balloon to deal with as well, something that you and I talked quite a bit about in last month's CRL.
Yeah. All right, a little something happening over here that Evo, could not be better sequencing to have the Evo Zap ready to go right then. Cannon Cart connects to the top right, though. Look at this.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. Going in the same lane is a positive, I guess, at this moment. But Cannon Cart going right across the bridge, so a Ground Spirit Empress has to come down.
Hey, I have 2 air defenses. What spell do you have, Airbache? Oh, the one that makes them nothing? The one that makes them nothing? Oh, good. Good, I love that.
He has so much Barada on his face right now.
Oh, my word.
As he takes the win. Again, insult to injury. If that's the guy that you're losing to in that moment, pretty tough. Pretty tough.
Yeah, who's always eating the scenes? It's the Brad Pitt of Clash Royale. He's just always snacking when he's on screen.
Meanwhile, Bale's in this beautifully curated dungeon here. Airbache sitting on his bed eating some pizza. Some of it he's wearing as he takes a quick 2-0 win over Bale and continues to move his way up into Arena 2, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's definitely starting to get up there. I think that was an Arena 3 matchup. Airbache may have just given us the next emote which is the goblin nonchalantly eating pizza, and then it's on his face afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, what a way for him to, as you said, just like hit his stride at the perfect part of the day. If he goes into Arena 2, there's 2 more matches. Yeah, he kind of just needs to win out at this point if he wants to stay at the very, very top. 2 more matches in. You got to win both technically to stay in Arena 1, I believe.
Yeah, he has he right now, as of the last moment that I saw, Juicy was in the lead against Big Spin in Arena 2, so that's who Airbache will face if things stay the same in Arena 2. I don't know if we have an update yet on Baby Nate and Yosoy Rick. Baby Nate trying to stay on the top, but not sure if he'll be able to make it happen. We'll get an update on that very soon.
As we also might see if was able to 2-0 OJ, so OJ will be sent down to the bottom of the rungs, which, you know, surprising. He started off so strong. And he, you know, he 2-0'd Yosoy Rick, who's at the top of our arena now. So, hey, that's Clash Royale, baby. You never know what's going to happen.
Never indeed. And hopefully we'll see. I don't know if production is going to get us into another match here or if anything is still continuing. We might have a Game 3 somewhere. Here we go. We do have a Game 3, Invader and B-Rad. Well, we'll have that one coming up here in just a second. They're getting that one queued up for some Game 3 action. And I still don't know if we have any update on Bennyhoo's situation.
Yeah, it'll be good to it'll be interesting to hear where Bennyhoo's at, and it'll be good to see B-Rad in his whatever deck he wants to come up with in game number 3. I mean, I guess, you know, for the memes at this point is fun, but I feel like he's actually put together a little bit to where you start to, I don't know, as we talked about in the foot game, your competitive side just takes over sometimes. You gotta just go. Just as yours took over. And you won the foot game.
You know, if there are some things I don't know if I've ever, I'm usually pretty open and down with whatever. But if we could forget the foot game, I don't know if there's a way to go back into the broadcast and remove it. But
as you and I know, it lives on the internet forever.
It might be my most shameful victory ever to have won the foot game. I'm just
and
observant.
I have never been happier to lose in my life, I'm pretty sure. So about to hop in to game number 3. See if B-Rad can take the dub. Keep moving up the arena here. And we will be doing another giveaway very soon. But first, here we go. Invader, bottom of your screen. B-Rad at the top. B-Rad just took game number 2. Can he pull off the reverse sweep?
I think he can. I don't know if he will. But if we're going on, like, possibilities,
it's
I think it is a possibility. He has it in him.
Look at that. Juicy going back to the top. Yosoy Rick and Baby Nate tied up at 1. And it looks like Bennyhoo. Yep, go ahead.
Bennyhoo is now victorated. Congratulations, Benny.
Took
wow.
3.5 hours, but he got that dub.
Sounds like my ranked season play.
And our first Evo Minion Horde on broadcast, but I did see the Evo Minion Horde was played earlier. A fascinating Evo, to be honest. A really frustrating one sometimes too. It's one of those Evos that you have to track more so than most. I remember when, you know, Evos were relatively new to the game. We talked a lot about the Evo Firecracker. Still the case with Evo Firecracker, but it's not like you lose the game right away. Sometimes if your opponent has got your cycle down and knows that you only have like one strong response to Evo Minion Horde, it can really just win a game like that.
Well, you know, I put Evo Minion Horde maybe in a kind of a similar category to Evo Skarmy, or Evo Skellies. Yep. Evo Skellies, I mean Evo Skarmy too.
Well, actually, Evo Skarmy too. Yeah.
Evo Skarmy has the invincibility factor to it, but Evo Skellies, where most of the time they're not a problem. When they become a problem, they're a very big problem.
Oh, interesting. So the freeze coming out on them, but there's not a second spell to deal with once they come out of invisibility, and that is a really nice and necessary King Tower activation.
Yeah, that kind of rules for Invader, as that's going to help out dramatically, and now he can just pull stuff to the middle and mostly let that handle the game.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's another cool interaction for the people at home. If you're playing against the hero Loon, you know, if you can drop your ranged unit close enough to the King Tower, assuming your opponent uses the ability, it's kind of a free King Tower activation in a matchup where you might not have had one.
Here we go, sudden death overtime, and Vader keeps on adding to his lead, has pretty much pitched a perfect one so far, has some work to do against this push. Of course, that freeze is always the X factor.
And the Horde, the 3 towers, just near impossible to break through here for B-Rad.
And he keeps on being a little bit too low on Elixir.
Yeah. The amount of air defense that Invader has in this matchup is actually insane. You know, it's like the weirdest put-together mortar deck with the most air defense.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's getting decks from his chat. It's not like he's picking decks and then going live, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
if I'm Invader, I'm not looking to stream. If I'm Invader, I'm sending someone into his chat and being like, hey, suggest this deck real quick. This is dumb.
Play a lot of air units and Loon.
Yeah.
With no big spell.
Hey, tell him to make this bad decision. See if he'll do it. And then you just go, oh, cool, I'm in good shape. I'm in great shape here. Which he is. Nice win.
Yeah.
Nice win for Vader.
So Vader going to move up to Arena 2, where he will go and face off against will be Yosoy Rick, because it looks like Baby Nate picked up that win, who has still been perfect on the day in terms of matches, which is crazy.
That is wild. Sometimes people just have a pop-off day, right? The question is, how often can you have a pop-off day, right? So Baby Nate here, running the table. You got it, but maybe can you do it season end? Could we see a Baby Nate make a top 32? Maybe even make a top 16? That's my next question.
I would love to see. Let me take a look at him. I mean, this is obviously a conversation that we always have in our CRL broadcast. Let's take a look at our standings while I figure this out.
So in Arena 1, Baby Nate undefeated.
Yeah.
Against Juicy J, who's made his way back up top. Hey, he's got to end there. As long as you end there, you're in pretty good shape. That's a good chunk of change. Yosoy Rick drops down. He'll face off the surging 4 wins in a row for Erbache. Spin, after really holding top for 5 games in a row, 5 matches, loses 2 back-to-back, and will go up against Invader. Bale and Ox, they're in Arena 4. B-Rad and Benny will meet in a classic CRL matchup. Back from CRL 2019, CRL West. And then down at the bottom, after starting off pretty good, pretty nice, OJ and R2 in Arena 6 in the bottom of the barrel match.
Yeah, and then talking about Nate, just what I was saying before is he's only shown up in CRL twice, once in the warm-up in 2024 and another time in 2025 in Season 4 where he got 46th position. So maybe 2026 is the year where we could finally see him in that top 32, top 16 conversation. Obviously very different than what we're seeing here today in terms of level of competition. But, Rich, we have a decision to make here, taking a look at our standings. Where do we go?
Ooh, this is an interesting one. Let me think about this for a second. I kind of like the B-Rad Benny matchup. I think that's a fun one. That's a fun one to watch. We have not seen... This might be our last chance to really see OJ or R-Tube, because we're going to go to the more meaningful matchups at the end. And I do like seeing, can R-Tube fight his way out, or is OJ's slide going to continue? But I could also be convinced that we should be up in the top 3 arenas, right? Rick and Bache is a good matchup. Vader and Spin could be a good matchup too. So I could be convinced even though I really want to see Arena 5 or Arena 6, I could be convinced to go somewhere else.
No, I think I'm totally down with that. I mean, we've spent a lot of time watching Juice already today. Shout out to our boy. And if he stays at the top, we could still end up seeing that. I do like Yosoy, Rick, and Airbache, but we just watched both of them recently. Let's do it. Let's go to the bottom of the barrel. We got two guys with massive followings in OJ and RTube. This is a great thing for them, their community, for the chat. Let's do it. Let's go OJ, RTube. This is going to be a tough one to predict.
I like that one. That's the one I want. OJ RTube. I am going to stick with OJ. He has given me so much. He's given me gameplay advice. He's given me literally the camera I'm using for this stream. I picked based off of his suggestion. So I'm going to go with OJ. I'm going to back the boy.
Okay. I got to go OJ as well, man. RTube has been rough run-ins for a while. No shade on RTube. You know, nice dude, met him numerous times now at World Finals. I'd be happy if you prove me wrong, but I'm going to go to OJ as well.
And I see someone in chat claiming that Invader played Rascals twice. He did not. He played Rascals in Game 3, did not play Rascals in Game 1 or Game 2. People are looking at the games. So here we go into, well, I guess this one's already going.
Yeah, our producer letting us know that they just went ahead and started without us because why not when you're 1-6? But still, 1-6, that means they've each at least made an extra $100 to put on that $1,300 last place spot. Bottom of the barrel, who's it going to be? Who's going to end up in the bottom? We will find out as B-Rad, Benny, RTube, and OJ are the 4 competitors in a position to end in that 6th arena spot.
This is round 8. I see someone asking how many matches there are. This is round 8 of 10. So we're still going. A little push on the right-hand side. A little stretch to the left-hand side. Snowball does not save from the damage. But that Magic Archer might live there now.
Yeah, and also going to get a shot on tower there.
Oh, boy.
So OJ in trouble, and R2 protects it with the wall breakers. Love what we're seeing here. Got to protect your princess, got to protect your Magic Archer as well.
Just hanging. And you know what? If you take out my first one, what do I do? I'll get another one. How about that? You want another Magic Archer? And that giant just lines up the triple shot. This Magic Archer has been here so long that the hair's starting to fall out.
Yeah, starting to turn gray.
Final 90 seconds. OJ has to find something, but the bowler into the lane and then activating the ability against the Magic Archer is rough work.
Yeah. And now OJ getting on offense with 70 seconds and 200 HP remaining.
No arrows to cover this. That's to be some. Oh, I thought arrows. I thought he already. My bad. I thought they were out of cycle.
The chat wanting OJ to lock in.
You know, here's my take on Hero Bowler after having watched this tournament today for a while. That's it. GG's. After watching this tournament for a while today, here's my take on Hero Bowler. Hero Bowler is really OP against average players.
Yeah.
Right? You think about that and you hear like, hey, people talk about how hard it is, but it's there's a lot of cards that if you are an average player who makes common mistakes, that Hero Bowler can abuse it. But Hero Bowler against good players seems like it's a bowler that has an extra ability that is annoying, but maybe in this case we saw more of a liability in lots of cases. So I am very curious to see. I think we will get the good verdict on it after our CRL, like once we get through this month of CRL and see how it plays in the group stage and the monthly finals.
Yeah, yeah, and we've seen the synergy of it, like we were talking about before with Hero Bowler and like Graveyard, but that's like so specific. It actually being effective in numerous archetypes is interesting. We've also seen it being played with E-Giant, but similarly, we've seen E-Giant being played with the Hero Dark Prince, as there is no catch there on that mortar for OJ. So yeah, I agree. I think it's been a really interesting kind of. Yeah, look into the meta right now. I mean, that was one of the things you and I were super excited about at the start of the day, was just to see where Hero Dark Prince and Hero Bowler were gonna land.
Yeah, and it's not that it. I mean, here's the thing: is that Bowler is still Bowler, right? That's, I think, the thing you can't change about the card is Bowler is still Bowler, and you might have situational usage of the ability. I haven't had a moment today where I've looked at the Hero Bowler ability and been like, that was the difference. That was the thing. Like, maybe in our first game it was part of that annoying distraction, the little first game of the day.
Yeah.
But the ability has never felt like it was the thing today.
Yeah, and then, like, again, just to not to repeat myself too much, but like we were talking about with that Graveyard matchup, it did a good job against the pigs from the Mother Witch, but I agree, it's been pretty ineffective. Or maybe just like, yeah, it's just been kind of a non-factor. Although it's about to lock on tower again. I don't know if OJ knows how bowlers and mortars work, but you've got to stop them from targeting your tower, OJ.
If there's one thing I've said about OJ is he doesn't know how any of the cards work. That's my big critique. This is a big push, though.
Yeah,
this is a big, nasty push.
Ooh, I really like that.
Oh, boy. OJ. And
I like
R2,
that.
Flat-footed. Backpedaling.
Hey, we know if you are a lava player, you have got to sacrifice tower HP sometimes to actually put together that lava push that you want. And, OJ making us eat our words, although he does lose the tower, which you knew he was going to do. Didn't make his opponent spend much on it, but he did make him spend an Evo. But now going to a single tower game is an interesting place to be in. I don't love that OJ goes that Dark Prince in the pocket. I think he should try to set up for another lava push, especially because this Evo Mortar is on tower?
Yeah.
No, okay. Barely gets taken off the board. But that Dark Goblin's on tower.
Dark Goblin getting tanked for, forces the log out. And now no log for the Skeleton Barrel. And going to pick it up with the Dark Prince, but you're going to get a little bit of work, a little bit of damage in there.
Very interesting use of spells and defense. And hey, maybe OJ's playing 4D chess and we just don't know it yet. But right now he's down a little bit with 2 minutes remaining. He needs to get a lava push put together. And lava in the pocket.
Yeah, and a great Evo Zap. Mortar high will also do some double work because it's going to help distract against those Skelly Drags and those pups, especially those pups when they start to get away.
Mortar on the tower, Bowler on the cage, 966 to 1592. Brawler also on tower there.
Keep an eye out late in this game for a sneaky pocket Cannon Cart or Dart Goblin, especially considering that OJ is going to have, especially when it comes to Cannon Cart in particular, if R-Tube can time when OJ's ground troops aren't in cycle or aren't conveniently in cycle.
And this Evo Skelly Barrel is going to do a good amount of damage. That log, though, should allow it to take off the Dark Goblin, but I knew that Mortar was going to get a shot. And right back to another Evo Mortar. OJ leaking a little elixir, not knowing what to play.
High Cannon Cart for the
that
cage.
Dark Prince is... Okay, it is distracting.
But that's
Mortar's
on tower. Wow.
That's game. That's game.
Cannon Cart doing work.
You can see the frustration on OJ's face, man. Started off... I mean... I guess it didn't start off that great. He was just higher up on the ladder, and then he must have won a game. But then it's been rough goings for our boy ever since. Questionable gameplay. I was actually really surprised. I think I saw the chat saying that too. Obviously, I know OJ is a good player, but just not really. Maybe he's just not a big lava player because some of those interactions just seemed a little uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, you get caught a little bit, and there are some decks that look really easy to play, and that have a little bit more complexity than you think, or they're easy to play sometimes and hard to play. Like, hey, this is really easy to play in this situation and really hard to play in these other situations. And yeah, maybe that's a little bit of what was encountered there by OJ. But as soon as you got to that 2-tower game, you're talking about not having that. You have your ground opportunity, your ground troops, right? You have the cage, which you have to wait for that elixir bank to eventually pay off its dividends. You have the Dark Prince, and then you have your Spirit Empress, right? And that's what I was talking about. And I'm rewatching it back here. The cannon cart didn't end up being the killing blow, but able to just go and get right on top of the cage and open up the retarget for that mortar. GG.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about this deck too is kind of the bait aspects of it, like the log bait aspects of R-Tube's deck, because you've got the log, but you need that log to deal with so many different things in the Dark Goblin, in the Skelly Barrel, and in the Rascals. So it's tough. Then you're like, okay, well, I'll save the log for maybe the Rascals or the Skelly Barrel. But then, and maybe I'll try to use the Evo Zap on the Dark Goblin, or switch that up a little bit. But either way, it was just really, really tough for OJ to figure out where he needed his spell power. And then the Fireball we saw come out a couple times just directly on the Rascals. It was just a tough little spot to be in. Triple spell, you always got to worry about the ground as well, because you've got just the Dark Prince, you have the cage as well, and the ground Spirit Empress, but then that messes up your air push. So just a lot of things for OJ to kind of juggle, and it just was a little bit more than he can handle.
Yeah, and he drops it all. And we'll see if he can recover from it in this next one. 2 more matches left, and before we get to those 2 matches, we've got another giveaway coming at you right now. Here it comes up on screen.
Yes.
And oh, look at that guy. That guy's coming with me. So here's how you do it. Get your phone out. Open your camera, point it at the screen. If you have to take a screenshot instead, you can do that. You can screenshot. If you're watching this on your phone, you can screenshot it and accomplish the same thing here. I'm going to open it up. It's going to take me into the game, right? I'm in the game now. Just from doing that. Do I want to claim my reward? Claim. And what am I going to get here?
I'm going to clip this out and send it to my mother, who doesn't know how QR codes work, because I feel like you really broke it down well. And additionally, we have Jake Tribe in the chat, our moderator, who is also posting links for you guys to click on that you could do with your thumb on your screen as well, or your mouse. You could click on it. So there's so many ways for you guys to get involved in getting these rewards. And also, just because we're sitting here in between games, arena-royale.com. Get registered now to be one of the 4,000 people in these open tournaments to play in open qualifiers that go to a group stage that then will be on broadcast for the finale on May 29th. This is the 25th through the 29th, back-to-back days. This is part of it, man. If you want to be the best in the world, this is how this kind of works, right? You have to go through back-to-back days of grueling competition. It's a little bit different than our open qualifiers in CRL, but it is similar in the sense of where these are marathons, right? This is not just log in, win a couple games, and then you've made it through the next round. This is what separates the good from the great, and you've got a great way to try it out here, because if you're able to make it through those qualifiers, you'll be going up against 16 of the best players in the world on broadcast. Arena-royale.com. Make sure you sign up, make sure you get your rewards, and again, you can always go back in the broadcast to get the rewards that you may have missed earlier. We have one more reward coming your way at the end of our day as well.
And looking forward to more than just that rewards, let's look forward to our next matchups and checking out our predictions that we have for those matchups as we go along. So I guess we all picked OJ in that one, and we all got it wrong. All of us were wrong. My predictions today have really been awesome. I've been really crushing it on that. I don't know if I've ever seen that much black and white since the first minute of Wizard of Oz. That's absolutely brutal.
Someone in the chat, Sunglasses Rich, aka the Feet King, is in Arena 6 of predictions, says Tasty Bacon. Tasty only said the last part of that. The chat said the other part of it, but I feel like you added all that together for a wonderful introduction. But yeah, shout out to Tasty there, the Arena 6 of predictions. I've done okay today. We all know that my predictions over the years have been up and down, and today's a good day for me.
Yeah, every once in a while, a broken clock's right twice a day, as they say.
Yep,
and
that's true.
And
11:37 is my broken clock.
Yeah. My clock is very broken right now, unfortunately. But we've got 2 more chances to get a prediction right. All right, chat. How about this? How many of the there will be 2? How will I finish on predictions? I'm 1-7. I've avoided the 0. I've avoided the worst. Will I finish 2-8? Will I finish maybe even 3-7? Or am I gonna be a 1-9? Am I gonna be just at the bottom of things? I'm gonna stay in Arena 6.
For your case, Feet King, that you are higher up.
I don't know why it's so gross.
It's never going to not be funny to me.
Gross.
I
don't know why.
How many times I have to say it? It's always going to be funny.
It sounds like the name of like a guy who owns like a podiatry firm in the middle of Ohio.
Yeah, like he thought it was a great idea. He's like, I know. Have you heard of Liver King? I got an idea for my business name.
The worst ads for a doctor you've ever seen. Come on down to I'm the Feet King. Your feet stink? You got corns, bunions? I could scrape them off. Is it hurting? Come on down. Feet King will get you taken care of. Only $9.99. We do take all forms of insurance. Please, I paid a lot for medical school.
The result, at least from a few people in chat, believe you're going to go 2-8. So they've got faith that you'll pick up 1 more.
Okay.
Let's take a look at standings or something. We got to have a little bit more figured out at this point. Okay.
So we got a game 3 coming on. Yosoy, Rick, and Erbache. And I believe that's winner goes up to our top arena. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe you're correct there. Yeah.
Oh my. Okay. Well, we'll see if who can make it up to the top. Because again, now we're getting to crunch time, baby. Right? Mm-hmm. We're getting to the point where there's only 2 more rounds after this. So if you want to win the big prize, it's put up or shut up time. Some of these guys are going to have to shut up, unfortunately.
Yeah. Some of them have already been shut up, unfortunately, as well. Baby Nate, on the other side of it, has the chance to pull off what you were talking about at the top of the show, the biggest prize possible in King of the Arena, the $28.50 at the end of the day. If he goes perfect 10-0 in matches, that's $100 per match won, plus the $18.50 for being in the top arena. Not a bad way. Not a bad way to spend your Thursday for Baby Nate. And also, what a great way to get the community more familiar with you.
Yeah, I mean, a great way to kind of make a splash here. And again, Baby Nate, you can find him on all the different content platforms. If you just Google Baby Nate, throw a couple extra E's on there, might help. And you can find him fairly easily. And yeah, good dude. Like I said, we met him at World Finals. And obviously a good player as well, as he's been dominating today.
Yeah, definitely respected amongst the pro community, and now we're seeing exactly why that is. We are going to hop into a game 3. This is, again, our match number 8, so 2 more matches coming your way before we end our day. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel, following along with all things here. Oh, we're hopping into the game. All right.
Here we go. And you can just see all the different places people are trying to compete. Juice is going to be moving up. Or wait, is that saying that Juice beat Baby Nate in Arena 1, 2-0?
It is. Wow. Gets his revenge and stays at the top, does our boy. Oh, and that Berserker placed on the wrong tile. I think if you were able to place it on the right side of that hog instead of the left, it would have at least had a better chance of getting to that goblin hut. I gotta say, one of the things that pros make look a lot easier than it is to push units into buildings placed out of spell range.
Sure.
Like the anti-EQ placement up top. You know it's coming, and it's not actually that difficult of an interaction, but for some reason, it's just one of those things that it looks like the best of the best never really mess up, and lower level players, it's just harder to pull the timing off of it.
A couple of big hog shots here. 1691.
I like how locked
lead.
in Yosoy Rick looks.
I like how bored and ready for more pizza Erbache looks.
I know, it's like, who's he talking to? I don't even think he has a headphone in.
whoever's making the pizza. He's saying, can I get some mushrooms on the next one? Maybe a little truffle oil?
And a little bit more burrata.
Yeah. Can you just actually put a tube in the burrata and pump it directly into my mouth? Because I've been missing my mouth lately with it.
Oh, man. When it comes to feet, Slayton is victorated.
Hey, you know what?
I love the chat, man. I love you guys.
I am certainly victorated.
That's a lot of damage on the left-hand side. Yeah,
I was
just
about
completely
to say
evening the
that.
game up.
I mean, the MK cycles definitely opening up that they're inviting that conversation.
And that Goblin Hut not going to do the defense you want, and that Hog getting tanked for by the MK. Hog going to get more shots in. That is huge.
You better get a lot from these pigs.
Yeah, I was going to say, this counter push doesn't actually look as threatening as Yosoy Rick would hope it to be. And here's what you're talking about, Rich. Can this Hero Bowler actually be effective? It does take off the zappies, but one thing that I do think is interesting and necessary about the Hero Bowler ability is it doesn't have that blind spot that the Mortar has, so that you could drop a unit basically right in its face and it still distracts the boulder.
Hog in behind. This time the Goblin Hut should do decent work to slow things down. Mega Knight does not hit. Really important for Yosoy Rick there. Piggies split. This time they're flying.
Yeah, and that's actually huge damage. That's going to be the game, I think. Not quite within lightning range, but oh, well, lightning snowball? Is that enough?
Hog Rider, let's worry about this Hog Rider first. Oh, and that bowler doing a great job. Just a little bit of knockback.
Yeah. And then the Berserker as well. Nice plays there. And you can see Airbache getting a little desperate here on the left-hand side.
And does he have anything here? He doesn't. He doesn't. He has nothing.
Nope.
He has nothing. Tower down. Rick with the win. Airbache.
Really nice.
Nothing to eat. The dude's hungry. Give him something.
Yosoy Rick moving to 5-3 on the day and climbing when it's most important. Great stuff there.
And now we go down to the final two.
It was interesting to see that game. It felt like Rick just kept kind of not playing his defense as effectively as he needed, and it felt like the Piggies actually weren't going to break through as much as they kept doing, you know, with the Zappies and the other cards to clean up. But every single time, the Pigs were just getting just enough damage, and then the Hog defenses did get cleaned up towards the end of that game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a couple moments where there was one in particular where the bowler kind of pushed the Hog almost away from the Goblin Hut, but the Hog was still just enough in range, and it fought its way back. And, you know, there's one or two of those Hog defenses let in a single slap, a single mallet, single hit from the hammer, and it's a huge difference. But just doing just enough on the back end. And, you know, that's what I think one of those things you always feel about when you finish a game of Clash Royale that you lost. You always go, if I could have time to go back and if I could play that again, I know I could win that game.
Yeah,
I just didn't learn enough early on. And in this case, learned enough quickly about how he wanted to play the matchup to get it done.
And the other thing, again, about the Hero Bowler, this evolving conversation that we're having, back to, I think, what I felt I would recognize in game number one of our entire day, was just, it can also mess with your cycle. You know, we saw the bowler take out the Zappies, and then I can't remember what unit it was played right at the bridge on top of the bowler of Yosoy Ricks, but that might have just messed up the offensive sequencing that Airbache was trying to put together. So again, you know, sometimes it's not about getting damage on tower. Sometimes it's about the long game and throwing off the cycle or just the elixir that you need to put together those pushes. Because really what Airbache was leaning on for when we hopped into the game was just, early in the game was just those Hogs behind the Mega Knights. Mega Knight clears the Goblin Hut, and then that Hog has just got free reign on the tower. Yosoy Rick doing a great mid-game adjustment there, as we are, like you said, Rich, only 2 matches away from the end of our day. And here are our standings. Let's take a look at the top.
At the top, Juicy back in business up against Yosoy Rick. Baby Nate all the work could be for naught. Has put a lot of money in his pocket, but has to fight against Big Spin, who is making his claim on our top arenas once more after losing a couple in a row. Airbache and Bale in Arena 3. They are the last. They are in the last spot. If you win here between those two, you still have a chance at making it to the top arena for the end of our day. But now it's do or die for Bache and Bale. And Bennyhu, back where he was against OJ. And they're fighting for maybe some pride at this point. And so much pride because, oh my word, the last thing you want is to end down there and just be devastatingly embarrassed by your performance today. I know that both of them would take it very personally and have lots of emotions about it.
Yeah, and this is a tough one to know what match to go to, right? We just saw Airbache and Bale in round 7. That was where Airbache took that matchup against Bale while wearing the Barada. And then we're back at the top of our arena. I feel like, unless I'm mistaken, unless you want to see like maybe Arena 4 or something, I do feel like, or 5, I do feel like 1 and 2 is kind of where we want to be at the end of our day. But which way do we want to go? Maybe we start at 2 and then go to 1? Should we do that?
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that. Because then we can see the journey of the winner to potentially being a champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Arena 2 will follow
that's
Arena
a good
1.
way to close out our day.
I think that's the move. Let's go to Arena 2, Baby Nate and Big Spin.
The rematch.
See how it goes. Yeah.
And
yeah, I love it.
It was Big Spin that gave Baby Nate his first game loss on the day, but it was Baby Nate that gave Big Spin his first match loss on the day. So how many of those things do you have?
How many wins? I mean, like I'm not winning it at all today.
No,
but
your sunglasses.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
These ones are sweet. I'm a fan of these. I've never seen these.
Oh, I am wearing sunglasses. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice. They'd been changing.
Seriously.
All right, so between Baby Nate and Big Spin, are you going to go back to Big Spin? Are you going to go back to Baby Nate? Are we going to go back to Baby Nate in terms of him winning a lot, or do you think Big Spin pulls the upset?
They both have been so hot today. I gotta go Nate.
Yeah.
Ride or die. Nate, let's do it.
Yep. I think I'm in the same boat. Even though Nate's coming off of a loss, Big Spin is coming off of a win. I think I'm going to go with Baby Nate as well. And then it'd be sweet to see. I mean, any of these 4 ending up in the top arena for our final match, I am totally down for. I'm also way down to see Airbache or Bale pull off the back-to-back wins to get up to Arena 1. So exciting stuff here. 2 more matches coming your way. 1 more reward coming your way today as well. And of course, arena-royale.com to sign up for our event at the end of the month. Juicy J and Yosoy Rick will have to wait to see if they end up showing up on broadcast, but they're going to have to win to show up on broadcast, actually, because we're going to go to match 1 after this. But right now, Big Spin and Baby Nate, the rematch, part 2, redo.
Yeah, the redux. Yeah, all the way through. Your sell was so great. I thought we were ready to go to game, but I guess we're still waiting for them to get all tuned up and ready for it. We did predictions. I did Baby Nate.
Oh, let's see our predictions coming up right now. Yeah.
Let's see what they are. Let's see what the predictions are. I went Baby Nate. You went Baby Nate. Chat with Baby Nate. It's a Nate party here, folks.
Yeah. Yep. And there it is. We're looking good. 5 and 3, 1 and 7, 4 and 4, all the way across the board. We've got. I feel good. I feel good about my predictions today. Obviously, I mean, OJ has done us dirty twice. Juicy got us all once. But yeah, it was just that. It was those 2 OJ games and the Juicy game that got all 3, you, me, and chat. So we'll see if it happens again here. Can Big Spin pull off the upset? I mean, at this point, it almost does feel like the upset because it feels like I don't know. They both only lost like once, right? So it's actually
both killing it.
Yeah. Here we go.
They're both killing it.
Game number 1.
Yeehaw. Big Spin's green screen situation makes it look like there's like weird ghosts in his background. And does Nate have like a whole... Is that a rhino head? Is that a hero Dark Knight rhino head behind him? Or Dark
Oh,
Prince,
it looks like the horse thing that they had at like one of those creator events. It might be the rhino head. I think you're right. That is a rhino's tusk.
That's crazy. I didn't know they did that. That's wild.
How did he even get that so quickly? This is a brand new champ or a hero.
He's just in the mix, Andrew.
He is.
He's one of them. You know what I mean?
He is him.
He might be. He might be. Has a real chance of being.
So going back to Loon, and this is interesting because we've seen a similar matchup to this. We saw the double Spirit Graveyard, I believe, against a Hero Loon deck, and it was just impossible to break through. We did see Baby Nate play a little overzealous gameplay before with the Hero Loon, but I imagine he's going to lock that down here. And Giant Skeleton is tanking. Dude, the amount of DPS that the Evo Furnace pumps out is just insane. It is one of the most satisfying things in the game when you have your Hero Furnace or Evo Furnace just putting in work. Not the best NATO. I mean, excuse me, not the... Wow, what is happening to me? I'm having a stroke? Not the best miner.
Not the greatest. Nate's in trouble.
Yeah. This
Nate!
deck...
We bet on you, Nate. Nate.
I just don't think he should play this deck. It just feels like Hero Loon has just not been on his side today. And again, running into basically the same matchup, a little bit different than what we saw him play earlier. But yeah, that Hero Loon deck is just not doing it for him.
Full send. Little push
he
past
does
the
push,
Tesla.
yeah.
A little push past the Tesla. A little
And
NATO
the NATO.
away. Okay. Tesla, stop it. Nope. All right. And yes, people are like, aren't you objective? I go, no, I picked Nate to win. My objectivity is out the window now.
And the Evo Snowball to King, responded by a Graveyard to the other King. And Big Spin takes game number 1 in this rematch.
Yeah. Loon, in duel mode, there are certain things that I just don't love in game 1. Unless you have like a lot of data for a game 1 read on somebody. I don't love Loon in game 1. It's one of those ones where I just go, I think that this is one of those ones where there's too many trap cards. There's too many trap games out there that can ruin you if you go Loon in game 1. We saw that right here.
And also, you know, last month with the change, with the rework of Giant Skeleton, it felt like maybe you could get away with that. I mean, yeah, look at that matchup, dude. That is a brutal matchup. Even if it is WinCon +3, it doesn't change too much as you add more cards into that mix. But, you know, Giant Skeleton was so strong last month. The rework has obviously made it less strong. So maybe that Giant Skeleton would do a little bit more legwork for you in game number 1. But yeah, the Nick's play with it is a little uncomfortable, and like you said, if you can find yourself in a really bad matchup. It's better to play later on to kind of snipe what they've played already, or if you see an opening in the cards that are no longer available. I would love to see Nate go back to where he started our day, right, with the decks that he'd been running. I mean, he's only lost 1 match today, so we're just doing our jobs at this point, but I just don't love this deck. It's been bad for him twice.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's certain things where you go, hey, this is going to be much, much harder if they have certain things, it's going to be a much, much more difficult. And here's my basic take on it, right? Is there are certain decks where obviously any deck can get a terrible matchup for sure. There are certain decks where like their bad matchup bandwidth is higher or lower than other ones, and where the amount that bandwidth shifts to game 2 or game 3 can increase or can shift more dramatically than other ones, and certain win conditions and Balloon just has like such a crazy bandwidth of that matchup situation. So yeah, that's my take on it.
That's a good point that you make, and I see someone in the chat that you just said Evo Furnace just popping off. Chat, how do you guys feel about Evo Furnace? Do you feel like it's in a good spot? Do you think it needs to be adjusted again? Is it only situational? I'm just curious how the chat feels about Evo Furnace. It's been maybe the most played card today in terms of a utility support card.
Juicy up 1, Erbache up 1, Invader up 1, Ox up 1, Benny Who up 1 on OJ.
Okay. Wow, looks like it was good to be the home team. All on the left side there. Except this one. Thank you. Thank you. That's to our producer, who's been doing a great job on the day. Shout out to Tasty Bacon.
To be fair, is there not Tasty Bacon? I guess Canadian bacon.
Or, like, soggy bacon. I am not a fan. I know some people like soggy bacon, but for me, it's crispy all day.
Fair enough.
Are you a soggy bacon guy?
No, I like mine kind of, a little, like, give me a little, almost burnt, you know what I mean?
Okay, yep.
Crisp it up.
And Lumberjack on the tower.
That's a lot of, again, that's one of those ones where even experienced players are like, I thought that was going to get 1. That got 2. 2 plus the rage drop is really frustrating.
So, happy to have the arrows. This is one of the most popular mortar decks out in the meta. Those arrows will do well with the minions. Spirit Empress could be a problem, as it always can be a problem. One of the more fascinating cards in that sense.
It's interesting how little we've seen the hero Dark Prince ability used today. I know we've seen it.
Yeah, That's what I mean, though. You know, that's what's kind of cool about the hero change to it, is that it's just not a necessity. And when it's played right, it's really effective, and when it's played incorrectly, it really punishes you. It's just wasted elixir. I mean, again, it's like the same idea behind the Magic Archer change, especially in single elixir. If you use that ability in single and you don't get out of it what you want, you are in like another whole minute of trouble usually.
I understand what Spin was going for with that minor play, right? Pretty classic. Hey, pull the peck out of the back, get the minion horde to get on tower. It was just a little early and so obvious that it didn't really give him much.
I would love to see Big Spin hold that Evo Horde for the correct moment, as Nate just doesn't have any good response to it. It's almost like you have to play the Lumberjack into the Evo Horde to have the rage drop to make him go invisible, and then deal with it on the back end. You know what I mean? It's just going to be if Big Spin can exploit it, it's going to be an annoying thing for Nate to deal with.
Lumberjack doing really good work to contain all of this, mixed with the Earthquake. Very nicely played by Nate as we get into the final minute 40. Very tight, the numbers between these two.
Someone said it's 12 a.m. where they live right now, and they're very hungry. Can we please stop talking about food? Well, when our producer's name is Tasty Bacon and one of our competitors is eating a delicious pizza in Italy, it's just tough work, man.
Yeah, apologies.
And there we go. Minion Horde already showing its worth, getting some good damaging on that right side.
Yeah, and there he was, saving it for after the sequence with the P.E.K.K.A. High.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's trouble.
Wow.
That's trouble. That's trouble.
A quick 2-0 for Big Spin. Gets his revenge back up in the top. Will it be against Juicy, who's up a game, or Yosoy Rick, who's trying to pull off the reverse sweep? And man, Big Spin, really impressive stuff today, all day long. I think the
Big
only
win
people
for Big
he's
Spin.
lost to are Juice and Baby Nate, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, dude knows ball. And now
Yeah.
he's going to be back in a chance to play for the top prize against one of these two. I guess I don't know if we can jump into Juicy and Rick where they are in their matchup. But even if we can join them partway through game 2, it would be interesting to see. So we'll see if we can get that matchup turned around quickly or if that's doable. And yeah, just looking at it, the first time that Spin played the minor minion horde play on that right-hand tower was kind of left things wanting, and then the adjustments you talked about getting applied, and after that it was just, yeah, you're in trouble, and Spin put the pressure on.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. You know, you talked about the Evo Skarmy and the Evo Skellies. It's just the Evo Minion Horde has really that end game factor that those two don't quite have, that you can bring out more often. Usually it's a misplay that happens with the Skarmy or the Skellies, whereas that Minion Horde is a situation you can create. Here we go. Yeah, game number 2. Juicy and Yosoy rig. Juicy up 1.
Yeah, and Juicy, now, this is 2 Dark Princes where he's used the hero ability in back-to-back. You saw there was already one on there, then a second one on there, so Juice trying to take a real advantage of it as his avatar makes it on screen and gets a lot of work done.
Yeah, that was an insane Golden Knight ability. And yes, the Golden Knight of the casters for sure. Juicy J up in the lead, or trying to get the lead back in these final 15 seconds.
Yeah, just full sends at the bridge here. Can't get past the Tesla. Just an absolute Tesla stack.
Hog,
this pig.
the hog.
Oh my gosh. The drill. Did it do it?
The drill pushed it. The drill pushed it.
Juicy J in the final seconds.
Wow. Juicy J and Big Spin for our final Arena 1 matchup. Just how we thought the day might go earlier in the day based off of how well they were playing. Then Baby Nate came screaming out of Arena 6, undefeated to the top. And now it's going to be Juicy and Big Spin in the top. And oh man, we got to even see who won in Arena 3, right? Because Baby Nate doesn't have a chance to be in the top anymore because he just lost in Arena 2.
Yeah, Baby Nate pops down. And the Arena 2, this is crazy. The Arena 2 matchup is going to be Rick versus Bale or Arbache, and the winner of that will end up at I forgot about the way this thing is chaotic now that I'm realizing it. It's very chaotic.
It really doesn't allow you to make many mistakes late in the day. And as we said about Arbache and honestly Bale just kind of hitting their stride at the right moment to get themselves in the conversation to be at the top. So this is great. This is great. We're going to see our standings here in just a little bit. You know, we'll see who is going to be in that top match. I mean, excuse me, in that secondary and third matchup. But yeah, it's going to be Juicy and Big Spin, 2 guys that have been really impressive on the day, battling it out. Yeah,
back up to kind of almost where we began. I don't remember if they were the top 2. They were the 2 that we opened up with B-Rad and. Was it
Juice.
Brad? Oh, it was Brad and Juice how we opened. Juice fought his way up to the top. B-Rad has been hanging out in the middle, trolling people with random decks from his chat, which you got to respect. You got to respect the play, right? You got to respect the game there.
All right, everyone, get your phones out. We got some exciting action going back to back to back. We're going to give away our last giveaway right now. Then we're going to try to hop into the final game of Bale and Arbache, and then we're going to do our closeout match of the day. What an exciting race to the finish.
Yeah.
Get your phone out.
Very exciting.
Get your camera open. Click on that link. Tap the screen. I'm going to hold mine far away so y'all can't roast me.
What do you get?
1 star all the way through. 34 zaps. Okay. And 2 star. Okay. 20. Electricity was the theme for me. Get some zaps.
Sure. Here we go. Let's see what I got. Staying on 1 star all the way to the end, huh? That's how you do me? That's how you do me?
1100 gold.
Let's do our second one. Come on. There we go. A little something. There we go. A little something.
Come on. You've had way better luck than me today on our chests.
What do we got?
Okay. Not bad.
All right. Yeah. I'll take 110 earthquakes.
You know what I will say is
what?
I have with like my 5-star and 4-star drops that have been happening. It's been really nice that it basically just maxes whatever card it gives me. Unless it's like a champion or something like that. If it's like been epic or rare and below, it's been basically just maxes out the card, which is really nice, especially because we've had so much gold for so long that it's helped me get everything to 16, closer to 16.
Yeah, look at you. Yeah, it's nice when you can move it up. Let's go ahead and jump into our next match. Here we go. Round 9, catching up with Bale and Arbache to see who is going to go up into the Arena 2 and have a shot at finishing at the top of our ladder. And Is there Bache far? Is he further away now? Yeah, he's now moved into his
just
relaxation mode. Good on you, dude. Hey, live your best life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bale's setup is just, it's real nice. Real nice.
It is very pretty. It's got a lot going for it. You know what I mean?
I do. So looking like a Battle Ram or Ram Rider deck here from Air Bache. Bale going to Mortar Goblin Barrel. My goodness.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there Rascals in this deck as well? Feels like that could add to the kind of baity aspect. Also usually coupled with Cannon Cart. Benny Who able to climb out of Arena 6. R-Tube and OJ, the rematch.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
He didn't say already claimed for me. As you guys saw, we opened it on broadcast. It sounds like user error, guys. I don't know how it could be, but anyway.
Slow game here so far, compared to how our games have been today.
And while you can get an early cycle of Skellies to defend the Goblin Barrel, the Evo Barrel, you're going to have to get an early cycle of Goblins and the Zap on the fake Goblins to mitigate 100% of damage. So that barrel is going to be frustrating for Air Bache to deal with.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, so he just eats the damage on the right, zaps, and deals with units with units on the left.
You see him shaking his head there, being like, "Hey, all right, that's not what I was hoping for."
Mm-hmm.
And just also the other part of it too is trying to find some way to get a connection. Like the battle ram is going to be tough to connect.
And
Lumberjack.
Yeah. Oof.
This is actually, if this can get, this might serve Bache well here.
Oh, yeah, and then he baits out the elixir on the right-hand side. That is one of the worst feelings in the game, is when you spend an arm and a leg in one side and then the Evo Battle Ram comes out on the other. Honestly, those goblins did a decent job cleaning things up.
Yeah, that was close to being a lot worse for Bale. Very close.
Guys, I was joking when I said user error. It's called sarcasm. Calm down. It's okay.
I wasn't joking when he said that. I believe what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. Thinking the exact same thing as you here, Andrew. But Bache now just wants to continue to make it so that Bale can't get on offense.
Yeah.
The more if Bale's playing defense, he's not playing offense.
And the Cannon Cart, wow, Cannon Cart does turn around. That's actually really, really fortunate for Bale. That makes that elixir expenditure for Bache just kind of a waste.
Yeah. Yeah, that turned things around tremendously. It's a very low mortar.
Yeah, just going strictly defense. Maybe just hoping to hold on to the lead for the next 45, and if he has the chance, just logs and goblin barrels. Yep. Fireball value. Yeah, I mean, Bale's playing this really smart, man. He's just really playing incredibly defensive with the lead. Mortar's kind of an underrated defensive card. I think people don't always think of it as strong as it is defensively, but it does have a lot of HP.
This is very spammy on the bridge right now, though, Andrew.
Yeah.
And the rage is on the good side for Air Bache.
Oh! And the Cannon Cart goes off its wheels!
Oh, my!
Wow, that was so beautifully put together to put himself up into Arena 2. Air Bache takes both the wins off of Bale, and Bale really gave him a run for his money there.
Oh my, that was just, I'm going to say it right now, Andrew, that was Evo Battle Ram doing Evo Battle Ram things.
I know, man. It is definitely one of the most frustrating evos to deal with when all of your responses are out, if your buildings are out, especially if you don't have a stun, and that log was not in cycle. Just great stuff there. Yep. And then the cannon cart goes off its wheels, then off the board in the perfect amount of time for Air Bache, who takes the big time W there. Congrats to him. One more match on the day. Air Bache still in the conversation to get to the top. Let's take a look at our standings, actually, so you guys have a little bit to look at while we talk through this.
I mean, here you go. Juice and Spin up top. Air Bache now. Again, reminder, one of the two of Juice and Spin will drop down into Arena 2, and either Yosoy Rick or Air Bache will jump up in Arena 1, so our fit, like, one of the, it's going to be a combination of those four as our overall winners here today.
Yeah, one of those guys will be there. Yosoy Rick and Air Bache, Big Spin and Juicy J. Then, of course, we have people that are no longer in the conversation for the top or the bottom. Baby Nate, Invader, Bale, Ox, B-Rad, and Benny start the conversation for the bottom. One of them will lose and end up in Arena 6, and same with R-Tube and OJ. One of them will lose and end up in Arena 6. OJ has gone... I think he was 1-0 and then has gone basically... no, because there's been 10 matches, but he's on a 7-match losing streak. Just tough stuff for him. But you know what? I think OJ's doing okay. He's probably still having fun here. Maybe. Losing 7 in a row can be a bit tough. But Juicy and Big Spin, the rematch. That's going to be some exciting stuff.
Yeah, let's go for it. I'm excited. Two guys who are definitely super talented. Both of them can play at a high level. And now I think that we're going to see them pull out all the stops. Really go for it here in this finale. This is also one of those ones where, hey, if we can get the prize screen on when we're kind of talking about the stakes here at the end, because this is a best of 3 where, you know, you're making the difference between, it's a $200 best of 3, right? Because you have the win for the match plus the being in Arena 1 or Arena 2 to finish. So, yeah, dude, this is one of those ones where I bet you, I mean, they're both doing well with the money side of it, but I know they want to be the overall champion of this thing.
Oh, yeah. You know the competitive side for all these guys at the top is really what takes the cake there. And so we'll see out of those top 4 who can make it. And also a shout out to our moderator in the chat posting all 4 links for all 4 rewards. So you cannot miss it. Cannot miss any of them. No repeats there, so that should help you guys get on top of those chests with the user error that happened. And yeah, like you said, Rich, a $200 match coming your way here in Arena Win. Big Spin and Juicy J started at the top, kind of moved around a little bit, and they have found themselves back up at the top. Very excited to see how this goes. And of course, the guys in I guess respectively, both in second place in Arena 2 have a chance to come up on top as well in Yosoy Rick and Air Bache. So Rich, here we go. Juicy J and Big Spin, what do you got?
I have picked Big Spin once today. I've picked Juicy twice today. And I'm picking Juicy 3 times. Juicy J, let's go.
Let's do it. I'm going with Juicy J as well. How could we not pick our brother in arms, one of the commentators of CRL? We were there in 2019 when he won the World Cyber Games. He's been our boy for a very, very long time, and he even had enough time between matches to take a picture of you and your wonderful sunglasses that you have not changed. So shout out to Juice. Good luck, my friend. Community also going to Juicy. Here we go. Man, look at those. It's so interesting when you look at the 4 picks where we all went with the exact same thing, and it just did not work out.
Then we had it one time. We got it right with Oxalate. We all went together with Ox.
Yep.
We got it right.
No, I mean, I think it's happened. Oh, wow. Has it only happened once? Wow, it really only has.
Yeah.
Good
We've
call
all picked
there.
together 5 times, and one time we got it right. So.
All right. Well, Juicy and Big Spin have had time to set their decks, I'm sure, as they've been sitting back and watching, probably to see what happened in that arena here on broadcast. Good luck to both of them, both commentators in their own respective languages. And we shall see. We shall see who comes out on top.
We shall also see you in the upcoming competition right here on this channel, arena-royale.com, right? That's the correct website. Am I saying that right? Arena-royale.com for the Proving Grounds. $25K on the line. You can be there. Go register right now. The finale May 29th, but action starts before then. Arena-royale.com. Get registered and come prove to us that you have what it takes.
Open to 4,000 players in the general public. Yeah, let's do it, man. Here we go.
And the grand finale.
Big Spin already looking like he's going to E-Giant.
Little minor action out of Juice here.
And an oops there from Juice. Maybe meant to play a different card to distract, but I don't know. That did okay.
He's doing all right. Could be doing worse.
And has to play the Skellies there because one of the bats would have probably gotten a hit.
And it's Spin Golem's up. He has been rocking Golems for a long time.
As soon as that Night Witch comes into play, you know it's no longer going to be E-Giant, it's going to be Golem. And he has changed this Golem deck up a handful of times now.
That'll be nice in this exact moment.
Yeah.
And he's have to make sure to look at the separation from Juice here to make sure he's not giving what he presumes is going to be lightning value.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Big Spin's going to come out with another, Golem deck without lightning. We saw that did not work out earlier. And the distraction there. Has to play a miner defensively to continue distracting that bowler. I wonder if maybe the change... no. I think it's... yeah, whatever. It's fine right now. I'm going to say if anything were to be changed, it'd probably be the length of time that it's in that shooting mode. But as you mentioned, it just doesn't seem to be that big of a problem at the highest level. Although that Mega Knight did last a little bit longer than Big Spin thought, getting a big leap on tower.
That's what Mega Knight does. Is Mega Knight goes, hey, you thought I was dead and not going to touch your tower? Guess what? Here come two Fists of Fury.
Not able to get the King Tower activation off that E-Spirit. And yeah, the Evo MK along with this Musketeer is just so much single target DPS. No lightning, only fireballs, so that's going to make that Musketeer even more frustrating to get to.
And just shoving everything back in that poison. That's the other added benefit right there, right? Everything's sitting there targeting it, coming forward, and so you can just get so much poison value for Juice.
Yeah, this is just such a great pick by our boy Juice. I mean, he's got so many answers. He's got the great single target DPS. He's got the knockback. He's got the poison for the pile up. Yeah, this is not good for Big Spin at the moment, but still a lot of time to be played. 100 seconds roughly on the board still. Baby Dragon, nice and distracted there.
Juicy pitching a shutout right now. And again, just the massive poison value in conjunction with this Evo MK.
Does it get us? It gets a shot. Oh, it doesn't.
That
but still, so much damage in. And as you said, Rich, just a perfect game for Juice so far, untouched.
That would have been emotional. I mean, I would have felt bad for Spin if that one hit.
Yeah. And the bowler gets a shot here. There you go.
It's like breaking up the no-no with a bunt in the 9th inning.
Yeah. That's great. That's a great analogy. Poison here at the bridge, no questions. Just it's with the poison and the MK, it's just impossible to break through.
Yeah, not Spin's matchup here. Unfortunately for him.
And Invader taking game number 1 off of Baby Nate. OJ taking game number 1 off of R-Tube. Chance to climb out of the bottom at the most important moment.
Final 28 seconds. Just you're sitting there going, please, Juicy, make a mistake.
There's just no way. It's
no way.
Just too many options. Now gets the SimCity set up. Evo Tesla up high. Another poison here at the bridge if he's able to get back around to it. There it is. And that is one of those games that is not only a loss, but it's also just a big hit emotionally. It's just so frustrating to play through that 5 minutes.
Yeah, that one's tough. That one's very tough. And Juice taking a sip of the juice as he goes up one and is one closer to securing that top arena finish.
Airbache and Yosoy Rick have still yet to play and finish out their game number 1. So excited to see who's going to be in our top spot potentially. As I know I don't want to keep calling it out, but it's just amazing how many of those you have. And there we go. That's the what? See, this is why, again, there's two conversations with matchup, right? There's the one conversation with how many cards actually match. That changes everything. It's really 6, 7, and 8 that tell you the true matchup. But then the other part of that is matchups for pros are different than matchup for regular players a lot of the time. Sometimes you'll see a matchup with with regular players that is a 70-30, but a pro might be able to flip that on a dime to maybe a 60-40 because they understand as long as I don't do X, I will win.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the macro. Anyone can learn micro. That's one of the big ones, right? You can learn placements and tricks and things like that. But the question is, can you learn the macro? And can you learn the macro in real time based on all the things that you know?
Yep, that's the real kicker right there is can you do it in real time while you're feeling the pressure of maybe the damage that came early in the game from your opponent. So Juicy going to take a little bit here. He's going to Mortar in this game. He knows it's I'm sure it's for me, so shout out to you, Juice.
It's all about you.
It's all about me.
That's what he told me before.
Probably both going Mortar because they know it's about me. And Juicy just
opting to eat that one.
Yeah. You know, he's in a good spot. Looks like this is going to be a battle for Juicy that's going to take place on the right-hand side at least. And for Big Spin, luckily, he's able to kind of move that conversation. See, this is nice for Juice because he does have a good amount of responses to the Evo Minion Horde this time with the Skelly Barrel and the Dark Goblin and obviously the Rascals. Oh, and obviously the Fireball.
Big news, everybody. Maybe the biggest news of the day. OJ ended his day with a win. So congratulations,
Crawling
OJ.
his way out of Arena 6.
Yeah. Flopping his way out of the bottom.
And Juicy with a little bit of an oops there. Not happy with that interaction, but going to be happy with the damage from this Evo Skelly Barrel. Wow.
That was insane. Evo Skelly Barrel, if you don't have the exact things for it, it's the most annoying thing on the planet.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the point of this deck is to just pull those things out of your response by the Dark Goblin being one of the most effective cards in the game in terms of single target DPS. You want to get it off the board with a cheap spell, but then, you know, then comes that Evo Skelly Barrel.
Yeah, I do think that if B-Rad can finish not in Arena 6, that's a win for him today with the decks he was playing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that he's gone meme decks all day, and then I don't know how Benny Who would feel about that, but Benny is up one game at least at the moment. Yosoy Rick up against Airbache to try to finish his day in Arena 1. And Baby Nate just kind of, you know, falling apart as the day goes on. As we said, these competitive scenes are a marathon. They're not a sprint.
$13.69 to $17.30, same lane, final 90 seconds approaching. That's a lot of fireball value.
Oh, that's great fireball value. And the bowler almost locks, but instead is just given a quick chest pass to that Rascal Boy.
The ability is just slow enough that if you're not making mistakes, it should never touch your tower.
And realistically, unless you have no elixir, you should always be fast enough.
Yeah. I mean, you could be asleep.
And that
There we go.
is a perfect example of not having the elixir. And so Juicy connects on tower there. The double mortar shot I'm talking about. The arrows have to come out there. Dark Goblin's just on the board still. So frustrating for Big Spin to have to pick and choose where to go.
That's a serious touches. 439.
I don't think he's back to Fireball yet. But might not matter. And that's going to be great Fireball value now that he does have Fireball. Juice! Juice!
Oh, you gotta stop him. Gotta stop him. 729.
Man. That was so close.
But Juicy
And
does it.
He does. Our first victor on the day. CRL caster, former world champion, the World Cyber Games. Juicy J is beyond the game. Takes the win and takes the crown of King of the Arena.
You know what? I didn't know if I could do this today, but I'm going to do it. I am happy. I will happily relinquish my crown and say that Juicy is also King of Feet.
No, it's all right, man. I don't think he actually proved
No, he
that
can be
yet
King of
for
Feet.
you.
He's totally.
No,
he
it's
is-
okay. You don't have to do
he's-
that. You're very
No,
gracious,
I just
but
magnanimously would like to give up my title.
It's all right. It's okay. I'll magnanimously give it back to you because I don't think you should do that to yourself. You've already put in so much work here on broadcast. Juice is already
What
going to
if
walk
I-
away with a lot of cash.
What if I pay him to be King of Feet? Could I do that, please? Anything. Juice! Congratulations, bud. King of the Arena
Yeah,
and King of
congrats,
Feet. What a
man.
great,
Dude,
what a great double coronation
Juice
for
is
you.
kind of the king of these third-party events. He has
Yeah.
won so many of them, whether it's the Samsung event, this event. There's another one in there
Sure.
too. I can't remember what the other one was, but he has just been lights out. I mean, that's why he had the conversation. I think at the end of last year, beginning of this year, about maybe going pro again. I
Yeah.
don't believe that's in the cards for him anymore. I don't think that's something that he's focused on. But you could just see the dude can play Clash Royale with the best of them.
Yeah, certainly can. Hey, I mean, he was selected to be on Team Liquid in the first season of CRL, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the kid's got game, and we're happy to have him here. And congrats on being one of our 2 champions. Now remember, we have another champion. So we have our other matchup in round 10, Yosoy Rick and Airbache, which I believe is going to game 3.
Ooh.
So I think we're gonna have game 3 here in a second for us to go jump in on. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Someone called you the Sunglasses King. Not anymore. Not anymore. He's the king
I
of
don't know why
something
people-
else.
I think we've been talking about that. I don't even know what the big deal. Like,
I know. I don't know either. I don't either. That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying they're wrong. They are wrong.
yeah. Yeah.
Game number 3 between those two. That means they're obviously tied up at 1. So this is a big match. I mean, you talk about Big Spin and Juicy J playing for pride. These guys, and also, they've played in the competitive scene before. They've played for money a lot of times in their careers as content creators, and Juice as a pro. This is maybe a little bit more pressure for these guys in Arena 2. So excited to see how that shapes out.
Yeah, excited to see them duke it out here with everything on the line for a best of 1. And again, it's a best of 1 for $200. You get the win bonus plus being in the top. That's the place to be. That's the place to get it. So I think that we have that one getting queued up here. I think they're probably picking their decks for the end. Yes,
We're
Andrew?
actually going to go to Bale Ox instead. I think we're maybe a little late on the round 2 matchup, but we will be able to see who took that in the standings. But Bale and Ox, a fun one too. 2 former pros in CRL.
All right, let's see it. Let's get to it. Or do we have it ready yet?
They're probably,
yes.
they're come on, content creators. There's times. You can't take that much time in between games.
Press play. Send game. I want to see your victory or your defeat.
Jake in the chat.
I want to see your feet.
Jake, our mod in the chat setting it up. Think you can do better than Juicy? Then you should sign up at arena-royale.com for our event at the end of the month. The Proving Grounds, a 5-day event. Only one of those days will be on broadcast. 4,000 of the general public will be able to play through group stages to get to a 16 versus 6, or to play against 16. Wow, I am having a stroke. 16 players will end up on our final day in a double elimination bracket after 16 pros have been invited to go off against the 16 players that did the best in the group stage. That's on May 28th, our penultimate day. Our broadcast day will be 16 players, double elimination, dual mode, just like CRL level, and you know there's going to be pros in that lineup because there are 16 pros invited to the event. So go sign up now, arena-royale.com, and just click register now.
And, you know, maybe we'll be seeing you on screen, and then Andrew and I will say your name a whole lot, and then you clip it, you send it to your friends, and you go, look what happened, I did this, and then now you're immortal. Now, what was, you were anonymous, and then now, for the rest of time, you are immortal. Speaking of immortal, let's see if I can work my way. Oh, look at that, boom! 2-8!
Chat called it.
I'm goated.
Chat called it. 6-4 on the day for me, and it looks like every single loss was one that we all picked. Yeah. Very interesting there. Very interesting
there. Drag you down there, bud.
Look at that. Yosoy Rick, congratulations to you, man. I'm sure we'll get a little moment to celebrate your victory here. Juicy and Yosoy at the top. Big Spin and Air Bache in that arena number 2 spot. But let's deal with that in a minute as we are here in the final match of the day. Yeah, sometimes things happen on broadcast, Rich, and they just live forever, you know?
That is true. Every once in a while. At least they're clean, though.
That's right. That is right. I knew it was coming.
Ewiz doing a little... Well, I mean, that'll be a welcome piece here for Bale against that Evo Inferno Dragon.
Seriously, I think the first Ewiz of the day, and it runs into an Evo Inferno. Great pick. And, wow, Spirit Empress, slow to start the day, but very much a part of the latter half of our broadcast.
Yeah, certainly got in the mix as things went on.
And a little distraction here. This deck so far from Bale is really interesting. You know, no spell power thus far. Probably going to have one spell in there. But it's one of those interesting, I have a lot of cards that do splash damage and cover different, you know, things that spells might. Like the E-Wiz covers for a zap or, you know what I'm saying. Golden Knight kind of covers for a log. You get the Fire Spirits from the Furnace.
Very little damage so far, just some Zappity Zoo on the right-hand side of Bale's towers.
And a Vines, okay. Very interesting. That Vines will be nice to deal with the Inferno if the Ewiz is out of cycle. Also, can help against something like an Evo Valk. And obviously a Lava. So here we go. Charged up Evo Inferno on the right-hand side. And then a good push coming in on the left. Oh no. And there's the Ewiz.
Yeah, Ewiz doing its job. Shutting that whole thing down before it can really get started. And now Bale starting to get into spam mode here a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing wasted on spells here. Just and the cannon cart does connect.
Yeah,
Ox
wow.
just has to eat that. And he needs to get back on the lava push.
I mean, when you see the cage catch the battle ram that late, you know that the defender's in a little bit of trouble.
And there it is. You definitely take that Dark Prince shot to get the lava up in the back. But now, because of that, and the cycled units on the left-hand side, we have a great opportunity for dual lane pressure away from the lava for Bale.
Yeah.
Not enough to take care of that Spirit Empress. That is a lot spent. And now the Ewiz out of cycle.
Big connection, though. 1248. Inferno's into the regular form. Brawler on the bottom left-hand side going after it.
Yeah.
Suddenly, this is a tight game.
Fireball zap. Yep, nice cleanup there. Bale's ready for it. Knows that has to come in. 12:48, 13:09, 40 seconds remaining.
Going right down to the wire here.
And Inferno going to do a great job cleaning everything up there. Can he support it?
19 seconds left.
Wow, this is neck and neck. Obviously, Bale doesn't have any spell power, though.
And that's why the fireball can go right there.
Yep.
I mean, what a smart fireball.
Yeah, how much does Vines do on a tower? I mean, clearly not enough. Nice play there from Ox.
Wow.
Very, very patient. I love to see that. And he
Ox
mogs the
going to
camera.
end. Ox is going to end up as one of our top few.
Yeah.
As he takes a nice little jump up.
In Arena 3 with Airbache, I believe, as Baby Nate also moved up. We'll take a look here at our standings in just a moment. A great day, guys. This was a super, super fun broadcast. Cool. I mean, we've never done a ladder style event like this before, but it was still in duel mode. We had, new interactions to see with the Hero Bowler and the Hero Dark Prince at a high level. I hadn't seen much gameplay from those guys at the highest level. And obviously we have CRL in just a couple weeks, so it's really nice to kind of start to see how this meta is shaping out. And even as the day went on, as we were talking about, we started to see a lot more Spirit Empress, started to see a little bit more Lava Hound. Hero, Loon, and Giant Skelly didn't seem to work out a lot. Mortar's back in the mix. A lot of things still shaping out in our meta.
Yeah, looking back at it now, I'm trying to watch that and see if that fireball might have won Ox the game if he had fireballed the tower instead. Yeah, actually, I totally got it wrong. He would have, if he'd fireballed the tower, he would have ended up winning the game. So I see the breakthrough was trying to go through on that side, but yeah, definitely should have gone the other way. Shocking stuff here from Oxalate.
Wow.
Should have fireballed the tower. Unbelievable.
I know. Wow. I guess he was thinking that his lava could break through enough in 7 seconds, but the pups were distracted so perfectly by the furnace. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I miscalled that. Yeah.
Well, let's take a look. Let's see if we have our final standings to see who our overall winner is on the day. And top two in our first arena, your champions, Juicy and Yosoy. Juicy, the overall champion, taking down 2650. Very close to maxing out on the day. Clash maxing? Is that what that would have been called? Yosoy Rick, right up there too. Rick and Spin ended up with the same. Actually, Baby Nate, number 2 on the cash line, based on his super collection of wins, just not getting him at the right time to end up in arena number 1. Bache and Bale in arena 3, Invader and Benny Who in arena 4. The 5th arena, Oxalate and OJ making his way out of the bottom, and the meme decks for B-Rad joining our tube down in our bottom arena.
Man, the fact that OJ and Benny were able to end in 5 and 4, not a bad way to end their day, considering how rough it looked there for a little bit. But R-Tube and B-Rad, R-Tube a commentator and content creator, B-Rad obviously an ex-pro and playing meme decks. So really love to see how it all shaped out. Super fun event again, man. This was really cool, and it was interesting to see Baby Nate lower but higher in cash.
Yeah, great work for him. Andrew, this was an absolute blast. I know that everyone on the production side had a great time making this show happen for you.
Yeah.
Big thanks to the content creators for showing up and putting on a great one for all of us. Reminder one more time, arena-royale.com for your chance to come and get in on the action. Proving Grounds, the chance for you to prove yourself here and show that you have what it takes to be a top-tier Clash Royale player. Andrew, final thoughts before we sign off on this beautiful, beautiful day.
Exactly what you said. Production, shout out to you guys doing a great job, keeping up with the chat, making sure they get their rewards, making sure that they're engaged with this event coming at the end of the month. Make sure you sign up. And yeah, man, this was super fun. So happy to be here.
Sweet. For everybody here, thank you so much for watching. That's Andrew Guy. I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you next time for more Clash Royale.
Yeah.